The world suddenly opened mysterious spatial gates never seen before. Hidden deep beyond them were countless ferocious exotic beasts of immeasurable danger. To survive amid such threats, humanity was forced to awaken its latent power. It meant awakening the dormant, exotic beast bloodline within the body. Each person could only activate one exotic beast, and the strength was measured by nuclear index values. Yet our main character possessed the ability to awaken unlimited exotic beasts. The first exotic beast he possessed was Godzilla. The nuclear index was so high it stretched endlessly, beyond calculation. Even the system of the World Alliance continuously reported errors because it could not analyze his abilities. Releasing just 10% of the power from the Godzilla gene code, he easily claimed the position of national top scorer. The second exotic beast was a colossal titan, with a body towering up to 1,000 meters. Not stopping there, he could also fuse multiple gene codes together. As for what form the final fusion would become, even the admin could not determine it. Without further delay, we officially step into the story. Everything began in a vast auditorium, with banners hanging on the walls cheering for the college entrance examination. Yahello opened his eyes in confusion, wondering if he had returned to before the graduation exam. The collision just now truly hurt. At In City No 1 High School of Zia Country, Class 12-7, Yahello slammed the desk and shouted loudly, startling the entire class. He clutched his head in shock, thinking that if he had been reborn, it should at least have been after getting into college. Since ancient times, Blue Planet had suffered invasions from secret realms, where rifts connecting other worlds overflowed with bloodthirsty monsters that exploited gaps to enter the human world. The stronger individuals capable of destroying dozens of nations and threatening all of human civilization. To resist, humanity developed a monster gene system, injecting special genes into the body to awaken a life-bound monster and unlock bloodline talents. Only warriors like these could protect civilization. Those who possessed monster genes could face hordes of creatures alone. Thus the status a Chinese letter of warriors far surpassed ordinary people. From then on, the entire Blue Planet entered an era that revered martial arts. Everything else was deemed insignificant. Only cultivation was supreme. In Yahello's mind, strange notifications about transmigration echoed, along with cold mechanical sounds. Holding his head in thought, he told himself that he was now Yahello, a high school student. The whole class turned back laughing mockingly. Look at that useless Yahello dreaming again. Someone like him wanting to take the college exam. Dong Dong turned around in disdain, telling him to quit school. Useless trash should go be a bottom-tier worker or hide at home waiting for death. Yahello felt anger rise within. Sure enough, in every script where the protagonist is bullied, there is always a ringleader. He rested his chin in thought. The original host reputation was truly terrible. Ever since his parents met with an accident in 11th grade, his spirit declined, and his grades plummeted, becoming a thorn in the class. So that was the reason. Dong Dong saw him looking and flared up, asking what he was staring at. This was a martial arts class, and whether he wanted to fight. Yahello sighed inwardly at his injustice. He had only been thinking for a moment. The original host had been lazy, yet he was the one bearing the consequences. The teacher on the podium loudly encouraged them, asking if they were ready. The gene alteration injection was about to begin. They must believe in themselves. 3 years of hard training had been for this very day. As for those who were ordinary and refused to work hard, Yahello held his forehead and let out a bitter laugh. It was amusing. The one who had not worked hard was the original host. What did he have to feel ashamed about? Revealed a meaningful smile. Since he had taken over this body, he should also help clear away the troubles left behind. All the students gathered in the room, 4 boxes placed neatly before them. They whispered, guessing whether they would awaken a level 3 fiery mountain leopard or a level 4 sea armored dragon. Some even joked they would only get a level 1 beast inspector. Suddenly, one of the boxes popped open, releasing a hazy white mist. Inside were tubes of blue solution, the awakening reagent containing all the monster genes collected by warriors over the years. Teacher held up the blue syringe, explaining that after injection, the body would absorb one of the genes to initiate awakening. The stronger the physique, the more powerful the exotic beast. After injection, they must remain calm and accept the power. When their name was called, they would step forward in turn. The icy solution was injected straight into the body. Students released streams of energy in various colors. Yahello observed and thought that everyone's transformation looked strange and painful. It seemed far from easy. He gritted his teeth and injected himself, deciding to gamble once. His eyes widened with anticipation, yet there was no reaction at all. He stood stunned, asking the teacher whether he had injected the wrong fake medicine. The teacher replied helplessly that Yahello seemed to show no change. Piercing laughter rang out as Dong Dong stepped forward to mock him, saying that Yahello had failed to awaken. He poked his face and sneered that a warrior who could not awaken was like a bird without wings, only waiting for death. Just as well he need not be a warrior and should go home awaiting his end. Daihoa angrily thought this hateful girl must be the ringleader bullying him. At that very moment, a sudden disturbance arose within his body. At the same time, the system voice echoed in his mind. Dong Dong asked in confusion what he was pretending for. Since he could not awaken, he should accept it. Daihoa endured and reminded them to move away quickly. She stood puzzled, asking where to move. He urgently said that if they did not leave, it would be too late. In that instant, a monster shadow emerged from Daihoa's body. The force blasted Dong Dong far away. Power erupted and sent nearby students flying. Everyone cried out in terror. The shockwave was overwhelming. Wondering who had just awakened, this aura was unbearable. Than Truck turned her head in shock. So Chow glanced over, thinking there was someone stronger than himself. System announced activation of the legendary Godzilla template bloodline. Possessing atomic breath and energy absorption with an evolution form, Red Godzilla unlocked only at 100% compatibility, currently 3%. Daihoa murmured weakly that it was in a level template, Godzilla the Infinite Monster. He looked at his hand, wondering if this was the golden finger granted by the system. Several students looked at Daihoa warily. It was indeed caused by him. In a single instant, he had swept everything around. Dong Dong fainted after being blown away. People discussed that she had awakened a level 2 fire lizard yet was still sent flying. Just how terrifying a monster had Daihoa awakened. Daihoa walked forward with a faint smile, apologizing for causing such a commotion. He had told everyone to move away, but no one listened. The loudspeaker on the wall announced that all 12th grade students had completed gene injections and were to proceed to the stadium for bloodline testing. Testing device could determine the type of monster and the martial rank. The information board for Han Nguyen appeared. Li Tan Nguyen awakened a level 3 wind centipede, previously only average but now leaping to the top. Bloodline transformations were indeed unpredictable. So Chow lived up to his reputation as top student for years. A level 9 martial apprentice who also awakened a level 3 ice demonic dragon. The top scorer of Incity this time likely belonged to him. When Than Truck information appeared, the crowd marveled. Miss Liu was also a level 9 martial apprentice with a rare level 4 bloodline. The true form of Nether Breath manifested, enough to devastate half the city. Ordinary warriors before them were like ants. To contend, one must at least reach Martial Grandmaster. Daihoa rested his chin, thinking they were all level 3 or level 4. Why was his designated as a level? The loudspeaker continued calling Class 12-7 Daihoa, startling him. There was no need to announce his name so grandly. All eyes focused on him amid whispers, saying that the earlier shockwave was so strong that he might become a great figure in the future, and they should befriend him early. Daihoa thought that this world truly worshipped the strong. He slowly stepped into the testing machine. Everyone watched with anticipation. It was Daihoa's turn. The aura just now was surely extraordinary. What bloodline could create such power? This time in City No One High School would likely cause a sensation. At the back, So Chow quietly thought that he was Daihoa and indeed worth watching. Daihoa information board officially displayed. During the crowd into discussion, Class 12-7 Daihoa was only a level 3 martial apprentice. His monster bloodline unidentified. The students laughed loudly. A level 3 martial apprentice, even a middle schooler could defeat him. An unknown bloodline likely meant nothing at all. With such a low rank, what decent awakening could be expected? Truly disgraceful. Daihoa would forever be useless. Daihoa silently stepped down, thinking it was exactly as expected. Godzilla seemed undetected by the device, leaving only the reminder of the Infinite Monster template. While pondering, the system interface appeared. The Infinite Monster template could be upgraded by completing missions or increasing fame to gain more extraction time. Each draw required conditions. Daihoa smiled slightly. Although his template rank differed from theirs, it contained far more intriguing potential. He said coldly that as long as the requirements were met, he could extract the infinite template countless times. Would that not make him the Lord of Monsters? And City No One High School. The teacher took a sip of tea, then turned to ask if he planned to self-study until the college exam before returning, and whether he thought the teacher would believe he truly worked hard at home. Daihoa replied firmly that he sincerely wished to improve. He knew he had fallen too far behind. Without special training, it would be impossible to catch up. Teacher face darkened. To become a warrior, one must enter university. Even though he had awakened a bloodline, his foundation was too weak, and passing the exam would be difficult. It was best to prepare to repeat next year. Daihoa's eyes shone brightly as he said that only a final sprint could create miracles. The teacher did not yet know he had awakened a powerful bloodline. As long as he trained diligently, he would surely succeed. He was not lying. The teacher paused and wiped his sweat, saying his gaze was indeed sincere. Very well, he would try once. If it failed, he could return next year. High City Warrior Center. Daihoa walked while calculating. The house his parents left could be sold for 600,000, plus over 1 million yuan in accident compensation, enough as starting capital. First, he must upgrade as a warrior, then increase Godzilla compatibility. Thinking of the system mission, he wondered that each initial template only had one compatibility point. So why did legendary Godzilla already have 3 points? The image of the reagent tube flashed in his mind. It could only be that Godzilla absorbed energy from the medicine and gained 2 additional compatibility points. Daihoa smiled. The genetic science of this world could enhance template strength. Compared to arduous training, spending money on medicine suited him better. He must quickly replenish enhancement drugs. He swiped his student card at the checkpoint. His gaze suddenly froze at the sight before him. Warriors passed by with powerful auras. Daihoa thought that after awakening Godzilla, he could sense its unique life magnetic field. The shadow of Godzilla seemed to loom behind him, clearly sensing life fluctuations. The warrior's blood energy burned like furnaces along with roars hidden deep within their bloodlines. Daihoa gave a faint smile. The desire for battle surged within him. Godzilla was originally the overlord of monsters craving to conquer all life. Yet at present he was only at the beginning and must wait to grow before displaying the prestige of the Monster King. Suddenly someone patted his shoulder, startling him. A voice sounded calling out to him. Daihoa turned and saw a girl named Liuangla. She smiled, telling him not to stare at people so intently. Hurriedly apologized. Liuangla smiled, saying it was fine, and that he had likely just awakened and could not control it well, asking what he came to the center for. He replied that he wanted to buy gene medicine but was unfamiliar with the way. She asked if he was in a hurry. Liuangla shook her head, saying this medicine was not cheap and easily built resistance. The more it was used, the less effective it became. She explained that one should break through bloodline bottlenecks before taking medicine. The basic type cost about 400 per tube. Daihoa almost choked, saying it was so expensive that even draining all his money would not buy many tubes, and asking if there was any better discount. Liuangla handed over her business card, saying that with a veteran warrior recommendation, there would be a price reduction. Daihoa thanked her and left. Liuangla smiled and said, "See you again." A pair of deep blue eyes followed him and whispered, "What will happen next?" Daihoa walked to the payment counter. Then he stopped by the weapon shop, determined to shop to the end. The system sounded. Legendary Godzilla compatibility increased from 3% to 4%. Host physique reached 10 out of 15. Level 7 martial apprentice. Daihoa let out a breath. Each tube of medicine raised physique by 2 points, but the last tube only gave 1 point. Clearly, the stronger he became, the less effective it was. Even so, in just over 10 minutes, it equaled 3 years of others' hard training. If he activated the bloodline, it would be even more terrifying. He looked at his hand and smiled. The position of top scorer might not be out of reach. If this still could not defeat a genius, it would be a waste. The next target was the Secret Realm. Images of Secret Realm islands ranked from S to E appeared. The higher the rank, the more terrifying the monsters. S-rank realms were beyond human control. If they spilled into reality, it would be an apocalyptic disaster. City Secret Realm No. 3, E-rank. Daihoa put his hands in his pockets and walked forward. It was more deserted than expected because it had been developed for a long time. The treasures were likely already taken. He told the guard he had booked a ticket to Secret Realm No. 3. The gatekeeper required him to sign a life and death waiver before handing over the ticket. Before him stood a shimmering blue gate. He murmured that this was the Secret Realm Rift. He smiled. The journey to become the Monster King began. Daihoa shouted loudly and rushed into the gate. "I am coming." Felt like falling into a deep lake. A few seconds later, he landed on the ground. Daihoa appeared in a forest beneath a sky filled with planets. The majestic sight far surpassed any description in books. He walked while observing, unaware that a rabbit had appeared behind him. Information appeared: level 1 monster, saber-toothed rabbit. It bared its fangs and claws. The rabbit lunged at extreme speed, but Daihoa had already grabbed its head. He sneered, "Did you think I could not sense it?" The life magnetic field ability had already warned him. Daihoa crushed the rabbit head. Monster core fell into his hand. A low-level saber-toothed rabbit could sell for about 1,000, earning that in a few minutes was far more efficient than working a month. He spun the monster core. A shadow flickered behind him. Level 1 monsters were insignificant. The target had to be level 2 or higher. A creature emerged. The panel displayed level 2 monster, corpse fiend worm. Daihoa drew his knife and smiled. Speak of it and it arrives. And City Secret Realm No. 3, E-rank. Daihoa began fighting the corpse fiend worm. He recalled from the illustrated manual that its abdomen was weaker than its armored back. That was the breakthrough point. The corpse fiend worm curled up, then charged. Daihoa gathered strength into his hand, creating a blue glow, activating martial power. The beam shot straight at the monster. The worm counterattacked by firing 2 spinning fangs toward him. Daihoa was surprised. It could shoot its teeth. He swiftly dodged the attack. Daihoa angrily shouted, "Do you know how expensive this outfit is?" He pondered, with his current strength it was hard to defeat the corpse fiend worm. Lacking martial skills meant even strong blood energy could not be fully unleashed. The original host had been lazy, so he could only rely on brute force. Veins bulged as he roared and activated the Godzilla bloodline, his eyes turning. A monster phantom appeared, his hands gradually transforming into sharp claws. The monster opened its massive mouth wide, its eyes revealing fierce savagery. Daihoa stomped hard, accelerating straight toward the target. Two slashes instantly appeared across the monster body, its flesh splitting apart in chunks. The blade pierced cleanly through its body. White smoke rose around him. After his physique soared to 21 points, dealing with a level 2 worm was no longer difficult. To end the transformation, he had to release excess heat energy from his body, feeling like a roaring jet engine. Daihoa looked at the newly bought knife and sighed. It had been corroded by the corpse fiend worm venom after just one use. Equipment worth 250,000 could not withstand a level 2 monster. Truly a bad purchase. He had to file a complaint. He rubbed his rumbling stomach. It was his first time hunting monsters, and the stamina drain was huge. He had even forgotten to bring food. A strange fragrance drifted over, surprising him. What kind of scent was so pleasant? Looking at the monster core in his hand, he suddenly realized it was from the corpse fiend worm. The aroma it emitted was strangely enticing. He opened his mouth, tossed the monster core in, and muttered whatever. Daihoa swallowed the monster core into his stomach. The core gradually dissolved into a stream of energy. System sounded. A blue radiance burst around Daihoa. The template compatibility had increased. He said joyfully, spending hundreds of thousands on medicine only raised it by 1%. Yet a single green core raised it by 0.3%. A few more would equal 1/2. Then the white core of the saber-toothed rabbit must be at least 1%. He laughed with moist eyes, truly burning money in vain. 2 fingers glowing blue pressed against his forehead, turning regret into motivation. Tonight he would hunt to his heart content. Visible waves spread outward. The life magnetic field activated. The system announced, Mad Lizard Emperor Moloch template reached 9% compatibility. Total physique 158. Daihoa slowly walked out of the gate. Once compatibility reached 9%, the white cores no longer increased it. They could only be sold for money. The buyer widened his eyes in shock. A total of 20 white cores and 1 green core. He was only a high school student, yet hunted so many. Daihoa left under admiring gazes. According to regulations, each green core required submitting a certain number of white cores to management. At another secret realm gate, a group gathered to discuss. Lamha said they had previously pinpointed the approximate location of the blood jade fruit, but old Tran was injured and could not join this time. Tiuha worried that the team had only 5 people left. Tiuvu reminded them that at least 6 were required to enter a D-rank realm. Lamha pointed at the cap wearing youth. It was fine. He had asked someone to recommend an additional warrior. Daihoa picked his nose while looking at Lamha. Since he did not meet the requirements to enter a D-rank realm, he had to use the black market to create a fake identity costing 100,000. Lamha asked if he was a 9th stage martial apprentice. He nodded to confirm. Lamha frowned. The name Dedla sounded strange. Daihoa replied helplessly that there was no other way and they could just call him whatever. 2 opposite exchanged glances. Lamha said fine, consider it an alias, as long as his 9th stage warrior strength was real. The whole team got in the vehicle and headed straight into the realm gate. The scene that appeared was a vast desert. They chatted while moving. Daihoa looked outside. Last time it was a rainforest. This time it was a desert. Indeed, each secret realm was like a different world. Suddenly, several earth demon rats appeared behind them. Ho Duck shouted to inform the captain. Captain Jia Len ordered Ho Duck to handle it. He immediately responded. Ho Duck turned and threw darts at the monsters. The earth demon rats were killed in an instant. The team continued speeding across the sand. Ho Duck reported it was done. Daihoa secretly observed that the darts exploded like bombs upon impact. This man was truly taciturn. A large oasis appeared ahead beneath a sky with many floating planets. They got out of the vehicle and moved toward it. Daihoa asked why they did not continue by vehicle. Lamha replied that the monsters in the oasis were highly sensitive and noise would alert them, then assigned tasks. Lamha directed. Tiuha would throw a stun grenade to lure the target. Tiu Vu and Ho Duck would set traps. Lao Lu would provide sniper support. He would engage head-on. He looked at Daihoa and told him to observe. Daihoa reluctantly agreed. Glowing object shot into the sky. It exploded into fragments. The stun grenade contained high-level monster pheromones, causing creatures in the oasis to think their territory was invaded and rush out. Second-rank Earth Dragon charged forward. Everyone shouted, warning the rookie to be careful. A man swept past Ho Duck dart position, drew his blade. The bald man grinned wickedly and licked the blade. Above them, the giant planets in the sky rotated. Lamha fought the Earth Dragon alone. Just as he brought it down, his teammates ran over reporting it was handled. Manhwa sheathed his weapon and smiled, saying they would continue searching for the blood jade fruit. Suddenly, the remaining earth dragon claw attacked from behind. Someone shouted, "Captain Lamb, be careful." A figure leapt high into the air. Yahello appeared with cold eyes. He unleashed a powerful strike straight at the monster. Manhwa was astonished. Only a first-stage martial apprentice yet able to shake a second-rank monster. Manhwa ran over praising the move as extremely strong. Manhwa clapped and praised his fist technique. Manhwa slung an arm over Yahello saying he had truly defeated a second-rank monster. Manhwa gratefully thanked him. Yahello calmly replied it was nothing. Someone raised the blood jade fruit, high shouting it was found. Manhwa pointed at the earth dragon core, saying this trip was a great harvest. Manhwa looked at the dark red fruit, asking how it was used. Yahello stood at a distance swallowing. It was likely a rare high-level treasure. Manhwa smiled. Though dangerous, they had finally slain the earth dragon and found the blood jade. Suddenly, Manhwa screamed as Ho Duck stabbed him in the back and coldly said, "All your schemes are useless." Manhwa and Manhwa cried out at the same time, "Captain Lamb." Laolu also panicked and asked what was happening. Manhwa turned back and demanded to know why Ho Duck had betrayed him. Tall man stepped to Ho Duck's side and sneered, "Still do not understand. Of course it is for profit." A hoarse laugh echoed out. Yahello asked Manhwa if he knew the bald man. Manhwa gritted his teeth and said that was Hok Bang, who specialized in robbing warriors of their spoils in secret realms. Manhwa trembled from the poison and asked Ho Duck how he knew the location of the blood jade fruit, when even the team had only learned it after entering. Yahello suddenly remembered that Ho Duck darts could leave traces of aura. Ho Duck's expression changed as he praised him for being clever and mocked that with the college exam approaching he was not at school but running around with them. Yahello raised his head and coldly replied, "That is right. I am waiting for the day I seize the top scholar position." Ho Duck immediately hurled his weapon forward and shouted loudly, "How arrogant." Yahello clamped the dart between two fingers and replied indifferently, "A fence-sitter like you daring to raise your voice before me is the real arrogance." He tightened his grip and crushed the weapon in his hand, his voice full of contempt. "Let me clean up this trash." Bang growled, "Interesting brat Ho Duck, I want his head." Ho Duck instantly charged at Yahello. Yahello gathered his strength and quickly erected a protective layer to block the strike. In a blink, the space before him was empty. Someone shouted, "Be careful." Ho Duck had vanished. The next moment he appeared above. A warning rang out above your head. Yahello formed a seal before his forehead, just in time to test the new move he had comprehended. The next instant, the force pierced through Ho Duck's body and crushed his spirit. Manhwa's mouth fell open. Killed Ho Duck in one move. Was he truly only a martial apprentice? Yahello brushed off his hands and coldly turned away as the corpse fell. Hok Bang pointed in horror. "That was a gene technique. Which family do you belong to?" Yahello released a majestic aura. "Family, I belong to the Malak. Do you want to kneel and beg for mercy?" Hok Bang displayed his strength. "Even with gene techniques, you cannot erase the martial gap between us." Behind him appeared the phantom of a ferocious bear. The savage tyrant bear bloodline activated, muscles bulging. He roared and charged, unleashing the martial skill mountain-shattering peak. Yahello lowered his center of gravity and countered at the lower body. Hok Bang sneered, "My legs are as hard as steel." When the opponent swung his strike, Yahello leapt high. Bang immediately pursued into the air. He grabbed forward with two massive hands. A second-rank warrior was indeed different. Even atomic breath could not break the defense of his ankle. Bang hands slammed together like thunder. Suddenly, Yahello appeared behind him, finished. "Now it is my turn." He clenched his fist, cold air spreading around his hand. Hundreds of fist shadows rained down on Hok Bang's body. Hok Bang was blasted to the ground. People around exclaimed in shock, "So strong." Hok Bang's face twisted. "Your gene is poisonous, despicable, and evil path warrior like you will be punished sooner or later. I curse you." Yahello's eyes were icy. "Many have cursed me. What are you worth?" The scene shifted to an City Central Stadium. The Martial University entrance examination officially began. The MC sent wishes for flourishing martial fortune. The MC introduced the arena format. Contestants would fight in pairs, winners advance. The event lasted 3 days, the first 2 for preliminaries, the third for high school students. Strange symbols appeared on the electronic board. Each preliminary contestant must fight 3 matches, then be eliminated step by step to find the champion. The MC excitedly announced, "For the future of humanity, display your strength." The City College examination officially begins. On Arena 1-2, contestants rushed into combat. On Arena 6, another pair was fiercely competing. However, Arena 6 had only one figure. The MC announced that a contestant was late. The MC checked the list. Hong Dong Dong and Yahello from City No 1 High School. Only Hong Dong Dong was present. If Yahello did not appear, he would forfeit. Dong Dong stood with hands on hips angrily. "The last gene assembly was my humiliation. I planned to use Blazing Fire Lizard to take revenge, but he hid away." The audience grew impatient, daring not to come to the college exam, probably hiding at home trembling. Someone like that is unfit for high school. The referee blew the whistle, declaring the waiting time over. Suddenly the crowd stirred. Something was rushing over. Someone remarked the aura was overwhelming. A blue sphere fell from the sky. Was that a person? Yahello descended with glowing blue eyes, the force allowing him to soar in the air. He landed powerfully, forcing Dong Dong to step back. She grew wary. What was he trying to do? A surge of power appeared before her. In the next instant, Dong Dong was blasted off the arena. Yahello covered his face and sighed in relief. Almost had to repeat the year. The MC declared Yahello the winner. He asked blankly, "Is it already over?" The audience immediately changed tone. Yahello is too strong. One kick defeated his opponent. Truly a strike descending from the sky. System sounded. Yahello remembered the blood jade fruit Lam Ha had given him. It needed time to digest to raise his physique. Something exciting was coming. The ranking board was quickly updated. In the next match, Yahello kicked down Long Thao of Incity No 4 High School and won. After that, another kick defeated Long Dao of Incity No 3 High School. The crowd cheered. Every match ended with one kick, never dragging on. Yahello clenched his fist. 3 wins in a row, advancing to the third preliminary round. In the waiting room, someone suggested he look into Dongsun University. Numerous schools extended invitations, promising scholarships and subsidies, hoping he would join. Asked about his preferred university, he turned back in thought. Yahello decisively said, "I want to enter Hoadu University." The others dispersed with faint smiles. "Wait until you are eliminated, then come back to us. Hoadu is a top global martial holy land, not easy to reach." Yahello smiled confidently. "Warriors speak with strength. Wait until I seize the championship and see who dares look down on me." 2 people stepped in coldly demanding to recheck his rank. The guard was astonished. "9th stage martial apprentice. Half a month ago you were only 3rd stage. Are you suspecting me of cheating?" They questioned why he repeatedly entered E-rank realms before the exam. Yahello calmly replied, "My father once said that to surpass humanity one must dare to leave limits behind. I entered secret realms to fight and break gene locks." The 2 were shocked and asked if he truly meant breaking gene locks. He immediately ran off to report. Yahello felt as if he had been placed under special observation. Yahello watched interviews of parents cheering their children on the screen. He leaned back and said there are even interviews of family members of contestants. Looking up at the empty space, he thought there was no one standing behind to cheer for him. It seemed no one truly cared. Below, his teacher was restless, constantly cheering "Go Yahello." On the arena, Yahello looked at his opponent with indifference. The MC voice rang out. First elimination round. Representative of Incity No 1 High School, Yahello. Opposite stood La Hyan of No 3 High School. The top of the 3rd year, 8th stage martial apprentice, awakened a rare 2nd-rank bloodline. Both parents were warriors. Everyone thought his opponent was finished. Yahello casually scratched his neck and said, "You make the first move." La Hyan grew angry. "Do you not know who I am? Whether you know or not will not change the outcome." Immediately he transformed into beast form. "You are right. The result is that I win." He rushed forward and even wished him luck not to die on the spot. His sharp claws closed in on Yahello. Yahello blocked coldly. The aura was there, but compared to the bald man before it was far inferior. La Hyan's face turned pale. "My arm." Yahello suddenly raised his hand high and forcefully slammed his opponent straight to the floor. He revealed a sinister smile unlike a contestant. The MC declared, "Incity No 1 High School, Yahello wins." La Hyan fainted. The number 1 seed was defeated in one move. The audience gasped, so strong yet down in a blink. Yahello immediately climbed to the top trending broadcast, his master demeanor obvious, strength far surpassing other contestants. Comments flooded with praise. The crowd roared. Even using his hand, it was still one move. Truly the one-kick Superman. Yahello is certain to enter the finals. La Hyan was carried away, so Chow stood at a distance, coldly calling Yahello a name. He raised his brow. "No wonder I noticed you. In the finals I will defeat you." At the online admissions office of Hoadu University, someone shouted loudly, "Immediately gather all his records." Elsewhere, the 2nd elimination round was unfolding with intense excitement. Live broadcast comments exploded. The battle of the beautiful geniuses. Tai Thiu Lin, the queen of Incity No 2 High School, challenged Lu Than Truck with an annoyingly mechanical gaze. Lu Than Truck stood quietly opposite, the icy flower of No 1 High School. The audience flocked in to watch the 2 beauties compete. The whistle sounded, signaling the start. Tai Thiu Lin rushed forward. "Wait and see when I slam you to the ground whether you can still keep that cold expression." And Truck calmly executed the secret technique of the Lu family. A swirling force wrapped tightly around Thiu Lin's legs. He was flung far away. Thiu Lin roared and counterattacked. "Fight me seriously." And Truck continued to counter. Thiu Lin panicked as she realized she had fallen into a trap. Her hand was caught in the current of energy, unable to pull free. A sharp force swept across Thiu Lin's face. The MC exclaimed, "The mysterious yellow martial skill." a high school student mastering this move. Such talent could even earn direct admission to Hoa Du. Behind Thieu Lin appeared the phantom of a fierce tiger. The tiger lunged at Than Truck. The MC was astonished. A third-rank king bloodline shocking Shadow Tiger King. This bloodline is extremely hard to control. This girl future is limitless. Thieu Lin shouted, "Release your Nether Sparrow bloodline." Than Truck replied coldly, "This is enough." The words enraged Thieu Lin. "Do you think relying only on martial skills can defeat me?" Two charged into fierce combat. Than Truck lightly neutralized the attack. Thieu Lin launched a kick toward the lower body. Than Truck eyes flashed. She deftly received the strike. Two clashed like a raging storm. The MC described weapons colliding violently as smoke and dust filled the arena. The audience held their breath waiting to see who would remain standing. When the dust cleared, Thieu Lin was still standing. The MC hesitated. "Wait, Thieu Lin eyes are losing focus." The MC shouted, "Tai Thieu Lin has collapsed from exhaustion. Than Truck remains standing." Than Truck won using only martial skills despite both being 9th stage martial apprentices and her opponent possessing a king bloodline. The audience praised the goddess as too powerful. It is said she awakened a 4th-rank Nether Breath bloodline. Most warriors would struggle to match her. The electronic board displayed the draw for the quarterfinals. Dai Hoa stepped forward coldly to draw. He drew a card. The tall Than Quan raised his card and said, "We meet. I am from Than Phong Private School." Dai Hoa replied he was from An City No 1 High School. Than Quan pointed aside. "We are the second match. First watch the opening match." The MC announced the first quarterfinal between Lak Tuk of Than Phong and So Chow of No 1 High School. Chow appeared on the screen. Lak Tuk was very strong and skilled with his bloodline, but before So Chow he had almost no chance. The MC declared So Chow the winner. Dai Hoa repeated his name. "That is a classmate from your school, and you did not know." The principal of Than Phong was furious, defeated immediately upon stepping up. Dai Hoa asked Than Quan how Lak Tuk compared to him. He smiled and replied, "I am the chief of martial studies at Than Phong. The two companions together could not defeat me." He narrowed his eyes and said, "In truth, in this exam, you are the most formidable opponent I see." Than Quan said, "I have sharp intuition. Inside you there seems to be a sleeping volcano and a colossal beast." He laughed and pointed, "It is our turn." Two stepped onto the arena. The MC announced the second quarterfinal. Two figures of stark contrast stood facing each other. Than Quan of Than Phong against Dai Hoa of No 1 High School. Under the lights, the MC shouted that their in-city quarterfinal was unfolding intensely. The two sides fought evenly matched in strength. Bursts of energy light forced the audience to shield their eyes. Than Quan gritted his teeth as blood flowed. "Is this your bloodline power?" He exclaimed that the force directly destroyed cells, while Dai Hoa realized the opponent had used martial energy to form a shield blocking nuclear radiation. Dai Hoa eyes blazed. Before him stood a monster worth conquering. Quan immediately erupted, then witnessed the inherited martial art of the then family. A giant python opened its mouth as if to swallow everything. Behind it, both fists struck simultaneously in a relentless and powerful assault. Dai Hoa, previously calm gaze, suddenly turned sharp, inwardly startled by the incredible speed. The ferocious punch targeted his abdomen. The MC voice thundered, "Too powerful." Dai Hoa, once called the one-kick Superman, is hit head-on for the first time. Blow forced a small mouthful of blood from Dai Hoa, enough to show how terrifying Than Quan's strength was. Dai Hoa staggered back, clutching his aching abdomen. Lak Tuk did not relent. He charged forward with momentum and shouted, "Where are you running?" Dai Hoa's small frame still stood firm, blocking the incoming assault. Tang Yen gritted his teeth, thinking Than Quan was not striking with pure strength alone, but fusing martial energy into his body to create double damage. Previously, opponents were too weak, so he had never faced a seasoned combat expert. While he was still analyzing, a hand suddenly looped behind his back. Lak Tuk pressed close and gripped Dai Hoa's neck, saying coldly, "You guessed only half right. I not only infused martial skills into my body, but also sealed yours so you cannot use them." After speaking, he casually hurled his opponent into the air. Lak Tuk slid across the ground, sprang up and flung Dai Hoa away again. The offensive was like a raging storm, leaving no chance to breathe. Dai Hoa covered his face to defend. Lak Tuk's voice rang coldly, "You cannot defeat me." Immediately, a massive force descended. Lak Tuk laughed loudly. The MC commented that Than Quan unleashed a chain of combos, leaving Dai Hoa nearly unable to resist. Two medics stood ready outside. The MC said if Than Quan fully combined his intent fist, even an ordinary warrior would lose half his life. It seemed the outcome was decided. The haze gradually dispersed. Suddenly, Lak Tuk became alert. A powerful figure stepped out with overwhelming aura. Sharp claws manifested. Dai Hoa said in a deep voice, "You are indeed strong Than Quan." Dai Hoa leapt high, the bloodline within him fully awakened. His eyes shone. "Consider it a reward for being the first to see this form of mine." The MC exclaimed that was the true body of a monster. In Small and City, besides Than Truck, another bloodline genius had appeared. Lak Tuk widened his eyes in horror. A true monster body. Yahello advanced. Lak Tuk murmured, your bloodline awakened to such a high level. The bearded elder was startled by the MC words. Each judge wore monitoring earpieces to track contestants. His expression changed when seeing the nuclear index of power. What is happening? The radiation level has exceeded the threshold. A massive sphere appeared. The MC said the judges seemed to have discovered something abnormal about Yahello, a true monster body. The audience buzzed. Is that Yahello awakened bloodline? So cool, does anyone know what monster it is? It is said it has not been identified. How can something so powerful have an unknown origin? Yahello looked with evaluation. It seemed Blue Planet did not have creatures of Lak, so they failed to recognize it. Blood flowed again from Lak Tuk's nose. His martial energy barrier could barely withstand Yahello power. It seemed the match could not be prolonged. He also released his own monster. The MC shouted another third-rank king bloodline. This year exam truly gathers experts. Yahello observed his opponent coldly. Two almost simultaneously charged straight at each. A surge of green light erupted. Lak Tuk's arm throbbed violently. Had he not neutralized the force in time, it might have been shattered. Earlier he boasted, but now felt the impact. Yahello stepped forward and said, you were already outstanding than Quan, but unfortunately it cannot change the outcome. Lak Tuk gritted his teeth, murmuring, true monster body. The two sides grappled without a clear victor. The MC continued, commenting that the second quarterfinal featured a third-ranked king bloodline and an extremely powerful, mysterious monster bloodline. Truly rare. Lak Tuk was inwardly shaken. Yahello power after deep awakening was unfathomable. He could not read his martial skills and had to retreat strategically. Suddenly Yahello rushed forward, shouting, big guy, do not lose focus. He extended his claws straight toward his opponent. Lak Tuk immediately countered. His arm rotated and coiled tightly around the opponent's arm. Lak Tuk slipped behind and said, indeed, I cannot hold you, but my goal was only to circle behind. After speaking, he leapt high. Yahello stood firm as a rock. A large streak of light descended over his head. Lak Tuk's leg crashed down like a heavy hammer. After the strike, he landed steadily. Suddenly, his gaze froze for a few seconds. Yahello stood there with arms crossed, his expression indifferent. He lifted one leg and said slowly, now it is my turn. Yahello gathered power, dazzling blue light erupting. Just as he was about to strike, Lak Tuk suddenly knelt down. He lowered his head and said, brother Dai, I admit defeat. Yahello opened his mouth in surprise. I already prepared to unleash my move and you surrender like this. It makes me uncomfortable. The next second he relaxed his hand. Forget it. He took a deep breath and sighed that the energy building up inside him felt truly uncomfortable. Then he returned to human form. According to the rules, once one side surrenders, the other may not continue attacking. The MC announced the match ended with Yahello of City No 1 High School victorious. Cheers thundered from all sides of the stands. Brother Dai is amazing. Brother Dai is champion. On social media, people discussed the match non-stop. His image quickly climbed the trending searches. Yahello fan clubs on top exploded. The first three groups were already full. The entire match was posted in detail. His striking moves spread rapidly. Many asserted that this year's top scorer would surely be Brother Dai. In the leadership seating of Than Phong Private School, the man flushed red with anger. Lak Tuk had lost, and he had bet everything on Then Quan. He pointed at Lak Tuk and shouted, how dare you surrender? How much money we invested in training you, you ungrateful wretch. Do not even dream of entering university. Suddenly Lak Tuk placed a firm hand on his shoulder, startling him. What are you doing? Lak Tuk replied calmly, that punch I could not withstand. To avoid damaging my foundation, I had to surrender. Otherwise, would you take the blow for me? I will repay the training costs gradually. But remember, you cannot threaten a warrior stronger than yourself. Hearing that, his face turned pale and he stammered, fine, you have a point. On the big screen, the 4 strongest names appeared. The MC announced after fierce competition, the top 4 had emerged, and City No 1 High School took 3 of 4 spots, becoming the biggest winner. In the leadership area of City No 1 High School, everyone smiled widely. Laolu years of effort had finally paid off. Teacher Menzel was thrilled that Yahello was so outstanding. The MC continued. Next begins the semi-final draw ceremony. Yahello glanced at the result and sighed softly. Oh, again. Suddenly Than Truck raised her slip and calmly said, I also drew a. Minutes later, the MC announced semi-final 1 was an internal battle of City No 1 High School between Yahello and Lu Than Truck. Netizens erupted in anticipation of the most epic clash in history. Some shouted Goddess Lu go. Others believed Brother Dai would surely. Than Truck stood coldly, circulating her power. Many believed she held the advantage with 2 mysterious yellow martial skills, having overwhelmed even a king bloodline like Tai Thiu Lin when Sujii Nether Sparrow was not fully awakened. Yahello was no less impressive, having forced third-rank king Then Quan to reveal his bloodline. Though he might possess a 4th-rank lineage, his martial foundation was considered inferior to Lu Than Truck. Most comments agreed. Scene shifted to the semi-final arena. The audience roared endlessly. The announcer voice rang out Lu Than Truck of City No 1 High School. Dai Hoa of City No 1 High School. The referee immediately declared the match start. Dai Hoa stood indifferently, both hands still in his pockets. Powerful aura from him forced Than Truck to raise her hand to shield her face. Within the hazy dust, two blazing eyes appeared, making her flinch. She focused intensely on her opponent, Dai Hoa hoping he had enough skill. At the opening, Dai Hoa released a large amount of steam covering the arena. The stands buzzed as no one could see clearly what was happening. The MC shouted excitedly, how will the Lu family genius face the dark horse Dai Hoa? Will he activate his awakened bloodline? In the white smoke, Dai Hoa watched the shadow calculating. Than Truck martial arts far surpassed his. With such mystical skills, even great strength would struggle to harm her. Gaze remained steady. A genius like her gained advantage the longer the fight lasted. To win, he must unleash everything in one burst. With that thought, he immediately launched mountain-crushing fist, the punch tearing through the... On the other side, Than Truck clasped her hands preparing. So he attacks first, then I will defend with martial energy and counter. Dai Hoa lowered his body with imposing force. Seeing the attack, Than Truck smiled faintly. This trick is too obvious. The movement was extremely smooth, shouting fist, yet in reality lashing out with a steel whip. A wide mouth with layers of sharp teeth opened. Dai Hoa descended from above, preparing to strike. Than Truck raised her hand to block. Comments flooded accusing Dai Hoa of deceitful tactics, but strategy is unavoidable in warrior combat. Dai Hoa seemed to gain the upper hand, his aura disrupting Than Truck and landing a blow to her torso. He pressed the attack relentlessly, making it hard for her to escape, formed a cross seal with both hands, and used martial energy to blast her away, creating a chance for Than Truck to temporarily break free. Sharp claws flashed. Than Truck spun to evade, not so easily suppressed. He quickly slipped away from the powerful assault. Her eyes widened. A storm of martial energy enveloped her. She struggled to lift herself, avoiding the sweeping radiance. Immediately, the point of light exploded violently. Suddenly, Dai Hoa appeared before her, baring his teeth in a grin, "Do not run, Lu classmate." He instantly unleashed a chain of strikes at Than Truck, defended while calculating. Such high intensity, yet he shows no exhaustion. I have two mysterious yellow martial skills, one defensive called Floating Blossom Illusory Shat, the other offensive called Primordial Jade Finger. If I can execute one move, it will break this encirclement. Than Truck was gradually forced to the edge of the platform, but Dai Hoa gave her no chance. Endure a little more, and she would fall and lose. Her pink eyes remained calm. It seems there is no other choice. Feathers began to sprout from her skin. Dai Hoa closely observed every transformation. Her gaze turned vivid purple, forced to use the final card. The awakened bloodline, nether aura gradually gathering. A figure swiftly soared into the large wings spread wide. Several purple feathers drifted down. Than Truck appeared in a new form, revealing for the first time the nether sparrow monster bloodline. She spoke in a low voice, reminding Dai Hoa, be careful. In this state, I struggle to control my strength. Dai Hoa still smiled without fear. Even better, because until now I have used only 50% of my strength. Next, I will go all out. As his words ended, he swiftly moved behind, hovering above Than Truck, executed the mysterious yellow martial skill, Primordial Jade Finger. Dai Hoa responded excitedly with Atomic Burst Fist. Two streams of green and purple energy collided violently midair. The audience gasped at the explosive power. Many dared not open their eyes. Above Than Truck raised her hand to shield her face from the fiercer. In her violet-pink eyes flickered alertness. Before her appeared a muscular body. The opponent eyes blazed, mouth opening wide repeatedly. This was the first semi-final of this year's examination. Sweat rolled down Than Truck's cheek. This energy fluctuation is truly unstable. The MC shouted Dai Hoa true monster body is accumulating power. He narrated that the spine on his back seemed compressing a massive source of energy. The mouth full of teeth opened wide. Dazzling light gathered and gradually concentrated forward. Dai Hoa bent his body, circulating primordial martial breath. Blazing radiance enveloped Than Truck's entire body. She folded her wings, shielding herself. After a moment, Than Truck opened her eyes slightly, awakened potential surging. A fierce blue beam shot straight toward her. Than Truck tried to activate Feather Stance Reflection. The MC shouted, this is bad. Dai Hoa breath has been reflected back by the feathers on Than Truck body. The scene startled many spectators. In the sky appeared countless golden honeycomb-like fragments. The blue beams pierced directly into that area. On the opposite side, the situation was no different. Instantly at City Square, the figure of Hong Kin gradually appeared. Spoke in a deep voice, reminding watch closely. The strongest top scorer in city history may be born today. The MC was extremely excited. Fortunately, Mayor Hong stepped in to protect audience safety. Drops of blood fell onto the arena floor, and truck clothes were tattered. She knelt weakly trying to stand, half conscious with blood at the corner of her mouth. One move shattered my nether defense. Can I truly defeat him? Childhood memories surged with voices reminding Lu Than Truck, you are the hope of reviving the Lu family. You must not lose. Ancestors are watching. Do not disappoint us. And she choked. Her silver-haired mother placed a hand on her head, saying, I devoted everything to train you so one day you restore the Lu family. You must not be soft-hearted, making Than Truck whisper, Mother, I. Echoing voices insisted you must not only win this match, but keep winning forever. But Mother, I cannot breathe anymore. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and exhaustion. She was truly drained. Looking at the opponent before her, she admitted that Dai Hoa was indeed far too strong. Face remained calm. Facing an opponent like this, losing might not be so wrong. Thinking that, Than Truck suddenly rushed forward to attack, deliberately exposing a flaw and hoping Dai Hoa would finish her quickly. Strike landed straight against his chest. Than Truck stood stunned and asked why he did not dodge. Dai Hoa calmly replied, Lu Than Truck, why are you attacking without any will like this? His words left her frozen in place. Dai Hoa softly asked whether she was truly serious about fighting him. He clenched his fist and declared that he would claim the top scholar title openly and honorably. And Truck was still in shock. Dai Hoa did not stop. He threw a direct punch at her face. He lightly opened his palm in warning, be serious for me. Then he unleashed blows one after another, asking if she was serious. Than Truck finally burst into tears. This hateful guy, from childhood until now no one had ever dared to hit me like this. Covering her face, she choked out that she had already intended to give him the victory. Why did he keep forcing her? She gathered all her strength and shouted, do not hit a woman in the face, bastard. Dai Hoa replied coldly, if you do not want to be hit, then fight properly. Driven into a corner, Than Truck unleashed the forbidden human blood art, transforming into her true demonic beast form. Her eyes flashed with determination. Dai Hoa, as you wish, I will face you in my strongest state. Dai Hoa watched as she stepped closer to him. You seem to have waited for this moment for a long time, finally revealing your true demonic beast form. Now that is worth fighting. Dai Hoa also unleashed his full aura. Since that is the case, I will not hold back either. This move is called the Hardened Chi technique, combined with the Emperor Demon Luo bloodline to form the core Radiance battle art. He shouted in challenge, let us have a satisfying battle. At this moment, Than Truck no longer intended to yield. She unleashed Wind Fury Ren, a raging storm capable of sweeping everything away. The battle reached its climax as the two strongest fighters clashed head-on. Dai Hoa shifted his move at extreme speed, switching to explosive break fist. Than Truck seemed to draw all the evil energy into her mouth to counterattack. He released the terrifying energy source in a frenzy. One stood in the sky, one on the ground. Both exerted their full strength to defeat the other. She gritted her teeth and stood firm, preparing to unleash an even more terrifying strike. Dai Hoa's eyes calculated. Could it be that only she knew how to erupt with power? A current tore through space, cracking the protective layer around her. Than Truck was far from ordinary. She poured out all her strength to unleash her old ultimate move again. This time I will not retreat, abandoning defense to unleash the strongest move of the Lu family. In her heart, she swore to confront him head-on. Dai Hoa responded with the destructive atomic earth breath. Than Truck nearly went mad. She released all of her bloodline power. Dai Hoa continuously unleashed the killing move Nether Blood Pierce, causing his opponent to fall with the slightest mistake. Two forces were nearly equal. No one could predict the outcome. Atomic Earth Breath and Nether Blood Pierce collided violently. The spectators were horrified because that power had surpassed the control of the two contestants. In the midst of the battle, Dai Hoa conceived the idea of circulating the genetic technique to stabilize his power. A formation was erected, the Earth Vein Divine Wall capable of suppressing the opponent. The surrounding boulders cracked under the terrifying pressure. Even the onlookers had to admit that this collision was astonishing. Was it the mayor who created the barrier? Perhaps the mayor wanted to block the attacks of the two. Otherwise, everyone might have been implicated. Even Hong Qin fell silent because the three hastily erected layers of Earth Vein Divine Wall were not stable enough. In the end, the two attacks still collided. Who would have thought that this year's exam would produce two such monsters? Blood dripped from Than Truck's hand. She clutched her arm in pain. The power of her true demonic beast form had been exhausted. I cannot give up, I can still fight. At that moment, Dai Hoa's footsteps approached. His figure now appeared tall and overwhelming. Dai Hoa admitted that Than Truck's eruption was on par with his own. Even after taking the hit, she was not severely injured. He reminded her that if the nuclear radiation was not eliminated, it would leave unpredictable consequences. Hearing that, Than Truck trembled slightly at the terrifying prospect. She raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears. I never wanted to fight to this extent. Why do you keep forcing me? Dai Hoa silently sat down opposite her, said slowly, do you truly not want to fight? or do you simply not dare to admit your thirst for victory? When you risked your life against me, I clearly felt your desire to win. She had no words to refute him. Thinking it over carefully, she realized he was right. Just now she truly wanted to win. That was why she abandoned defense and unleashed her full power, although she always claimed to hate fighting and only wanted it to end quickly. In the previous battle, she had felt the boiling joy of combat, not for anyone else but for herself. Yahello gently reached out and brushed aside a strand of hair from Than Truck's forehead, causing her face to flush red for a moment. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said that during the fight, she had been distracted by too many stray thoughts. That was the reason for her defeat. Than Truck lowered her gaze to her arm. The wound and the radiation had been controlled quite well. Yahello nodded in acknowledgement, but still said that she was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. If there is another chance, I sincerely want to fight you in a purer battle, Than Truck, you. She widened her eyes in surprise and softly called, classmate Yahello. The mist completely dissipated. On the arena, only Yahello remained standing firmly. Semi-final officially concluded. Yahello of Enhat, Trung and Than claimed victory. After defeating Than Truck, So Chow also advanced smoothly. The battle for the top scholar of Enthan was about to erupt. This was a fiery confrontation between Enhat Trung and Than's Yahello and his schoolmate representative, So Chow. Number of online viewers surged with every passing minute. Host announced the final had begun. So Chow coldly said, "Please guide me." Yahello responded that he was ready to fight. Yahello entered his battle state, "Come at me." So Chow pierced through layers of afterimages and charged forward like lightning. Yahello stood proudly waiting, his aura unwavering. The energy of the two intertwined, creating a terrifying pressure as if to crush everything. Atomic force erupted. So Chow closed in. Yahello immediately unleashed explosive break fist, sweeping the surroundings at astonishing speed. So Chow continuously dodged to avoid injury, using a simple yet brutal method to destroy the clones. He realized that his defense could hardly withstand that destructive power. Among their age, few could fight Yahello in close combat. Truly a monster. If I cannot get close, then I will wear you down from a distance. So Chow activated his awakened bloodline. Flames surged violently. He was completely confident in his own strength. So Chow's ice bloodline transformed into a colossal mountain of ice. The audience marveled at the scene, as if a demonic ice dragon had returned. Yahello's fans also cheered loudly, "Great Demon King, keep it up. Ice cannot stop you." The power of the ice bloodline quickly erected an entire range of ice mountains covering the arena. Yahello was sealed within. However, So Chow gradually became exhausted. The immense icy power placed a heavy burden on his body. Look, the gigantic block of ice is beginning to melt. Ice shattered and released energy everywhere. So Chow's eyes widened in shock. How could it be broken so easily? He tried to control the backlash of power surging toward him. Everything exploded. The majestic ice mountain disintegrated in an instant. Yahello stepped out calmly and said, "Your demonic ice dragon is useless against me." Icy mist surrounded his body. "It seems my attribute counters yours." So Chow had to admit that the gap in strength was far too great. Yahello continued, "Receive my final move. This is the current limit of martial arts. I originally intended to save it for Than Truck." So Chow roared and poured all his power into unleashing sword intent, wounded soul. Hong Kin observed from afar in astonishment. At such a young age, he had already comprehended sword intent. So Chow exerted all his strength to swing his sword, bringing its full might toward his opponent. Blood dripped from the blade onto the ground. Yahello thought to himself that if he had changed to a better sword, perhaps he would still have had a chance. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. A fragment of the broken sword fell. His blade had already cracked. So Chow looked at Yahello with disdain and asked where that chance was. Yahello smiled and said his chance was even smaller than the probability of being struck by lightning. So Chow sighed and raised his hand in surrender. "I admit defeat." When Than University final came to an end, Yahello was crowned champion. The fans cheered endlessly. Brother Dai truly is #1. Even though So Chow is strong, before Yahello he is still not enough. Dark Horse Yahello charged straight to the throne in one breath. From the last ranked student last year to this year's top scholar, the story was truly inspiring. The standards this year were unprecedented, and he still surpassed them, worthy of being the strongest top scholar in Enthan's history. Yahello's fan base skyrocketed. Many people stood waiting just to meet him. The host concluded that after 3 days of fierce competition, the martial arts top scholar of Enthan this year was Yahello of Enhat Trung. During the interview, a reporter asked that his strength was said to be the result of long-term accumulation. Now that he was crowned, what did he want to say? Yahello thought the question was truly flowery. He adjusted his voice and said first he wanted to thank his teacher for not abandoning him during his slump. It was his teacher who gave him the motivation to keep moving forward. The teacher watching through the screen was moved and said he was not worthy. He had once failed to see his potential and felt very guilty. The principal also appeared. Daihoa was surprised that he had personally come. The principal raised his hand and said if he promoted Enhat Trung and Than, he would be awarded a 2 million scholarship. The mention of money, Daihoa's eyes lit up. He immediately thanked the school and the principal for their wise leadership. Finally, I also want to thank myself. Without my own effort and wisdom, there would be no glory today. System chimed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top scholar title. Reward 1 monster sample draw. Daihoa was astonished, so titles could also trigger system rewards. In the stadium corridor, fervent fans surrounded him asking how it felt to be top scholar, why he became strong so quickly, whether he intended to study in Hoadu. Pressed by endless questions, he had no choice but to run, saying he needed to use the restroom. Someone even asked whether Than Truck or Thiu Lin was more beautiful, whether he preferred than Quan or So Chao. Daihoa did not want to answer those troublesome questions, so he ran off, saying he had no time to entertain reporters anymore, yet they still called after him. Early in the morning at the basketball court, the sunlight shone down gently. Daihoa let out a breath of relief, finally escaping the reporters. It turned out monster samples were not limited to one and could also be drawn through the system. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared congratulating the top scholar. Daihoa jumped in fright thinking it was another reporter. The man removed his hat and said, "Do not misunderstand. I am not a reporter. I come from Hoadu." After that, he began discussing the matter of the gene lock. Daihoa was stunned. He had never heard of this concept of gene lock before. "I never activated any gene lock. All my strength comes from monster samples. Could it be that he knows my secret? Who exactly is he?" The man asked whether he had heard about gene lock from his father. Daihoa replied that was correct. According to his memory, his father had mentioned it before. The man took out a stack of documents and said his father was only an ordinary taxi driver. So how could he know such professional terminology? Daihoa looked at him full of suspicion. Could it be that his father was not that simple? The man handed him the documents and explained that due to special circumstances, Hoadu was permitted to partially declassify the files for him. Daihoa opened the documents and read carefully. The content left him stunned. The documents stated that the Blue Planet Gene Research Institute had once been the leading force, but after a major incident was wanted by various nations, many scientists had to hide their identities. Their key project was precisely gene lock technology. Daihoa could not help but be shaken. Could his father have been a senior researcher, and he himself a secret experimental product? The man reassured him that the nation would not make things difficult for him. "I only came so you would know the truth because you have the right." Daihoa smiled faintly and said, "I am even calmer than you." The man continued to affirm that he was a key cultivation target and would be guaranteed safety. Daihoa inwardly lamented that fame was truly troublesome. The more attention he received, the more problems followed. Society was indeed full of forces. In the end, the man took his leave. Daihoa exhaled. This exam had yielded huge gains. Not only a ticket to Hoadu, but also 2 million in scholarship and an additional 800,000 reward. More importantly, he could draw a new ability sample. He eagerly began the draw, unable to wait any longer. A mysterious magic circle appeared in the air. Daihoa looked up in astonishment at the strange sight. The mysterious circle emitted a mesmerizing glow. Before him appeared a strange monster form. It was a D-rank sample. The D-rank sample Super Titan anthropomorphization. The bloodline allowed gigantification up to 60 meters and the emission of high heat gas. The evolved form was elemental anthropomorphization, which surprised Daihoa. Samples could be stacked together. If the Super Titan combined with Emperor Demon Luo, what kind of transformation would occur? Perhaps it would become a peak profound king-level monster. Elsewhere in a dark room, Huo Long announced that he would soon handle personal matters and temporarily stop accepting missions. Water dripped from the ceiling above. Each of his steps made the floor tremble. His eyes emitted a chilling, killing intent. Subordinate reported that his younger brother's body was not found in the secret realm, but relics were discovered at the signal location. Testing showed residual nuclear radiation. He shook his head in sorrow. He had once advised his brother not to step into society. Their mother had told him to take care of him yet. He looked at the image of Daihoa being crowned and thought that such a genius would surely be fought over by Hoadu, but unfortunately he might not make it to enrollment. Daihoa's home package arrived. He curiously opened it. I was just about to test the new sample who would send a letter. The sender was So Chao, informing that at 3 in the afternoon, a C-rank secret realm crack would open at Kong Thur Mount and inviting Daihoa to form a team to explore. After reading it, Daihoa burst into laughter. In this era, who still sends handwritten letters? Could this guy also have transmigrated? At the peak of Kong Thur Mountain in Nthan, from early morning it was already packed with people waiting. A new secret realm always attracted attention. When So Chao saw Daihoa, he stepped forward to greet him. "You have grown stronger again." Daihoa smiled perfunctorily, thinking this guy is truly sharp. I have already bought gene medicine to raise the Super Titan compatibility to 35%. Daihoa asked which school he planned to apply to. So Chao replied, Hoa do. Daihoa said then they would be classmates in the future, but So Chao's expression was somewhat unusual. Suddenly, everyone shouted that the secret realm was about to open. A fire attribute monster appeared. Three-headed vulture spread its wings and swooped out to attack the crowd. The martial artists below pointed and called to kill the demonic beast to clear the way into the secret realm. A wave of martial artists surged forward, unleashing moves as if they had seen a treasure. The vulture screamed in panic. Just after emerging, it was already surrounded with no chance to retreat. The blink of an eye, it was beaten to pieces, only a few feathers scattered down. The Kong Thur Mountain secret realm was in fact a wild forest with strange vegetation. Everyone quickly entered. Daihoa walked calmly and at ease. A pungent, bloody smell rushed into his nose, making him frown. Turned out a beast tide had already set an ambush. A pack of skull-faced monsters charged forward. Martial artists collectively counterattacked under orders to prioritize eliminating demonic beasts. A martial artist chopped off a monster's head. A python was stabbed straight through the head with a sword and collapsed dead. So Chao raised his ice sword and activated his bloodline power. He slashed out with a sword, creating a powerful shockwave. A monster secretly approached behind So Chao, but was discovered. Atomic explosive fist flashed through and annihilated the monster, its organs scattering everywhere. Daihoa rubbed his wrist, reminding So Chao to be careful behind him, and received thanks. Corpses of demonic beasts lay scattered at their feet. Daihoa disdainfully said these were too weak. So Chao asked in astonishment whether he had killed that many. He realized the monster corpses seemed to have been melted by nuclear radiation attacking cells directly. Extremely terrifying. At this moment, Daihoa was like a demon descending upon the world. Wherever he passed, demonic beasts turned to ash. Everyone looked back in horror. Someone explained that was this year's top scholar. Someone doubted how a martial apprentice could be so strong. Another youth replied that he could defeat 10 like you, leaving the other pale. Many martial artists gathered, asking Daihoa to lead in exterminating the demonic beasts. News spread that the leader of the beast tide had been slain. Everyone cheered, yet still pursued, forcing the tide to retreat. After the battle, only a little over 800 remained out of the initial 1,000 martial artists. Everyone felt heavy over the casualties. Daihoa carried a boulder containing crystal ore and sighed, asking whether to bring this spoils back. So Chao handed over a spatial ring, telling him to store it inside. Daihoa smiled slyly upon learning the value of that expensive ring. Martial artists spoke up to announce that Big Brother Vo Zam's team had returned. The two immediately turned toward the sound, secretly feeling fortunate that he had stepped in to eliminate the Lord-level demonic beast. Otherwise, En would likely have exhausted himself and died amid the savage horde. Every gaze filled with admiration as they watched the tall figure approach. He greeted them, "Hello, are you the top scorer of the Unthan College entrance exam? I am Vo Zam, captain of the Unthan Silver Wolf Martial Division." Vo Zam looked at Daihoa and proactively extended his hand for a shake. "I heard from my members about your outstanding performance, so I want to invite you to join our division. This will not affect your studies and also comes with generous subsidies. I am willing to sign you with an S-level member contract." Daihoa raised his head to look at him. Surrounding martial artists widened their eyes in shock at Big Brother Vo Zam personally inviting Daihoa. This rare opportunity was truly once in 1,000 years, because without the backing of a martial division, a lone martial artist could hardly bear the exorbitant costs of cultivation. Moreover, Silver Wolf was one of the largest divisions in Ha Nation, and even Hoa Do students might not secure an S-level contract. A short purple-haired girl riding a tiger demonic beast approached with a smile. "Vo Zam, why are you running so fast?" So it was for this. She stepped between the two and looked at Daihoa. "Classmate, please consider joining our Than Dat martial division. Although our scale is slightly smaller than Silver Wolf, I guarantee you will receive 15% of the division's cultivation resources each month." Martial artists nearby seemed dazzled. 15% of resources was equivalent to shareholder treatment. For a high school student to make two major divisions compete and concede like this was truly unbelievable. Daihoa waved his hand and turned away, "Sorry. At present, I have no intention of joining any martial division." Vo Zam smiled and said recruiting a top scholar was indeed not easy. "No matter. This time let us consider it making friends. If you need support in the future, seek Silver Wolf anytime." The two shook hands while Than Dat also declared they would always await him. Daihoa replied that he could not join for now but was willing to be friends. As for the earlier handshake, there was no need to fuss over minor details. Chao stepped forward and said the beast tide had been repelled. Now they could freely explore the area. This was a forest of ancient giant trees, so they should climb high to observe first before deciding. Dai Hoa nodded in agreement. Dai Hoa deployed his ability and soared upward, so Chow ran below exclaiming how fast. Two stood atop crimson treetops, scanning the surroundings. So Chow pointed into the distance in astonishment and asked what that was. On the horizon, faint, colossal silhouettes could be seen, towering bodies over 1,000 meters tall beyond imagination. Dai Hoa looked there with excitement. We are still young, so in a few years we may conquer those demonic beasts in the secret realm and even unveil its mysteries. His eyes blazed as he spoke. So Chow wiped his sweat, thinking indeed it was Dai Hoa. Facing an unknown existence, he himself trembled, while that man was brimming with confidence in victory. He looked at Dai Hoa surging with willpower, and told himself he was inferior not only in strength, but also in spirit. Dai Hoa truly deserved the title of martial artist, and the demon cores of those creatures would sooner or later belong to them. Dai Hoa activated the life magnetic field, and discovered it could sense the distribution of life throughout the secret realm. His eyes turned azure as he looked southeast, where an amber-like mass appeared like a completely empty void. From the sea, a monster suddenly surged up, creating massive waves that rocked the ship. Extraordinary events always had causes, and the fiercer the waves, the greater the opportunity. His eyes lit up as he looked at the water, then pointed ahead, saying it seemed there was a large lake to the southeast. So Chow, let us go take a look. In a gloomy forest filled with an eerie aura, while observing the surroundings, Dai Hoa suddenly called out Vu Le Thur in delight, causing Lam So Chow to be surprised. Vu Le Thur smiled and greeted him. Is this not our top scholar? I did not expect you to be so formidable. The bald man crossed his arms, asking if she knew him, while the bespectacled girl excitedly urged her to introduce them, because his defense against the beast tied earlier was truly imposing. Dai Hoa stepped forward, asking how long they had been here. Vu Thurla replied not long, and that two teammates skilled in swimming had gone down into the lake to scout. Suddenly, from beneath the water, a young man surfaced, gasping for breath. He shouted that they had struck it rich. Vu Thurla kept calm and asked him to explain clearly. He excitedly reported that there was a relic at the bottom of the lake, so they were about to make a fortune. Vu Thurla rejoiced, saying, really then, that was wonderful. Dai Hoa asked blankly what a relic was that made everyone so excited. So Chow explained they were mysterious structures suspected to be left by prehistoric civilizations, and many modern martial theories and human gene technologies originated from them. Another man suddenly laughed loudly upon noticing strangers, and immediately drew his sword. He coldly demanded who they were to dare eavesdrop. Vu Le Thur hurriedly stopped him, saying, Stop, Vu Duong, they are this year's top scholar and runner-up of Nthan. She said their strength far surpassed most martial artists, so they should let them join. Dai Hoa nodded, telling them not to be agitated, because the two could assist in exploration. When asked how to divide the spoils, Dai Hoa replied they were external support, so distribution would follow contribution. After thinking it over, the man agreed to temporarily let them join, but warned them not to play tricks, inwardly deciding it was best not to make enemies of two future geniuses. Underwater, that man led the way, while everyone followed behind. Entering a submerged cavern, he explained that once past this section, the relic lay within. He scanned around, searching, then wondered where Lai Vai had gone since he was supposed to guard. The bald man said perhaps he had found a treasure and gone ahead alone. The man loudly called Lai Vai repeatedly, but received no response. The bespectacled girl asked if they had checked for traces of demonic beasts. He replied that he and Lai Vai had once used bait, but saw no sign of any beasts. The girl trembled, saying the place seemed dangerous, and Lai Vai was missing, so asked whether to continue. He shouted that they must continue because glory and wealth were before them. Anyone afraid of death could leave, while those seeking riches stayed. Everyone hesitated, while he emphasized that if no one withdrew, then they would advance. He led the way deeper into the cavern, with everyone close behind. Their flashlight beams, several faint footprints appeared. Dai Hoa silently observed every detail. He murmured that something was wrong, and so Chow nodded, because the timing did not match, since Hong Vula's team had only reached the lake a little over 10 minutes ago. But they had already dived into the cavern through a hidden passage to find the relic, as if a map had been activated in a game. So Chow signaled clearly it was a trap, and asked whether to warn his acquaintances to withdraw. Dai Hoa smiled reassuringly, saying rest, assured he still had a trump card. Inside the cavern, dense intertwined vines filled the space. A voice sounded, saying this was a demon core that had long lost its glow, proving it had been drained long ago, so the reason no demonic beasts were seen underwater earlier was that they had all been devoured. Vu Le Thur anxiously asked Du Duong where the relic was. The bespectacled girl suddenly screamed, there it is. Everyone looked and discovered that Lai Vai was dead. The entire group turned pale in horror. The man clutched his head and screamed, where was the relic? Why was this place empty? The relic had vanished. He panicked, saying Lai Vai was dead, and he himself seemed entangled by vines. telling everyone to run. Immediately, the vines exploded, and thousands of tendrils shot in all directions. Everyone cried out in terror, "Vu Duong!" Could it be that he had? Beam of light suddenly shot forth. Lai was instantly blasted far away. Daihoa remained calm, saying he did not expect this demonic beast to possess such high intelligence. He looked at the red sphere and analyzed that it had killed 2 martial artists and parasitized 1 brain as bait to lure more prey. Clearly, they had been led into its hunting ground. Everyone panicked, shouting that the creature had blocked the entrance and clearly had no intention of letting them escape. So Chow stayed calm, saying he had read about this vine-controlling demonic beast in books. It was a second-tier king-level beast named Ghost Demon Vine. Ula turned pale, saying a king-level blood species could not be judged by ordinary standards and was completely beyond the capability of first-tier martial artists like them. Daihoa said coldly, regardless of its level, he would crush it right here. Suddenly, the entire cavern resounded with a violent explosion. A martial artist abruptly appeared, shouting, "Daihoa, I have come to take your life," shocking everyone because the surging blood aura showed he had stepped into the martial artist stage. Daihoa turned to look at the mountain-like figure behind him and calmly asked whether there was still someone who remembered him. He stood high, looking down at Daihoa with disdain, as if one at the peak scorned mortals, curling his lips and saying that in the Kong Thur Mountain's secret realm, someone had used nuclear radiation against the beast tide, so he immediately guessed it was him. By tracing residual radiation, it was enough to track him. To avoid detection, he had held his breath and restrained his spirit, following all the way to the underground cavern. Yet he was still discovered, and even had the path blocked by a large stone. He had even stopped his heartbeat and breathing to feign death, yet still could not deceive him. Truly worthy of the one who had once forced the Huo brothers into a corner. Daihoa put on his most innocent expression, blinking and asking who this uncle was to suddenly rush in speaking incomprehensible words. Had they ever met before? The burly man flew into a rage, his fist blazing crimson as he charged straight at Daihoa, roaring, "Stop pretending and die." He swung his arm down, his voice hoarse with fury. Could this be the nest of the ghost demon Vine? Had he deliberately lured him into a monster lair to be besieged? His massive titan-like body roared in resentment, his mouth wide as if swallowing an arm. He hissed, "Despicable." Was everything within his calculations? Daihoa crazily punched the air while jumping and shouting that the ghost demon Vine could absorb martial energy and secrete neurotoxins, so if this dragged on he would lose his life. Damned brat, daring to set a trap for me. While Daihoa from afar calmly replied that he was overthinking because this was their first meeting. The big man grew even more furious, punching until space trembled, then shouting in frustration that his target was Daihoa, not these worthless vines. Liuangla looked at the large and small stones continuously falling from the cavern's ceiling and turned pale. This is bad. The cave is about to collapse from their battle. Hearing the shout from behind, she jolted and spun around, her face full of confusion. "Move aside quickly." That man draped in gold looked neither human nor monster. From the blazing blue sphere before him erupted a terrifying pressure that blanketed the surrounding space. He thrust the sphere forward. Wherever it swept past seemed torn apart by the dazzling blue light that crushed the air. The sea roared violently, sweeping massive rocks in all directions under the horrifying pressure of the sphere. So Chow shouted toward Liuangla and Vula, "You two withdraw first." Fists crashed down like a storm of fire. He ground his teeth and snarled, "Do not even think about escaping." With eyes cold as ice, So Chow cast a spell, forming a layer of sharp ice that blocked the opponent's violent fist wind. His dark blue pupils flashed with killing intent. "As long as I am here, do not dream of touching Daihoa even by a single hair." The gold-laden man grinned crookedly to his ears, his body trembling with excitement as he sneered, "I am a gold-wearing martial artist, and you think that bit of shattered ice can hurt me?" Daihoa suddenly dashed forward and provoked, "Old man who talks too much, where are you looking?" At the same time, his fist gradually became covered in a layer of icy frost. Core energy burst fist. Technique spiraled like a tornado and slammed straight into his chest, sending his entire body flying backward. Daihoa stood in front of So Chow and said without turning back, "You withdraw first. He is a high-level martial artist. You will struggle greatly if you fight him now. Leave him to me." Yuanglu and the others stood soaked watching the calm lake surface. She said worriedly, "Ghost Demon Vine has completely gone mad. It wants to overturn the entire secret realm and throw everything into chaos." So Chow emerged from the water and forced himself to stand with a heavy body. Liu Wangli immediately ran over and asked, "Where is Daihoa?" So Chow only turned his head to look down at the silent lake without answering. Lake's surface suddenly shook violently, a massive surge of energy tearing apart the piece like bolts of lightning striking deep into the water. A giant rose from below, dragging a small figure floating behind it. The body was burned beyond recognition, floating in midair like ashes. So Chow and the others looked up with vigilant eyes. The giant gradually dissipated into smoke that covered the sky. and then vanished without a trace. So Chow hurried to Dai Hoa, who was struggling to crawl ashore. Dai Hoa said with difficulty while naked, "So Chow, lend me a set of clothes." So Chow asked, "What was that explosion just now?" Dai Hoa braced his hands on his knees and replied, "That mysterious martial artist carried a plasma electric bomb and dragged Ghost Demon Vine into mutual destruction." So Chow was astonished. Are plasma bombs not prohibited military weapons? Who could obtain one? Moreover, that explosion was even stronger than ordinary plasma bombs. So Chow tried to recall. Within the smoke there seemed to be a giant as well. Dai Hoa turned pale and forced a smile. "No, it was probably just an illusion caused by the explosion. You must have seen it wrong." Though he said that, inwardly he thought, "Luckily I fooled them. If the mother monster ability were exposed, it would be troublesome. I went a bit too far and reduced that martial artist to pieces. Fortunately, I managed to take the Ghost Demon Vine's demon core in time." Huangla waved goodbye and left with the others. "Dai Hoa, we will go first. Sorry for dragging you in and making you save us. Once we leave the secret realm, we will definitely compensate you." Dai Hoa replied politely, "No need to be so courteous, Sister Vula. This time consider it repaying you for helping me before. If you compensate me again, I will owe you instead." After speaking, he turned to So Chow with a sly grin. Next comes a satisfying monster grinding session. 3 days later at the entrance of Kong Thur Sun's secret realm. The moment they set foot on the ground, both widened their eyes in shock. Dai Hoa's voice trembled. Impossible. In just a few days, this place had been developed into a small town, even with conveyor belts for transport. Ha Nation's construction capability was truly terrifying. Dai Hoa placed a heavy bag on the counter. The receptionist gently reminded, "Sir, please set it down lightly. Any damage will be disadvantageous to you." Scratched his head and smiled apologetically. "Sorry, but I brought too many things. If I do not take them out quickly, I fear you will not be able to check in time." The receptionist smiled. "Please rest assured we are very professional." Dai Hoa calmly removed the spatial ring from his hand, took out 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 bags in succession. Finally, he pulled out the last bag from the ring that expanded like a storage vault, exhaling in relief. That was all. The receptionist turned pale and thought, "Is he planning to sell all of this?" She asked, trembling, "Sir, have you finished taking everything out?" Dai Hoa smiled cunningly. "Finished, but please calculate quickly. We still have quite a lot of spirit herbs." At the Spirit Herb Appraisal Center, the experts gathered around the table and exclaimed repeatedly, "This 7-star leaf is at least 300 years old. It originally grows only in extremely hidden places that even veteran alchemists rarely encounter. This young man even found 6-harmony flour, the main ingredient for refining Sea of Chi pill. Even if its appearance is not perfect, it must be worth 30 million. Some scarce types could be even higher. His luck is immense, becoming wealthy overnight. Old Su, are you confused? Gathering this much cannot be mere luck. Someone like him must absolutely not be offended." Dai Hoa stood nearby listening to the commotion and muttered, "Green and white demon cores no longer help me level up. It is better to exchange them for money." During the beast tide, he also obtained 5 blue demon cores from 3rd-rank beasts, plus green demon cores and countless spoils from 2nd-rank ghosts, which were the true major harvest. The account reported 27,507. Leaving the center, he told himself, "The demon cores are handled. Now find a buyer for the spirit herbs that have been appraised." Suddenly, a luxury car stopped right in front of him. A gray-haired old man stepped out and introduced himself. "Greetings, Dai Hoa. I am Li Zio Dean, owner of Peace Apothecary. I heard you collected many spirit herbs at Kong Thur Sun. If you wish to sell, I am willing to pay above market price." Dai Hoa observed him and thought his information truly was not secret. Someone at the center must have leaked it. But it did not matter since he needed to sell anyway. Having someone come directly was even more convenient. A moment later, the luxury car drove away. The old man even turned back to remind, "Next time you have spirit herbs, remember to look for me, Dai Hoa." The count increased by another 7, 450, 64, 10,000. Dai Hoa muttered, "With so much money, I might as well exchange it for another 10% level increase. Strength is the true principle. Ordinary herbs and white and green demon cores are almost useless now." He sighed. "The mother monster's appetite is truly picky and even harder to please than me. Blood jade fruit or high-grade gene medicine are difficult even for me to compete for." Suddenly he remembered there was still another path, martial arts. In the college entrance exam, he surpassed Lu Than Truck thanks to the mother monster's power and Emperor Demon's stance. But in martial techniques, he was far inferior to those top martial scholars. Therefore now he had to find and learn those domineering moves. He dashed off like the wind and shouted loudly, "Old man, I am coming to find you to get some treasures." The principal's office of Nthan First High School. The principal slowly poured tea into a cup. He invited him to sit and cleared his throat. "Dai Hoa, you still remember your old school and came back to visit." Dai Hoa smiled awkwardly. You do not need to be so courteous. The principal shook his head. How could I not? You are the top scorer and the pride of teachers and students of Anthan. Daihoa presented a bottle of medicine and said, "This is a small gift from Peace Apothecary of Old Lee. It is not a bribe, but a respectful offering to an elder according to Ha Nation tradition." The principal's eyes lit up as he praised that he was both talented and virtuous, and truly a model. Daihoa went straight to the point. "Principal, I want to learn some powerful martial techniques. Can you introduce any? Since I have not yet enrolled in university, I can only rely on martial families." He advised waiting until entering Hoadu before learning, saying he was a bit too impatient. Daihoa looked at him with determined, sparkling eyes. "I want to improve even faster." Faced with such enthusiasm, he sighed and agreed to help introduce him, because talent needed to be taught according to individual ability. Daihoa leaned in flatteringly. "Rules may be rigid, but people must be flexible. It is a blessing for the education sector to have someone like you who understands the times." The principal smiled broadly at the words and waved his hands modestly. The next noon, Daihoa received a call. The principal said everything had been arranged and he could come over. He thanked him and asked which family it was. He was stunned. The Lu family in Anthan agreed to pass secret techniques to me. On the outskirts of Anthan, a car sped along the blonde girl behind the wheel exclaimed, "Anicap, you drive so fast it is amazing." The young master turned and smiled. "That is nothing, I am even more impressive." Before he finished speaking, Daihoa's familiar face leaned over to remind him, "When driving at high speed, do not be distracted or your loved ones will weep because of an accident." The young master was startled and cursed. "Are you insane? You scared me to death. Riding a public bicycle, and you dare compare speed with me." After speaking, he pressed the accelerator harder, left Daihoa behind in the smoke and sneered. "Someone of your status dares to stand shoulder to shoulder with me." The blonde girl praised even more that Anicap was truly too cool. Being directly scorned, Daihoa merely narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze turning a few degrees colder. In the next instant, a loud explosion sounded from behind, startling the young master and the blonde girl. Daihoa shot forward on his bicycle like an arrow, overtaking him, and shouted loudly, "I will go ahead, brothers." The vehicle sped swiftly, leaving behind a brilliant blue streak that tore through the wind. The two were frightened into cold sweats and stammered, "Even a luxury car cannot be that fast. This speed is no different from an airplane." Upon arrival, Daihoa parked his bicycle, raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun, and muttered, "Truly worthy of a martial family. When their residence is this luxurious." Within the life magnetic field, faintly lingered several powerful and terrifying auras. The main gate opened, and a pair of slender legs walked over. The truck waved with a bright smile. "You are here, classmate Daihoa." Daihoa greeted back, "Classmate Than Truck, you do not look very happy to see me." She blushed and lowered her head, saying, "That is not it." He teased again, "So you are very happy to see me." She replied awkwardly that her mother told her to come greet him and that they should go in to see her. Daihoa followed Than Truck across the spacious courtyard. The two entered the dark red painted doors. Than Truck looked up and called, "Mom, Daihoa has arrived." A noble figure slowly descended the stairs. The head of the Lu family, Tan Lam, smiled and said, "Welcome, Daihoa." Daihoa took a deep breath, his face reddening as he looked at the beautiful, mature woman before him. Inwardly he sighed, so that is how it is. At the end of the college entrance exam, the Nguyen Nga estate of the Lu family, Than Truck stood before her mother, closing her eyes and sighing with unspoken thoughts. She opened her moist eyes and softly called Mom. Tan Lam waved her hand to reassure. "Than Truck, do not be nervous." He choked up, unable to speak. Tan Lam gently said, "I watched the live broadcast of your match against Daihoa. You did very well. His strength would be considered a dark horse even in Hoadu. You do not need to blame yourself." Than Truck still trembled slightly, not knowing how to respond. Tan Lam stood up and continued, "Your younger brother's aptitude is limited, and he cannot inherit the Lu family. In your generation, only you can shoulder it." She lifted her daughter's chin and whispered, "But you are a girl and so beautiful. Your father passed away early. The Lu family no longer has a grandmaster to support us, so we had to retreat to Anthan. If a great family forces a political marriage, we will find it hard to refuse. Then the century-old foundation will fall into others' hands. I want you and Daihoa to try being together. What do you think?" Hearing this, Than Truck widened her eyes in shock. Tan Lam continued analyzing. "Daihoa has outstanding talent, a clean background, and a broad future. From my observation, he is not a greedy or cruel person." Than Truck stammered. She interrupted, saying, "You do not need to answer immediately. First try interacting with him." After that, the Lu family invited Dai Hoa to the residence. He stood before Tan Lam, clearing his throat to hide his shyness, then bowed and presented a small gift. She smiled and said, "Welcome to the Lu family, Dai Hoa." Her sharp face showed a trace of interest. "I heard from the principal that you want to learn profound martial techniques." He nodded in confirmation. She told Than Truck to take him along. Dai Hoa was secretly surprised. They agreed so quickly. As she walked, she instructed, "Than Truck will take you to the Martial Archive Pavilion. Since martial techniques cannot be taken outside, you only have 1 day to comprehend them. Inside, there are 3 profound yellow martial techniques. Whether you can learn them depends on your fate." Tan Lam's gaze suddenly became deep and unreadable. Dai Hoa cupped his hands and bowed. "This junior sincerely thanks the Lu family." Tan Lam glanced at him and thought he thanked the Lu family rather than me alone. It seems he has already made some unspoken promise to the Lu family. Very good. In the future, I will have him fulfill that promise. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became, her eyes sparkling as if gazing at a treasure, making him feel a slight chill. Than Truck stood at a distance, full of doubt. She led him along a cold stone-paved path. Walking behind her, Dai Hoa asked softly, "Why do I feel you keep avoiding my eyes?" She startled and denied it. Stepped closer, half joking and half serious. "Really?" Than Truck flushed red and stepped back, stammering, "Why are you standing so close?" Dai Hoa burst out laughing at his successful tease. Before them stood a massive monolithic stone door. Than Truck introduced, "This is force-dissolving stone mined from a secret realm. It can neutralize strikes from a profound martial master without cracking." He examined it carefully and asked, "Can I try punching it once?" He was half confused and half disdainful, yet still nodded, thinking this person is truly strange. He should be marveling instead. He gritted his teeth and gathered spiritual power into his fist. Seeing the familiar blue light, Than Truck shrank her neck as terrifying memories resurfaced. Dai Hoa threw a powerful punch that made the stone wall emit a deep, muffled sound. Yet the wall remained intact, as if the punch had merely been a passing breeze. He clenched his fist and muttered, "How strange. It feels like punching into the deep sea with 90% of the force absorbed." Than Truck said, "Let us go. I will take you to choose a martial technique." Her voice calm, but inwardly she laughed at seeing him helpless for once. Two entered the vast martial archive pavilion with countless secret manuals clearly categorized. Than Truck explained there were movement techniques, defensive arts, body refinement, and swordsmanship divided by rank. To learn one, you use a card to unlock access. Dai Hoa asked, "What about the profound yellow techniques?" She led him to the end of the hall and said the deepest stone chamber is also opened with a card. She pointed at the secret room and reminded him, "Within 1 day it is hard to fully comprehend a profound yellow technique. At most you grasp only the surface. My mother letting you learn it may not be as beneficial as choosing one a level lower but more suitable." He teased again, "Are you worried about me?" She was annoyed yet restrained herself. He continued, "I know what I need. If I learn the strongest, with profound yellow before me. If I dare not touch it, I might as well go home and sleep." Then suddenly asked, "Is this door made of black force dissolving stone?" The sound of password input rang out. Than Truck explained the room storing profound yellow techniques requires higher security. Black force dissolving stone is extremely rare. Build this black stone wall. The ancestors of the Lu family accumulated it for a long time. The door slowly opened. The lights inside turned on automatically. 3 large safes stood solemnly. Safe in the center stores the profound yellow technique fleshly body, imprisoning demon. She further explained, cultivating profound yellow is not about reading, but sensing the martial will and intent left by the creator. If you cannot resonate or your attributes conflict, you cannot begin. Simply put, the martial technique chooses the person rather than the person choosing the technique. Dai Hoa smiled with interest. Even better, fleshly body imprisoning demon will surely choose me. The safe door creaked open. He looked inside and was stunned, sweating. The profound yellow technique was not a book, a statue. Before him stood a seated figure, imposing despite its somewhat crude carving. Dai Hoa leaned against the partition and turned to look at the statue behind. He realized inwardly, is this the resonance of martial will? Have I entered the world of martial will? Profound yellow is not within pages, but within the statue. Previously, Than Truck had said not only statues, but paintings or artifacts could carry martial will. That is the wonder of a grandmaster. Mentioning grandmaster, her eyes were full of reverence. Only they could refine martial will and attach it to items to pass down to later generations. The rest depends on you. After speaking, she left. Dai Hoa hurriedly called out, "What do you mean depends on me? You have not told me how to learn." From afar, she replied indifferently, "Sense the martial will. If fate exists, you will naturally comprehend." Dai Hoa stood there bewildered. "What?" He lay down calmly, saying, "As long as there is fate, that is enough. Then I will sleep first." In the surveillance room, Than Truck ground her teeth in anger, muttering, Dai Hoa is indeed still Dai Hoa. In another dimension, he communicated with the system. So this world of martial will is similar to a mental space. Currently, I have no martial aura at all. Even the nuclear reaction of the Mother Monster Emperor Demon Fall cannot be activated. It is no different from returning to the weak identity of an ordinary person. The system coldly informed that the host consciousness is in a special space, so the attribute panel only displays spirit to prevent energy rampage. Dai Hoa sighed in relief. Fortunately, the mother monster still exists. The statue suddenly laughed arrogantly. My martial art is only passed to a true man. Otherwise, I would rather bury it forever. The statue's form changed, posing like a hero perched on a branch, its voice provocative. Boy, prove to me that you are steel. He stared in astonishment. Is this person not identical to that statue? The martial will figure continued at length. When storm and thunder arrive and 100 ghosts walk at night, you must protect this ruined temple and not let the Bodhisattva statue be defiled by ghosts. Succeed, and I will pass on my ultimate art. Fail, and you will be torn by 100 ghosts until madness. Cowards withdraw now. Beam on the ceiling began to drip water at some unknown moment. Drops fell onto his face. Dai Hoa looked up. Is it raining? Trial began. Before him was not only rain, but countless bizarre droplets suspended in the drew his sword and gripped the hilt tightly. Hundreds of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared before him. His expression gradually turned icy. The illusion spirits howled eerily and surged forward. Dai Hoa dodged agilely. Alone he charged left and right, swinging his sword to shatter each remnant soul. After fighting for a while, he laughed. If this is a trial, why let me face 100 ghosts barehanded? There must be a hidden mechanism. Amid wind and rain, he rushed straight into the piled, resentful spirits, swinging his sword wildly to annihilate them one by one. Martial spirit of the technique sat on the roof, sneering. The 100 ghosts all carry my killing aura. A tiny martial apprentice daring to guard a collapsing temple is simply seeking death. It seems another fool. Every time I must personally clean up their killing intent. Below, Dai Hoa still struggled. A ghost sneak attacked from behind. Upon touching him, it slid aside as if stepping on oil. The martial will was astonished. The 100 ghosts cannot approach his body. Ghost was confused. Dai Hoa looked and realized the attribute panel was protecting him, making him immune to all spiritual attacks. He laughed proudly. Is this not an indestructible golden body? Golden light shot up, piercing through the ghosts, causing them to dissipate. The martial will was full of doubt. This boy is unaffected by killing intent. How exactly? Dai Hoa lifted his chin. Just super bitter cultivation. The 100 ghosts began to retreat. That voice resounded. If you subdue them, we will grant the inheritance. But let us see whether you can endure. Thunder and rain. Dai Hoa stood still without revealing emotion. The temple collapsed, revealing a well emitting chilling, killing intent. He stepped onto the well rim and looked down. The martial will said, inside lies the essence of my lifetime killing intent. Fleshly body imprisoning demon is also below. If you refine it, you will succeed. Before it finished speaking, he had already jumped down. Martial will was stunned, then laughed loudly. I have never seen such a personality in a junior. When alive, I was once a powerhouse, surpassing a level 5 secret realm. I rose because of fleshly body imprisoning demon, and also died because of it. In old age, my vitality declined, and the killing intent backlashed, causing me to fall into demonic madness and slaughter those close to me. So I had to end myself. Before dying, I fused all killing intent and resentful souls into the martial will, forging the container within the statue. Over 100 years, the killing intent has dissipated somewhat, but for a martial apprentice, it is still too much. If you subdue it, the path of fleshly body imprisoning demon will surpass even myself. In the surveillance room, the Lu mother and daughter watched. Than Truck was startled. He asked in panic, Mother, what is happening? On the screen, Dai Hoa's body in reality floated up, trembling violently and covered in blood. She worried. Just now he was sleeping and smiling as if in a sweet dream. Now he is convulsing and bleeding. And Lam said calmly, this third profound yellow set was obtained by your grandfather in old age. He once tried but was rejected by the martial will and gravely injured. Since then, no one in the Lu family has mastered it. Extraordinary power always comes with a price. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. If Dai Hoa has chosen to accept it, then. Before she finished speaking, she widened her eyes in shock. On the screen, he woke up stretching and yawning comfortably. Than Truck let out a sigh of relief. It seems his cultivation was not as serious as Mother thought. In the martial will space, he had absorbed all the killing intent and thanked the statue. The senior smiled, praising that he was a rare genius who might uncover secrets of the secret realm that predecessors could not. Hoa grinned slyly. Senior, you flatter me. I was only lucky. Although the attribute panel did not increase, mastering profound yellow doubled his combat power, and his aura also changed. Mother and daughter hurried in and asked, Dai Hoa, have you mastered it? He winked and replied, yes, I have succeeded. Tan Lam found it hard to believe. Even Than Truck had to stay up a whole week to enter the basics. You finished in just over an hour of sleep. Than Truck looked at him thoughtfully. So the true genius is here. Daihoa smiled. If you do not believe me, let me demonstrate. He released surging killing intent like waves, and said this is the killing intent I comprehended. It can enchant weapons to increase damage like game enchantments. Clenched his fist controlling the immense force. And Truck was horrified. The fluctuation is too strong, and it even sounds like ghosts wailing. Tan Lam was moved and stammered. Daihoa, you truly. He joked, Madam, your daughter is still here, please maintain your image, or I will be called Prime Minister. And Truck suggested, since you have mastered one profound yellow technique, do you want to try the remaining two? There is still one day. Tan Lam held her forehead and sighed. My daughter says she does not like him, yet hands over the entire family fortune to him. Daihoa tactfully declined. One technique is enough to digest for a long time. I still have matters at home, so I will take my leave. Tan Lam nodded and told Than Truck to see him off and choose a car for him, since she heard he rode a public bicycle. Mentioning cars reminded him of that man on the cool motorcycle who once mocked him for being poor. He asked if there was a motorcycle. Madam smiled and said of course, and gifted him the most valuable one. Than Truck's younger brother was strolling and muttered that mother was looking for a son-in-law again. My sister is a genius beauty, not just anyone is worthy. Thinking of the one riding a bicycle, he grew irritated. Do not let me see him again. The whoosh Daihoa sped past on the motorcycle like lightning. He turned his head in shock. Is that not the bicycle guy? And that motorcycle is mine. Daihoa quickly returned to the residential complex. Before him were 8 demon cores and several kinds of sauce. He muttered last time swallowing them raw was too bland. This time I will try adding some sauce for richer flavor. He eagerly picked up a piece and dipped it. He raised the sauce-coated demon stone to his mouth and decided to eat the green one first. As soon as the demon stone was swallowed, the system displayed a panel. Composite Physique 23.8, Emperor Demon Lap Accumulation Compatibility 21%, Super Titanization 85%, Distributable Points Available. He calculated that last time transforming into 50 meters was still too small compared to the giant creature at Kongthur Sun. After thinking, he decided to add all points into Titanization to grow even larger. He picked up more demon stones and swallowed the yellow demon core of a second-rank ghost. The moment he finished, eating, his body erupted with fierce energy. The attribute panel reported Emperor Demon Lap Accumulation is absorbing special plant genes causing mutation, asking whether to prevent it with 2 choices, yes or no. He stared wide-eyed at the word mutation. He rubbed his chin, considering that mutation might produce new attributes. Good would be powerful, bad would be degeneration. In the end, he gambled, thinking a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle, then pressed yes. System congratulated him for unlocking S-rank isotope Mother Monster. A radiant object began to form. He stared in astonishment with mouth agape. The system stated when Emperor Demon Lap accumulation reaches 100%, there is a 2% chance to evolve into Stellar Core Emperor Demon Lap. Daihoa clenched his fist excitedly. The name alone sounds domineering. I must quickly raise it to 100%. Outside, sudden urgent alarm sirens rang out. He looked out puzzled. Could it be terrorists? Armed police rushed about shouting to seal all entrances and search every corner. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. He frowned, thinking the original owner had no friends and did not order food. So who would come at this hour? He asked irritably, who is it? The girl outside smiled and said, it seems you are not an ordinary martial artist. He said she originally planned to hide something and alter his memory, but since she was discovered, then do not hide. He clicked his tongue and said, forget it. With enough money I can buy another house. The girl asked in surprise, what did you say? He struck a heroic pose and pointed straight at her, saying, I said you are dead. Outside, Chu Engia was still exchanging gunfire with the police. Seeing him covered in wounds, the police shouted to capture him alive. Chu Engia grinned, wickedly telling Dia Engi to take the golden gene and leave. He would draw the fire. He laughed madly, then cast the blood ignition forbidden technique and charged up. Suddenly a blue light struck down, making him dodge in panic and shout, is there another enemy? Recognizing Dia Engi, he shouted, your nano battle armor was white, why is it black now? I risk myself hoping you escape, yet you encountered trouble. He transmitted that she had hidden the item and would retreat first. The two created a huge explosion to blind everyone and vanished, leaving only a spinning manhole cover. They stopped only when reaching a deserted. Dia Engi sighed in relief for escaping the police. Chu Engia praised the nano armor for quick recovery after collision. Suddenly footsteps sounded, and a voice questioned why you trespassed into my house. It was Daihoa saying you chose the wrong house. Trespassing has a price. Let me play with you. Chu Engia gaped in shock, asking, how did you find us? Daihoa sensed nuclear radiation from her body, then smiled, saying, if we can fight, then stop talking. He unleashed killing intent and rushed forward, intending to test the power of fleshly body imprisoning demon. Chu Engia hurriedly raised his hands to block, shouting, this is bad. Daihoa unleashed mountain-overturning fists. Surging energy transformed into a majestic dragon. Chu Engia was struck and spat blood. Daihoa's eyes were icy as he showed no mercy, sending him flying into a wall. Yahello cried in fear that the martial technique is too strong. Which master did you learn from? Daihoa put his hands in his pockets and smiled, saying, I learned from Emperor Demon Lap. She thought she had never heard of it, but Than indeed hides experts. Chu Engia forced a smile, saying, do not be smug, yet then shouted demonic beast true form. Transformed into a demonic beast, confidently saying, I am a level 6 martial artist, not a brat you can control. Each step he took made the ground tremble. Charged forward, casting rain step, passing years. Daihoa laughed strangely, with excitement, saying, now this is fun. Yahello suddenly concealed herself behind him to launch a sneak attack, saying the nano armor can turn invisible. He waved his hand, firing a palm strike through her, shouting, do not interfere. He was instantly knocked unconscious. Chu Engia cursed inwardly, useless trash, even a sneak attack fail. He told himself he must act personally, then rushed up. Daihoa curled his lips, saying, come. Their fists collided, creating a piercing sound. Was surprised to find his defense greatly increased. Chu Engia laughed, loudly boasting, my iron crown rhinoceros true form can withstand tank shells, and my attack is stronger. His blade was only a few centimeters from Daihoa's. Gathered all his strength, roaring Dai. In the deserted district, Chu Engia said smugly that even an arrogant brat cannot endure one strike of iron crown rhinoceros. When the dust settled, he stammered, realizing the person before him had vanished. With an uneasy feeling, he abruptly turned around. Seeing Daihoa's gigantic demonic beast, he screamed, what is this? He trembled, asking, is that a demonic beast? Where did it come from? Could that brat have transformed? Daihoa said nothing. A gigantic hand swept down like swatting a fly, aiming straight at where Chu Engia stood. Just a light slap was enough to make the ground rumble. Chu Engia dodged in time, but he immediately turned and pursued. The bang dust billowed from the slap. He raised a fist as large as a meteor hanging in the sky, smashed it repeatedly down upon Chu Engia. The system reported super titanization state. Composite physique surged to 238,294. Yahello witnessed the scene and was frozen in terror. She despaired, thinking she was foolish to provoke this monster. She darted her eyes, calculating that if this continued, Chu Engia would die. Escape was impossible. Only risking it remained. She leaped onto the roof of the building on the right to avoid his sight. Stamping a nano wire in her mouth, she shot downward. The molecular filament from the nano armor could cut even advanced alloys. Even if transformed into a giant by gene technique, bodily weaknesses still exist. The nano wire sliced off the head of Daihoa's demonic beast, and she landed safely. The gigantic head fell before her. She sighed in relief, thinking she had succeeded. But that head suddenly opened its mouth, gathering spiritual power at extreme speed. Yahello could only stammer the words monster. Her final memory, there was endless blue light as Daihoa spewed atomic energy, piercing through the entire building. A thunderous explosion roared as smoke and dust billowed, covering the sky. Daihoa returned to human form, his body covered in dust as he stepped out of the ruins. He walked toward Chu Engia, who was barely breathing. Coldly he spoke as if delivering a verdict. Now it is your turn. Chu Engia's face was drenched in blood as he stammered that he was a monster. Daihoa replied calmly, those who kill must be prepared to be killed. It is only fair. In the distance, police sirens still echoed. Chu Engia laughed crazily, saying if he died, he would drag him down too. Yahello had hidden the golden gene in his room. He roared that now it belonged to him and he would be hunted endlessly. I will wait for you in hell. Daihoa kicked like Ronaldo, smashing his face. Shut up. He glanced toward the sirens, thinking the police were about to arrive. He had to finish quickly. This time he had indeed gone a bit too far, since he had blasted through an entire skyscraper. Returning to the residential area, Daihoa sat on the sofa texting Dai-tan to ask how the police investigation was going. Dai-tan replied that it was fine, but told him to stay low recently and wait to enter Hoadu. He reassured his aunt that he had been very proper. He tossed the phone onto the couch. Fortunately, he had informed Aunt Tan beforehand, or that signature energy blast would eventually be traced back. Picked up the cylindrical object and examined it. Is this the golden gene they mention? He recognized the Thunder Radiant Bird emblem from Hoadu files, a thunderbird with wings spread engraved on the pillar. After some thought, he guessed the two had taken this from that corporation and were being pursued. According to Chu Engia, this thing had now been tossed onto him. He sighed that he had to move. Tonight he would find a hotel to stay temporarily, feeling weary as he looked at the large hole in the wall. B-rank secret realm deep within Swan Lake. Several martial artists stepped on demon beast corpses, asking each other about the harvest. It was decent enough. A red-haired girl screamed in panic, Captain, look. Dense tide of demon beasts was charging toward them, each one ferocious and bloodthirsty, rushing madly. Among them was one 10 times larger, roaring thunderously. It resembled a gigantic serpent, with a figure seated arrogantly on its head. It was the overlord demon beast blood pupil blackguard. The The martial artists fled shouting to notify the army. The overlord demon beast is leading a beast tide, and Than cannot withstand it and must request Grandmaster reinforcements. Blood pupil Black Guard rested his chin, leisurely watching the spectacle. His eyes flashed blood red. The serpent mount opened its mouth and roared. A gigantic object fell from the sky as a martial artist ran, while reporting a large-scale beast tide. Before he could finish speaking, he was crushed, his radio still echoing hello, respond. Blood pupil Black Guard stood up, crossing his arms with imposing authority. He laughed wildly, ordering a full assault. A dark purple space-time vortex appeared in the sky. The city citizens panicked upon hearing the announcement of the beast tide from Swan Lake. It was expected to reach Than in 20 minutes. The army had gone to the front line, yet everyone trembled in fear. A general mobilization order was issued calling all martial artists to support. At the train station, staff demanded order be maintained. Only children and students were allowed to board, since they were the future of Than. Even if the city fell, the next generation had to be preserved. In the mayor's office, Hong Kin asked whether other cities could send reinforcements. The secretary reported many places were also facing beast tides and could not help. Cities not yet attacked were busy building defensive lines against possible disasters. He asked whether Hoadu could dispatch a grandmaster, even just one. The secretary said an S-rank secret realm had appeared at Quan Sun, so all powerhouses had to go there, causing him to slump into his chair. Regained composure, saying there was no time left, and Than must fight on its own. On the other side, at the So residence, two young figures were clashing fiercely, exchanging moves. Hoa leaped up, throwing a punch straight at his opponent's face. So Chao raised his hand in time to block. Even so, he was knocked backward by the force. Hoa curled his lips in a smile, praising that it was not bad to withstand one of his moves. So Chao wiped sweat, asking when he had learned a profound yellow technique. Hoa stretched lazily, replying it had only been over a month and was barely passable. Then teased back that after a month apart, So Chao had grown much weaker. So Chao smiled bitterly, saying it was not that he had declined, but that Hoa had grown far too strong. Suddenly, alarm sirens blared everywhere. So Chao frowned, saying something had happened to Than. It was the signal of a beast tide invasion. His phone rang with a notice that preparatory university students of Than were prioritized to leave, instructing them to head to the airport for flight B521 or B753, or to the high-speed station for train A423 to evacuate urgently. So Chao showed the screen, saying it was an evacuation message. Hoa put his hands in his pockets, asking, "Are you really planning to leave?" So Chao closed his eyes slightly and lowered his head, asking if he also wanted to stay. With his talent, it was best to leave. Hoa laughed strangely, interrupting that he talked too much and had never noticed he was so verbose. If he did not leave, then there was only one word: death. The scene shifted back to the Liu family estate. Lu Than Truck clenched her fists, saying, "Mother, I want to join the defense against the beast tide." Tan Lam sighed, asking how many % chance of survival she had, when the city only had about 30,000 martial artists. Even with retirees and volunteer apprentices, they barely gathered 50,000. Such force facing a beast tide was like a small boat before a tsunami. One collision would sink it. As for overlord-level demon beasts, Than currently had no strength to confront them. They were existences only a grandmaster could barely restrain. Than Truck, your life does not belong only to you, but also to the family. Those words plunged Lu Than Truck into silence. Her face darkened, then she stormed off angrily. If a martial family cannot even resist demon beasts, then its existence has no meaning. She slammed the door behind her, venting all her fury. Tan Lam calmly lit a cigarette, ordering Aunt Hung to prepare to leave Than. Aunt Hung softly asked, "What about the male student named Ho?" Her gaze turned cold as she said, "Just inform him. Whatever choice he makes is up to him." Inside the Swan Lake secret realm, people behind teased old Tran that at 60 he still came here instead of taking his granddaughter away. He cursed back that if old Zhang could come then with his limbs intact, why could he not? Then they mentioned that after 30 years they again stood on the same front against a beast tide. Old Tran said coldly that old Zhang lost his leg in that beast tide years ago, and asked if after this time he would return to Jindu to live with his son. Old Zhang smiled confidently, saying he would not leave and would stay in Than playing chess with him. Born here, then die here. Everyone charged forward together. Before the gate of the Swan Lake secret realm, the defensive line shouted that they were the final shield of Than and must hold tight, preventing any demon beast from entering the inner city. Hong Kin commanded that 60% of the army, along with martial artists of martial master level and above, had entered the secret realm as the vanguard. Their sole mission was to gather information on the beast tide, probe the strength of Lord level and even overlord level demon beasts, then survive and bring the news back. Suddenly Hong Kin froze upon seeing something. A martial master covered in wounds ran over panting. Hong Kin immediately shouted for medics. That martial master struggled to crawl over stammering Mayor. He trembled, raising a USB, saying it contained all the information collected by the vanguard. Hong Kin hurriedly asked where the others were. Answered they were all dead. All had been trampled by the beast tide, and even their bodies could not be retrieved. In his eyes flashed terror of a cruel being warning them to beware blood pupil blackguard who had schemed so thousands could not escape. Vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and from it a massive rock fell. Hong Kin shouted in horror, danger. Shards of stone shattered and rained down. He suddenly realized their target was the minefield laid beneath the defensive construction. The rock slammed down, causing a chain of violent explosions, shaking the ground. Hong Kin announced that the enemy intended to trigger the landmines to destroy the defensive line under construction. He roared that the attack came from the secret realm and ordered the tank company to aim at the rift and fire without hesitation. Hong Kin struggled to stand firm amid the tremors from the explosions. He muttered, could it be that demon beasts understand tactics, using long-range assaults to wear down our forces? How could they comprehend military strategy like humans? Damn those cursed beasts. From the vortex more sharp stones poured down, the second wave denser than before. Boulders stabbed into the ground, making it quake repeatedly. A commando soldier detected movement behind and spun around. He immediately shouted a warning of enemy ambush. A demon beast flashed forward, biting off his head. A swarm of demon beasts surged into the battle line. Hong Kin roared that the stone pillars had become launch pads for the demon beasts. They used them to leap out of the secret realm and crash into the rear lines to wreak havoc. No more boulders must fall, and they had to be stopped. On the other side of the secret realm, blood pupil blackguard stood directing. He said excitedly that it was almost enough, and humans had exhausted their resistance. Crush those warriors for me. Demon beasts roared and charged like a raging flood. The gigantic gorilla swung its arm and crushed the special forces soldier. The rooftop of a nearby building, Yahello stood calmly observing. He muttered, wondering what Anthan would look like after today. Though he had only transmigrated here a few months ago, he had already grown attached to this place. He could not let those beasts destroy the hard-won peaceful life, so he had to act. Plunged down in transformed form and began a slaughter. The battlefield was shrouded in thick smoke and dust. A subordinate cheered that Brother La truly lived up to his name, having slain 5 demon beasts. La Hyan replied smugly that he was overpraised. Yu Lin mocked that killing a few low-level beasts already made him boastful. La Hyan was only so-so, and the title of #1 at Anthan Third High was exaggerated. The words enraged La Hyan. So Chow walked toward them. Seeing him, La Hyan froze and asked whether the green demon core in his hand was from personally killing a third-rank beast. So Chow calmly said he did not expect to meet everyone here, and asked whether none had chosen to retreat. Parents are martial artists fighting here. How can we as children run away alone? La Hyan gaped and pointed behind So Chow, shouting, careful. So Chow turned and saw a tank flying overhead. Battlefield was chaotic, with dozens of demon beasts hovering in the air. Tanks surrounded on all sides. This place was no different from ruins. La Hyan blurted in panic, who is throwing tanks around like this? So Chow slowly drew his sword, icy chill spreading around. He swung the sword lightly, as if without effort. Tank was instantly split in two and fell aside. Yu Lin's eyes widened in shock as she stammered, that figure is. She said, trembling, that it was the first Lord-level demon beast to rush out of the secret realm, and wondered why it had reached the rear line. So Chow calmly reassured her not to panic, since it was not Lord level, and its size and aura were different. The three stood frozen, staring at the fist descending from above. So Chow's mind alarm bells rang wildly. Danger was imminent. Suddenly a bolt like blue light struck the gorilla demon beast. Monster opened its mouth, stuck out its tongue and collapsed. It still tried to reach out to grab the attacker. Before its hand could touch him, Daihoa blocked it effortlessly without contact. He bared his teeth in a savage grin like a titan, revealing a full set of fangs. Time for oral hygiene. The demon beast's eyes widened in terror. Daihoa grabbed its upper jaw. He forced its mouth wide open, leaned in to look and sneered that it was filthy, and wondered how many people it had swallowed. It needed cleaning. Blue light shot from his hand straight into its mouth as if rinsing it. The demon beast's body was pierced and torn apart. Lahayan panicked, saying to retreat while they were in chaos. So Chow remained stunned, replying, not yet, that was Daihoa. Lahayan shouted in disbelief that it was Daihoa, and asked whether the monster being rinsed was truly him. So Chow looked at his back and said yes. With him here, perhaps Anthan still had a chance to survive this calamity. Daihoa turned and flashed a strange smile. So Chow, leave this place to you. I will take a stroll elsewhere. With that he shot away. dust swirling wherever he passed. He hovered in midair, surveying the scene below. Daihoa closed his eyes, probing where the demon beasts were densest. He found it. Offensive soldiers kept firing at a mammoth demon beast, but it was useless. The captain shouted that bullets were ineffective and ordered preparation for close combat. The whole squad drew swords in unison. They charged toward the ferocious mammoth. Its massive tusks flung soldiers away one by one. Its pillar-like legs crushed the remaining troops. A soldier yelled for retreat, saying they could not hold since they were ordinary troops against demon beasts. But the captain gritted his teeth, ordering them to hold. A low-level demon beast was beheaded. He said firmly that they were the shield, and even in death must hold until martial artists arrived. That moment, eerie streams of energy slithered like snakes. Soldiers wondered what they were, and whether reinforcements had arrived. The streams instantly wrapped tightly around the mammoth. A blue beam pierced straight through its body. The mammoth crashed down, shaking the ground. Low-level demon beasts roared and surged forward. Daihoa tilted his head, then swung his claw, charging into the herd. Beasts were blasted into the air without mercy. Elsewhere, Tiu Vu was surprised to see beasts retreating and heading elsewhere. Tiu Ha pointed at the phone, saying Daihoa, the top scorer of Nthan, had joined the battle, and beasts everywhere were converging to surround him. Tiu Vu said sternly they could not let Daihoa end like Martial Master Lu's group devoured by beasts. They would go support him since he was only a teenager and the hope of Nthan. Drive away the beasts and protect the top scorer. A demon beast had half its head blown apart by Daihoa. Demon corpses were torn to pieces, piling into a horrific battlefield. More herds continued rushing to encircle him. Tiu Vu shouted while running that a Lord-level beast had targeted Daihoa and ordered protection. Everyone roared that anyone wanting to kill the top scorer must step over their corpses first. Someone shouted that they were saved and humanity would prevail, telling the beasts to go to hell and to hold on since the top scorer would arrive. The elders could not lose to high school students and must not let juniors mock them. No need to wait, drive the beasts from this stronghold. Ferocious dinosaur demon beast charged. It rammed crazily against the formation wall. Hong Qin hovered in the air with circular energy walls below. He muttered that the earth-vein divine wall could only encircle part of the beasts, and to end the tide, the overlord must be slain. Demon beast leaped onto the wall and sprang upward. It lunged straight at Hong Qin. He calmly clasped his hands, forming a golden halo, then fired that radiant light at the monster. Suddenly, Hong Qin sensed danger behind and turned sharply. The massive sinking mountain giant crocodile had closed in behind him. Hong Qin recognized it as a Lord-level 4th rank sinking mountain giant crocodile. He frowned, realizing it was the Mount of Blood pupil Black Guard, and that the Overlord had acted. The monkey was no longer sitting idle. Hong Qin descended, standing atop the divine wall. He clasped his hands, casting the mystic skill Mountain Stone Sea Roar. The battlefield ground rippled like ocean waves. Sinking mountain giant crocodile narrowed its eyes warily. Above its head, everything compressed into a blazing fireball. Hong Qin appeared from the sphere, saying, "Do you know why I use the very earth element you excel at?" Its eyes widened in horror as the light drew closer. Hong Qin replied coldly, "To get close to you." Profound yellow martial technique. Mountain point force descended, causing the sinking mountain giant crocodile to roar in fury. Its roar shattered windows of surrounding buildings. Sharp stone spikes burst from the ground, able to pierce anything. Hong Qin retreated, observing the devastation the beast had caused upon appearing. He thought it was fortunate to receive intelligence early and separate from the martial artists, or casualties would be immeasurable. Hong Qin charged, shouting that if its whole body entered Nthan, he might be inferior. But with only its head exposed, it was like a goat awaiting slaughter. Dozens of phantom arms seemed to sprout behind him, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Hong Qin unleashed consecutive strikes, smashing into its long snout. The sinking mountain giant crocodile glared, pupils shining like a hunting crocodile. Hong Qin strained to dodge stone pillars erupting from the ground. Countless sharp stone spikes densely covered the sinking mountain giant crocodile's body. Hong Qin sighed that it truly deserved to be earth element royalty, and could even create stone armor on its body. From the massive rock emerged a hideous face with blazing red scheming eyes. Sensing killing intent behind him, Hong Qin turned sharply, understanding an ambush. Gigantic hairy hand suddenly seized him before he could react. Blood pupil Black Guard smiled sinisterly. "Tiny human, what are you doing to my mount?" Hong Qin stiffened, his mind blank upon realizing Blood pupil Black Guard had hidden within the stone beast. Its crimson eyes gleamed as it snarled that it would crush his head, so he would understand how small humans were before it. The moment he finished speaking, it smashed the arm holding Hong Qin down onto the ground. The city had now turned into ruins. Everywhere massive stone pillars jutted upward. Hayat Dong Hak Veen burst into laughter. "Even if you survived that explosion just now, I have confirmed that in this city there is no martial artist stronger than you. I can slaughter to my heart's content." Hong Qin broke free from its grip, but his body was already gravely injured. His face darkened as he stared at his opponent, silently calculating in his mind. Immediately after, Hong Qin raised his hand high, drawing in a terrifying surge of magic power. Magic power coiled into a colossal dragon soaring through the sky, opening its mouth to unleash a raging storm of flames. Overlord-level beast did not waver in the slightest. It sneered in disdain, "Human, your resistance only prolongs your death." It lifted the eerie orb mounted on the Arabic meme Arabiquette, Arabicrot, Arabiquow, Arabic tot pillar like a chess piece, coldly saying this battlefield has become a game that drives humanity to despair. I truly wish to see the fearful expression of the strongest human. Without hesitation, the magic dragon lunged forward, opening its jaws wide to devour Hayat Donghak Veen. That power was no more than a tickle to the overlord beast. It laughed mockingly. The speed is acceptable, but the strength is far too weak. Before it could finish speaking, Hong Qin had already torn up a massive chunk of earth and hurled it straight at it. Hayat Donghak Veen replied smugly, "The force is not bad, but far too slow." It nimbly leapt over each obstacle and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, it was already before Hong Qin, roaring, "Kneel down. I do not like lowly beings looking straight at me." Hong Qin's face paled for an instant, tension flashing in his eyes. Immediately after, the monster threw a ferocious punch that slammed him hard into the ground. Hayat Donghak Veen's eyes widened in shock. Taking that heaven-shaking punch head-on, Hong Qin still stood firm, almost unharmed, glared at it, killing intent spreading around his body. Under that pressure, the beast panicked. "Why are you not afraid at all?" Hong Qin slammed his hand onto the ground, creating a sea of fire, shouting, "Beast, you think yourself clever, but you are still only an arrogant animal." His magic power tightened around Hayat Donghak Veen, preventing it from escaping. Human blood forbidden art. The overlord beast roared, "You deliberately lured me into the 7-star ceiling vein formation." Dark clouds surged in to cover the sky. Hayat Donghak Veen remained trapped at the center. It howled in fury, "Is this your trump card, trying to seal me beneath the earth? How naive, human." It laughed viciously, "You cannot hold me forever. The moment the seal loosens, I will tear apart every human here." Hong Qin curled his lips. "This is not a trump card, but a farewell song." Tore open his shirt, revealing a massive wound on his chest, saying this is humanity's sacred hymn, an epic of courage. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Qin punched his own chest violently. That action threw the monster into panic. "What are you trying to do?" He had activated the mechanism within his heart, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet he still said from the beginning, "I buried Nthan's only tactical nuclear bomb beneath Swan Lake. The detonator lies in my heart. When my heart stops beating, the bomb will explode." Hayat Donghak Veen roared madly, "You dare use your own life to threaten me?" Hong Qin's face turned pale from blood loss, yet he forced himself to speak. "I am the mayor of Nthan. From the start, I never intended to return." The image of the oath from years ago surfaced clearly. "I am Hong Qin. I vow to dedicate everything to Nthan, even my life." He slowly closed his eyes and murmured, "So I have done it, have I not?" That very moment, the bomb was activated. A catastrophic explosion erupted. His body vanished within the blaze as well. Shockwave spread throughout Nthan, shaking heaven and earth. Destruction engulfed everything, smoke and a sea of fire swallowing all. An urgent notification appeared on the phone screens, ordering all soldiers and martial artists to withdraw from the entrance of the Swan Lake secret realm, because the tactical nuclear strike was about to activate. Tears fell. He choked back his emotions, striving to complete his final mission. Soldiers simultaneously raised their hands to their brows in salute, commemorating Hong Qin's sacrifice. The martial artists stood solemnly, expressing their deepest respect. A gigantic mushroom cloud rose like a monument in the sky. The entire city gazed toward that light. This was the most solemn funeral. The explosion carved a colossal crater of fire in the heart of Nthan. Hayat Donghak Veen was left with only a charred skeleton. Suddenly, a blazing fireball appeared. Sphere quickly drained the remaining vitality from the skeleton. Strands of bone intertwined again, demonic energy surging violently. Hundreds of strands wove together, enveloping the entire skeleton. They gradually spread across the head of Hayat Donghak Veen. Its eyes snapped open, filled with dark demonic energy. The monster slowly restored its body, staggering to its feet. It had almost been overturned by that lowly human. Hayat Donghak Veen opened its mouth wide and roared, "I will slaughter every human in this city, make them die in the greatest agony." Dragged its steps slowly, intending to return to the Sin domain to recover its blood energy. Then it would level this place. A voice rang out, startling it into turning around. "Where do you think you are going?" High above appeared a familiar figure clad in iron armor brimming with killing intent. The beast recognized him as one of the greatest obstacles to the invasion, humanity's terrifying genius. Daihoa stared at it with furious eyes. "I have finally found you. Unfortunately, I was one step too late." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot forward at a terrifying speed, unleashing nuclear core bombardment fist. That punch carried horrifying penetrating power, as if nothing could withstand it. Suddenly, Daihoa lifted his head to look into the sky. The monster dodged the attack and immediately countered, roaring, "Foolish human genius. On a battlefield like this, you dare stand before me." This is the best chance to kill you. Daihoa curled his lips confidently, touching his face as he said, if you had run, my giant micro-nuclear might have missed, but now take another hit. Hayat Donghak Veen turned pale in terror, stammering, you humans truly are. The explosion instantly turned it into a charred skeleton. Thunderbolts struck repeatedly, dark clouds and smoke covering the sky. A gigantic sphere of light appeared within the dry bones. The second explosion swept across everything, making the entire city tremble. Martial artists cried out in shock. Why is there another nuclear explosion? Could it be Mayor Hong Kin's final move? He truly was formidable. Gravely injured, Hayat Donghak Veen struggled to rise and looked forward. It trembled as it uttered monster. That emotion arose when it faced the beast Daihoa had transformed into. Emperor Armored Giant roared, why are you even more like a beast than I am? Even an ordinary lord does not possess your aura. Daihoa in his beast form replied coldly, I am not like a bald monkey such as you. After speaking, he swung his claw straight at it, leaving it no time to defend. Another explosion resounded. The ground nearly flattened. Hayat Donghak Veen was blasted away, no longer able to resist. Daihoa laughed excitedly as he chased after it. Do not run, little monkey, dark flash mountain fist. Struck at its pride, it turned back and roared. Do not underestimate an overlord. The two charged at each other once more, continuing their fierce battle. A pillar of light descended from the sky, stirring up clouds of dust. Daihoa's arm was stained with blood. He frowned and said, an overlord is still an overlord. Even heavily injured, it is as strong as a monkey, and a monkey will always be a monkey. Looked at his hand and said, under the combined Emperor Demon form, my total has surpassed 30 points. Yet I still cannot completely overwhelm you and even injured my arm. But that still is not enough for me to take you seriously. On the ground, the severely burned Hayat Donghak Veen was horrified. That was my full power strike, and you recovered so quickly. Fear was evident in its eyes. I cannot defeat this genius. It immediately turned and fled, muttering that it could not win. Daihoa radiated blazing killing intent as he pursued, giving it no chance to escape. He said coldly, a beast like you is not worthy of Mayor Hong's life. Immediately after, the beast within him opened its mouth and unleashed terrifying nuclear core breath. Hayat Donghak Veen's body disintegrated into nothingness, only managing to roar hateful humans. Daihoa's beast spoke. It burrowed underground to feign death. A ring of magic power surrounded him. Feigning death means it is terrified and gravely injured. This is the best opportunity to kill it. An overlord can conceal its aura, but not perfectly. Daihoa blamed himself. If he had found it sooner, Mayor Hong would not have. He concentrated his magic power to search. Even gravely injured, it can still hide. But even the faintest trace of life cannot escape my perception. His eyes caught an unusual movement beneath the ground. He said excitedly, I have found you, you damned monkey. As he spoke, the beast opened its mouth again and fired an immense surge of energy. Beam forced Hayat Donghak Veen to burst up from underground. It roared in fury. I was just about to reach the entrance of the Sin domain, if not for that damned mayor. Before it could finish speaking, a gigantic punch crashed down upon it. He was blasted far away by that terrifying force. Daihoa roared, this is the price for insulting Mayor Hong. I will make you wish you were dead. Gravely wounded, he trembled as he held the fireball. Do not push your luck, insect. Raised the sphere resolutely and said, I will drain my demon core and drag you down to hell. Hayat Donghak Veen's arm rapidly regenerated. He leapt high and threw a punch toward Daihoa. Daihoa did not dodge at all. He unleashed Dark Flesh Mountain Fist in response. The two forces collided, triggering a horrifying quake. The monster's arm turned into bone and then shattered into pieces. Daihoa completely annihilated Hayat Donghak Veen. He collapsed to the ground in agony. Daihoa coughed up blood yet still laughed. A desperate strike. As he fell, the beast within him opened its mouth and unleashed a finishing blow. Suddenly a strange rattling sound rang out. Lapa Lapa, causing Daihoa's head to split with pain. He shouted, this is a mental attack. Daihoa rolled his eyes around searching. Is there still another expert? Beneath his feet, thousands of arms stretched upward. Those hands lifted the monster high. Do not even think of escaping. Strange hairs sprouted across Daihoa's body, and within the joints of the super giant more arms grew. The dense arms tightened around him, making his body hard to move. Daihoa sneered, do not think this can bind me. Instantly demonic energy erupted from the super giant's body. The arms were burned into ashes. Daihoa said excitedly, feel this searing flame. Even the hands underground have been burned away. The remaining arms still tried to drag Hayat Donghak Veen back into the Sin domain. He grew frantic, almost at the gate. Suddenly, he raised his head in confusion. Flames had burned away everything around him, leaving no path of retreat. He screamed in panic, hurry up, that giant is catching up. He is burning, run. A number of arms surged, helping him slip into the Sin domain. The arms covered the stranger's face, the Lapa Lapa sound echoing. Daihoa was astonished. What the hell is that thing? Is it also a demonic beast? The gigantic arms instantly fused together into a towering mountain. its aura so terrifying that one might suspect it was also an overlord. If his true body descended, perhaps at the very first moment I would have been forced to kneel. Than was now nothing but shattered ruins drowned in thick smoke. Amid the sea of smoke, the grotesque arms closed together, covering the eyes of a mysterious figure. Then those eerie eyes suddenly opened. The monster opened its mouth wide, as if about to unleash a horrifying surge of demonic power. Daihoa clutched his head in exhaustion and said clearly, "I sealed the super giant's hearing." Yet that sound still pierced straight into my brain. The beast incarnation immediately opened its mouth to prepare a counterattack. Daihoa clenched his fists in fury and shouted, "You have killed so many people and still want to leave Than." Lifted his head and roared, "Do not even dream of it." Daihoa's hand pressed down forcefully. The skeleton of the super giant manifested clearly once more, plunged deep into the body of the demonic beast. Daihoa raised a finger and smiled provocatively. "This is a special nuclear gift from my homeland. I hope you enjoy it, bitch." As soon as he finished speaking, the beast opened its mouth and fired demonic power straight at Hayat Dong Hak Veen. He widened his eyes in horror, unable to defend in time. Another explosion crashed down onto the ground. Martial artists below shouted, "Look at the secret realm rift. It seems to have exploded. What is happening? Could it be that Mayor Hong Kin succeeded? Everyone lift your spirits and do not fail his sacrifice. And Than has been saved." Perhaps the remnant soul of Hayat Dong Hak Veen had been destroyed by the giant nuclear blast. The tide of beasts pouring through the rift began to diminish, as if the other world had ceased its invasion. The martial artists of Than immediately launched a purge of the remnants in the city. The cleansing lasted day and night until every demonic beast was eradicated. Only then did the exhausted martial artists stop. Defense of Than finally ended in victory, but the price was that nearly 80% of the martial artists and soldiers were sacrificed or severely wounded. The Swan Lake secret realm area became a desolate wasteland after the nuclear explosion. Daihoa had returned to his normal form, lying stretched out on the ground. He silently gazed at the sky above. He forced himself to sit up and wondered how long he had slept. Although he had poured all nuclear energy into the super giant to self-detonate, this place was filled with radiation and residual fission energy. It was like running out of battery and recharging on the spot. Looking into the distance, he sighed. This battle was too arduous. Mayor Hong Kin sacrificed himself as bait to lure Hayat Dong Hak Veen to the blast point and severely wound him. Only then could I exploit the terrain to self-detonate repeatedly and finally kill him before that woman could rescue him. Thinking back, he murmured that although the infinite monster template was powerful, it was still not enough to confront an overlord. This victory relied on timing, terrain, and a bit of luck. Daihoa stood up and smiled. "As long as I have time, I will reach the peak of Xia Nation's combat power. But this secret realm erupted too early, and I have not matured yet. To grow stronger quickly, the only way is to fuse the Emperor Demon Lappy's core template and accelerate the collection of highly compatible plant-type demon cores. As for the Xuanwang martial arts, if the monster template allows me to cheat within infinite space, then the supreme martial artist system must also be secure. Although it develops more slowly, its potential is immense, because it is the cultivation system of a high martial world." Daihoa looked at the rising sun, as if seeing a radiant future ahead. "Perhaps I crossed into this world to fulfill my own mission." 1 month after the disaster, a bronze statue of Hong Kin was erected to commemorate his noble sacrifice. Daihoa sat on a chair watching the news. Across Xia Nation, 18 cities were attacked by beast tides. 12 fell. In Quan Sun, an S-class secret realm appeared shrouded in gray fog that could not be scouted. He listened silently. The great Xia martial artist organization Long Que dispatched 30 Xuanwu and 5 grandmasters led by Great Grandmaster Du Can Min to investigate. The news kept updating. This wave of invasion was extremely severe. An S-class secret realm had appeared. Zhen Guo Fu Hong Sin waited at the perimeter, but the breakthrough team could not get out. Afterwards, he personally entered Kwang Sun. 8 hours later, he emerged heavily wounded with 2 surviving grandmasters. The city was designated the 11th Life Forbidden Zone, confirming 1,080,000 casualties. Daihoa was shocked. Even Zhen Guo could not prevail. Is humanity's situation on Blue Star so dire? I cannot continue waiting. At the suburban villa, the phone rang. Aunt Chin. "I would like to ask a favor." Chin Lam in seductive nightwear picked up the call and asked, "Do you want to finish learning the remaining 2 Xuanwang sets of the Liu family?" Daihoa forced a smile. "Am I that kind of person in your eyes, Aunt?" Then said no. "I want to ask you to purchase high-quality plant-type demon cores, preferably blue or purple Lord Grey." She asked in surprise. "Plant-type beasts are rare. Lords even rarer. You have quite an appetite. What will you offer in exchange?" Daihoa replied, "Every year Huadu University holds a secret realm assessment for freshmen. I can form a team with Liu Qingzhu and help her win first place. Chin Lam's eyes flashed as she said, do not underestimate the geniuses from other provinces. Kingju in previous years was only above average and has not reached the top tier, although you defeated him before. Compared to true monsters, you are still slightly lacking. He said confidently, but you have no choice except to bet on me for the Liu family's revival. I can write an IOU. If I do not win first place, I will serve the Liu family like an ox or a horse. She chuckled softly as she walked down and said, serve like an ox or a horse. Chin Lam looked through the glass and smiled, fine. I will help you once more. On a beautiful morning, Dai Hoa went to Anthan Central Hospital to visit So Chow. Though he was only visiting a friend, on the way he was surrounded by fans. People shouted at his Dai Hoa, I heard you killed many demonic beasts. Add me as a friend, sign for me. He was astonished that he had become so famous. After struggling to escape the fans, he finally entered the hospital room. As soon as he opened the door, he laughed and teased, is this not the most handsome So Chow in Anthan? So Chow looked at the pile of gifts and asked where did these come from. He replied fans gave them on the way. Luo Huan saw Dai Hoa and raised his hand in greeting. You are Dai Hoa, right? Dai Hoa did not recognize him and asked, who are you? Luo Huan awkwardly introduced himself as your first opponent in the promotion match. Did you forget so quickly? Hearing that, Dai Hoa noticed something unusual about him and was slightly startled. Luo Huan understood that look and said, my leg has not recovered. I can undergo reconstructive surgery or install the new combat prosthetic of the Thunder Shooting Bird. Dai Hoa felt admiration in his heart. So young and already lost a leg protecting Anthan, truly worthy of respect. At that moment, the phone in his pocket rang. Dai Hoa complained irritably, there have been too many spam calls lately. Just as he put it away, it rang loudly again, startling him. The moment he answered, the principal shouted, did you block an important figure from Huadu? Unblock immediately. He hurriedly replied, understood, principal. Immediately after, he called back. The admissions officer of Huadu University informed him that the school would start 1 month early. In 3 days, a special train would pick them up. At the same time, So Chow also received a call from teacher Liu, the admissions officer of Huadu University. Both replied they would follow the arrangements. Luo Huan felt a pang of sadness. In a room of 3 only, I was not selected. Perhaps I should hide under the bed. Dai Hoa still had matters to attend to, so he only visited briefly before taking his leave. A few days later at Swan Lake, the mushroom cloud from the explosion hurled hundreds of tons of dust into the air. The sky within dozens of kilometers was shrouded in dark clouds like eternal night. Thick cloud layer curled like a somber velvet curtain, allowing only a few faint rays of light to slip through. Dai Hoa stood motionless like an ancient statue amid the chaotic world, sinking into meditation as the spirit within his body initiated its transformation. Streams of white chi coiled around the gleaming dragon scale, enveloping his body like spiritual clouds summoning beasts. His eyes glowed an illusory blue. The system displayed infinite monster template, composite physique 27.41, Emperor Demon Lappy's body template compatibility 38.9, Super Giant Fusion 90%. After the battle, the compatibility increased by 1.5%. Combined with the radiation and residual fission energy here, it was truly a sacred cultivation ground. In the past 3 days, he gained more than 6 points. Progress was astonishing. Gigantic foot stomped down, causing tremors like an ancient beast roaring, but unfortunately, I have to leave now. Immediately after, Dai Hoa turned into a streak of light that tore through space and shot into the sky. At the same time, So Chow arrived at Anthan Station. The announcement broadcast that train G6666 to Huadu West would depart in 5 minutes. Passengers, please proceed to ticket inspection. He stood waiting for his train, his heart filled with anticipation and tension. But the moment he heard that familiar sound, he immediately understood that person had arrived. Across the deep blue sky, a dazzling streak of light suddenly tore through. Right after that, Dai Hoa executed a spectacular landing, for he had rushed here at a terrifying speed. Dai Hoa let out a soft breath of relief when he realized he had not missed the train. Everything was still in time. Wherever Dai Hoa appeared instantly became the center of attention. The crowd stirred as they recognized him. My God, it is Dai Hoa. That pressure just now nearly made me faint. I thought a high-level beast had arrived. Such terrifying aura, even a senior martial artist bursting with blood energy might not produce such pressure. Truly the pride of our Anthan. So Chow quickly noticed the change in Dai Hoa as well. He had clearly grown far stronger than before. Dai Hoa looked ahead with anticipation. A new journey was about to begin, and Anthan would soon be left behind. This was the first place I set foot in after transmigrating, and also the starting point of everything. Farewell, Anthan. The train waited quietly at the platform, as if it had long been waiting just for this moment. He clasped his hands together, his eyes shining with excitement at the thought of the land ahead. Not long after, the train trembled and then sped away, leaving behind a sky still trembling. As soon as he sat down, So Chow spoke. Dai Hoa, let me ask you honestly, Can you not tell me the truth just once? Daihoa leaned back in his seat and wondered whether everyone on this train were top scholars from other provinces. He quickly confirmed it and added that even the carriages were built from the most advanced materials capable of withstanding impacts of thousands of tons. Moreover, at least 5 Xuanwu martial artists were escorting them both openly and in secret. Perhaps even a grandmaster was stationed here, because every passenger on board was the finest elite of a generation in Xia Nation. With his keen perception, Daihoa easily assessed the strength of those around him, sensing their aura through life force. Indeed, there were a few experts capable of withstanding 3 of his moves, but no more than 5 in total. He had thought the journey would be peaceful, yet disaster struck before long. Level 1 warning, Level 1 warning. The Huada train is under attack by an unidentified force. Broadcast system suddenly issued an urgent notice, Level 1 warning. The Huada train is being assaulted by enemies of unknown identity. The professors are checking the situation. All students are required to leave the carriages immediately. Do not engage in combat. The passengers leapt to their feet in panic. Impossible, even Huada is being attacked. Or is this just a drill to test freshmen? Hard to say since Xia Nation is currently weakened. The Zhengyu martial artist is severely injured, and in seclusion, Great Grandmaster Dukan Min is missing. Many Grandmasters and Xuanwu have fallen during the beast tides in Quan Sun and other cities. It is only natural that suppressed forces would rise again. So should we leave the carriage or what? Meanwhile, So Chao and Daihoa were still unaware of the upheaval. What are you thinking about? Daihoa replied that he had overtrained these past days and intended to take a short nap to recover. On second thought, Daihoa preferred action, so he immediately stood up, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the new challenge. Let us see what exactly has happened. Train continued racing forward, despite the turmoil raging inside. As the two moved toward the front carriage, a male student covered in blood ran toward them in panic. Classmate, hang on. What exactly happened up front? Freshman Chu Kim-heen trembled as he recounted. The enemy has taken over the first 3 carriages. They possess a special domain that can drag people into a private space, so the shockwaves do not spread outside. Inside there are many experts hunting everyone down. The Xuanwu teachers escorting us have nearly all sacrificed themselves. They joined forces to send me out to deliver the message and demand that everyone flee immediately. This is absolutely not a drill. As the situation spiraled beyond control, panic in the carriage inevitably surged. At that moment someone questioned, where is the proof? If you say the front is dangerous, then show evidence. Where is the token the teachers gave you? Why did only you escape? I have an acquaintance in the front carriage strong enough to compete for freshman champion. I do not believe you made it out while he did not. Hearing Chu Kim-heen's reply, the people behind nodded in agreement. Makes sense. But Deem Tran Hung crossed his arms and said sternly, move aside. I want to see for myself. Ignoring Chu Kim-heen's desperate warnings, he brushed him aside and strode forward. Seeing them rush toward danger like moths to a flame, he tried again to stop them. I am telling the truth. It is extremely dangerous ahead. Why will you not listen? Do not seek death. Unable to persuade them, Chu Kim-heen turned and asked, you are Daihoa, right? Daihoa looked at him with suspicion after sensing an unusual life aura. That is me. How do you know my name? After receiving confirmation, Chu Kim-heen hurriedly said, a girl named Lu Than Truck showed me your photo. She told me I must stop you from going forward. Hearing that familiar name, Daihoa's heart skipped a beat. She truly asked you to pass on that message. Yes, she blocked an attack for me and was severely wounded by a slash. Though the situation was not yet utterly hopeless, Chu Kim-heen burst into tears as if the world were ending. They want to die and I cannot stop them, but I must fulfill her request and make sure you survive. Faced with that melodramatic display, Daihoa lost patience, tapped his head and scolded, she is not dead yet. Do not speak ill omens. You still plan to go? To that question, Daihoa answered firmly, it is useless to stop me. I already promised her parents. Chu Kim-heen still blocked his path. No, I cannot let you rush into danger. Then he blurted out, with your state, how did you even get into Huada? While Daihoa was still persuading him, So Chao impatiently acted directly. So Chao. Kim-heen could not understand why they insisted on advancing despite his warnings. I am trying to save you, yet you act so unreasonable. Just because I do not suit your wishes, you resort to force. Than Truck is so gentle. How could she know 2 such rude people? No one expected that in the very next second he would lose all patience, thrust his leg forward and kick hard into the opponent's abdomen, then shout for him to stop rambling. While Kim-heen was still trembling and struggling to withstand this body, they had already rushed forward at once, their strength far too terrifying, completely beyond me. Sorry, this vitality orb will be left to you. We have urgent matters. Despite Kim-heen trying his best to stop them, they still insisted on charging into the dangerous area. So Chao, let us go. Do not head there. It is too dangerous. At this moment, Daihoa stood before an elevator, the number displayed above clearly showing the 3rd floor. For him was a stream of purple light like a gate leading to another space. Perhaps this was the entrance to the independent space that freshman mentioned. However, Daihoa did not recklessly rush straight in. Instead, he picked up a suitcase to probe first, like throwing a stone to test the path. Without the slightest hesitation, he hurled the suitcase fiercely into the purple spatial stream ahead. After waiting for a long while with no movement at all, Daihoa silently speculated. No reaction, no echoing sound. Even his own life force field could not sense the energy inside. Many freshmen had just stepped in here. It seemed they had all entered. Believing there were no traps inside, Daihoa immediately dashed straight into the purple light. Quite interesting. He simply stepped in like that. The moment he set foot into the new space, he swept his gaze around, observing the faint purple aura spreading everywhere. Yet beneath Daihoa's feet appeared a glaring white path, so bright it made his head ache. What exactly was this wretched place? Truly strange, they had clearly entered at the same time, yet now So Chao was nowhere to be seen. There was light ahead. He would head there and decide afterward. Time was urgent, so Daihoa did not hesitate and accelerated forward. However, after walking the entire white path, he instead stumbled into a twisted, desolate city. Buildings overturned as if flipped upside down. What kind of place was this? He raised his hand to check, but his life force field gave no response. Perhaps this area had been completely isolated. Without further hesitation, Daihoa shot upward like lightning, leaving only a streak of light behind. The old method was still the most effective. In the blink of an eye, he landed atop a nearby building, his figure steady like an eagle hunting prey. His icy gaze fixed forward, he raised his hand and condensed a dazzling sphere of energy, aura swirling within his palm. Stop pretending and hiding. Next instant, the entire space trembled from a heaven-shaking explosion. Energy rising into green smoke that covered the sky. Explode for me. Violent explosion resounded from the rooftop, white light blotting out the sky. Everyone raised their heads in unison and cried out. Such a huge explosion. What happened again? Which expert appeared with such grandeur? In the middle of the road, a figure holding a sword leapt swiftly into the air. An truck sat weakly curled up in a corner against the wall. She looked up at the explosion above and whispered, Daihoa is truly enraged. Do not let him find his way here. The rooftop, Daihoa crossed his arms and looked down. It seemed that Strike had drawn not only allies but enemies as well. Sure enough, from behind a pig-headed figure slowly walked toward him. That man's hand was a blade smeared with a sticky substance that looked extremely horrifying. As soon as he came close, he immediately turned and kicked. That pig head looked bad at a glance. Damn it. Go back to hell. Let me tear that fake head off. He tightened his grip on the blade and assumed a ready stance. The two sides nearly charged at each other at the same time. After taking a punch, the pig-headed man remained calm as if nothing had happened. That left him slightly stunned. He took my punch like a nuclear bomb and still remained unharmed. Gripped the blade tightly and stabbed straight toward his body. The pighead simultaneously began to slowly regenerate. Daihoa looked at him with disdain, surprised that my regeneration is this fast. I can clamp your blade with mere muscle. The force is not strong, yet the weapon is special. It seems to pierce through all defenses. What exactly are you? Let me take a look. As he spoke, he reached out and tore open his mouth. Seizing the chance, he unleashed a surge of power from within the mouth straight into the opponent's body. Taste this punch. I am a man of my word. If I say you will fall on the spot, then I will make it happen. In an instant, his body turned to ashes. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual and lowered his head to look. Oh, what is inside this head? It was a pendant. It seemed this was truly Hua University's trial. Defeating monsters even dropped items. He bent down and picked up the pendant. He immediately put it away. The masked man's blade must have been reinforced by an expert to be so sharp. Once the weapon vanished, it was nothing but scrap iron. And what was this pendant for? Perhaps he had to hunt more masked figures to obtain the pendants inside their heads. This was indeed a survival game. From afar, another blade suddenly slashed toward his back. He quickly circulated his spiritual power, causing the arrowhead to halt midair. Looking at the monster behind, he spoke. So soon it is your turn. I hate ambushes from behind the most. Just as he turned around, another arrow suddenly shot up from below. The monster above continuously fired arrows at him. An arrow pierced straight through his chest, yet he was completely unharmed, even tilting his head to look at it eerily. You want to kill me with just that, too naive. Immediately unleashed the move Reverse Pillar Man Slayer, immense power enveloping all his muscles. The surging energy swelled until his body seemed on the verge of exploding. That power also caused the surrounding building to collapse. A young man standing nearby cried out in shock. What exactly is happening over there? The entire building has collapsed. Returning to Daihoa, he held the arrow that had struck him and slowly advanced. Let me see who almost turned me into a skewer. A rabbit head, could it correspond to the 12 zodiac animals? The monster's body suddenly swelled. Then it gripped its arrows and charged forward as fast as lightning. It launched a powerful strike in response. Its technique startled him slightly. It even knew how to use archery methods. Another arrow shot straight toward his face. Suddenly another force appeared to shield him. An ice wall rising up. Collapsing building abruptly halted. The monster was encased in ice, its movements completely sealed. Above, So Chow descended with weapon in hand. Truly dangerous, Dai Hoa, leave this rabbit to me. He immediately slashed down, but the monster was faster, leaping away to dodge. It screeched and continuously used arrows to shatter the ice layer. Within a few seconds, its weapon was also frozen solid. So Chow raised his hand before him and unleashed a technique that blasted it away. It lifted its weapon before its chest, trying to block the attack. A trace of astonishment flashed in its eyes. Immediately, countless other surges of power crashed down simultaneously. Another monster rushed out. Finally caught you, little cutie. On the building's side, an enormous surge of energy erupted and shot straight into the sky. A few minutes earlier on the rooftop, she spoke. Why is there no movement over there? That noisy one who entered the formation must be dead already. Surely finished. Those masked figures were unharmed even when more than a dozen of us surrounded them. Their weapons pierced through every defense, completely beyond our current ability. The one who just entered even fired a signal flare into the sky. Truly arrogant. Probably just a student from a small region admitted to Hua University. A frog at the bottom of a well thinking himself talented. Honestly, top scorers from major cities are not on the same level as those from small places. I heard Deem Chin Hung and Oduong Trak in Madu, Lam Vu Tu in Thamdu, Tan Tran at Lu Lai Island have already begun hunting masked figures. No one knows how they manage it. That's strong, then this year's freshman leader must be among them. No, the freshman leader every year is always a local of Hoa Du. Before the prodigies of Hoa Du, students from elsewhere can hardly compare. Their cultivation resources have differed vastly since childhood. Suddenly across from them, a massive pillar of energy shot straight into the sky. The person beside her trembled and asked what that powerful beam was. Some kind of electron cannon. She trembled as well and replied, "Stop talking nonsense. There is no electron cannon here." That enormous surge of power continued soaring upward, merging into the dense clouds above. Chin Hung tilted his head and asked the person beside him, "A Trak, what is your assessment of this matter?" Duong Trak replied calmly, "That style of attack is not from the masked group. It is very likely the move of some freshman." Great saber stabbed deeply into the monster's chest. In his hand dangled jade green pendants. Aside from those in Hoa Du, who else could be that strong? We must go take a look. After all, we have already gathered 4 pendants of rat, dog, monkey, and horse. Lam Vu Tu in Tham Du has at least 1 goat. Tan Tran at Lu Lai Island possesses at minimum a snake. And freshman Lu Than Truck reportedly defeated the ox head and seized the ox pendant. If the masked ones truly correspond to the 12 zodiac, then only pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon remain. As for the dragon, you already know, the kind of existence that means death upon contact. It can only be avoided and not confronted. A true boss indeed. The remaining pendants are likely in the hands of the freshmen who just released that beam. Tan Tran and Lam Vu Tu will surely be drawn there as well. Chin Hung. This game has entered its final stage. To seize victory, there is only one way, to snatch it from others. On Dai Hoa's side, he held in his hand a jade green pendant. So Chow asked curiously what that was. Dai Hoa sat on the ground examining the pendant and replied, "Before you arrived, I dealt with a pig head and obtained the pig pendant from inside his hood. If I am not mistaken, this trial requires us to collect all the pendants from the heads of those beasts." He tilted his head and asked, "So we must actively hunt the masked ones?" He nodded correct. There was also a sniper on the rooftop who shot at me, likely another mask. He has fled now. His arrow is still on me. We can follow that trace to track him down. As soon as he stood up, he heard So Chow suggest, "Let us go." In the area of ruined buildings, Dai Hoa looked at the devastated battlefield before him and said, "There are signs of battle here. Someone made a move before us." Chow stepped forward and placed his hand on a scorch mark. Sensing the lingering warmth, the opponent has not gone far. After observing carefully, he suddenly startled. He is still nearby. He immediately drew his weapon and raised it, his icy gaze sweeping forward. On the ground, countless ice arrows suddenly shot upward, dragging long streaks behind them. Vu Tu held her arm and sighed delicately. "My optical invisibility has been discovered again." The collapsed apartment complex, So Chow swung his sword, forming massive ice walls to attack her. Hiding nearby surely meant no good intentions. Tan Tran suddenly rushed forward and unleashed a technique. Move aside, Fiend Flame wore body illusion. He struck out with shaking ape palm. a gigantic hand materializing in midair. After attacking, he leisurely took out a cigarette to light it. Been discovered already, Lam Vu 2. Your invisibility is too poor. Dai Hoa replied coldly. No need for you to interfere. Are you two planning to ambush us? Seeing him approach, Vu 2 softened her voice. Little brother, you misunderstand. We just dealt with a chicken-headed mask. Hiding was only to lure the others out. Tan Tran lit his cigarette. Dai Hoa cast him a frigid glance and asked, is that so? Then what is the meaning of this action? Having said that, he grabbed her by the throat and lifted her into the air. After being thrown down, she bit her nails in anger. Even my clone was seen through. This little brother is not ordinary. Tan Tran beside her cut in. I was even hoping you would succeed in the sneak attack. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Tan Tran stepped closer. Seems I still have to make a move myself. He inhaled deeply, his cheeks swelling. Then he exhaled a massive, rolling torrent of scorching air. The pitch-black heat forced the people ahead to retreat. Vu 2 drew out her fan, smiling charmingly at them. Do not even think of running. Her eyes flashed as she waved the fan forward. Wind arrival. Thick smoke surged forth and surrounded them. Tan Tran immediately unleashed a technique, creating a vast sea of flames. It is not over yet. Taste my fire. The black gas and the sea of fire collided violently in midair. He laughed arrogantly at the opponent. So what if you have some strength, you still cannot defeat us? Dai Hoa's voice rang out coldly. What are you laughing for? He raised his hand, a burst of power effortlessly shattering both of their attacks. Tan Tran was horrified. Just a single clap broke my fire cloud. What kind of power is this? Before he could finish speaking, a fist had already crashed down. Mountain Storm Fist. Turned and punched straight into his face. A single simple punch sent him flying far away. Vu 2 broke into a cold sweat at the sight. Our strength is still stuck at the martial apprentice level, and our bodies are sealed. Even if Hua University freshmen have a higher ceiling, we cannot break through yet. But his physical qualities are completely unlike those of a first-year student. Staring at that punch, she forgot there was another icy figure. Her legs had already been frozen solid and could not move. She looked at him, advancing with overwhelming momentum. Even she and Tan Tran together were no match. Truly a monster. Knowing further resistance was futile, she still raised her weapon before her to defend. Only after a few seconds did she break free from the ice binding her. Vu 2 immediately turned to flee. I must retreat. But before she could get far, he seized her ankle. She turned her head in panic. It is over. Dai Hoa showed no mercy, yanking her leg and slamming her straight to the ground. Get down here for me. Not stopping, his other hand clenched into a fist, preparing to unleash mysterious yellow martial art. She immediately cast Formless Shadow, her body splitting into countless afterimages and scattering away. Seeing that, his gaze grew even colder, trying to escape. The next instant, his body erupted with immense aura. Flesh prison demon, demon realm phantom joy. Her figure was surrounded by countless spirits. She stiffened and screamed, I cannot move, what is this? Dai Hoa smiled wickedly. You cannot win and you cannot run. Obediently admit defeat. After a long struggle, Vu 2 finally handed over the pendant. I concede. All the pendants are yours. Dai Hoa held the spoils and smiled in satisfaction. It would have been better to behave earlier. Tell me what you know. To win this trial, one must gather all 12 pendants. It has entered the final stage. Even if you do not rob others, they will come to you. O Duong Trak and Deem Chin Hung of Ta Du are the most outstanding. They have surely obtained quite a few. Do you need me to lead you to find them? She schemed inwardly. I have no chance left. I might as well use their hands to make you fight each other. As if reading her thoughts, his face darkened. No need for you to worry, but your fan seems quite good. In another corner of the ruined city, Duong Trak and Chin Hung sped forward like the wind. Duong Trak said by now Tan Tran and Lam Vu 2 must have arrived there. No matter, whoever wins, we will simply snatch it back. They are only keeping it for us. Chin Hung suddenly halted in shock. A Trak, look at that corpse. Before them lay a body sprawled on the ground, covered in syrup-like substance. Seeing the familiar face clearly, both spoke in unison, that is Tan Tran. Few minutes earlier, after being blasted away by Dai Hoa, Tan Tran staggered alone through the city. That man is truly a monster. Lam Vu 2 is likely finished as well. It feels like he marked me. Sooner or later he will find me. It seems I must join forces with O Duong Trak and Deem Chin Hung. A strange sound came from behind. He jolted and turned around. Who is there? From the darkness, a sword-wielding monster stepped out coldly. Its crimson eyes were terrifying. The moment he saw it, Tan Tran trembled and could not stand steady. It is the dragon. A bolt of lightning flashed across a street lamp. The extinguished bulb suddenly lit up. The monster's blade swept across his body, syrup splattering and staining the space. With a single clean strike, the monster sent him on his way and took 2 pendants. Chin Hung slowly stepped forward to inspect the corpse. Why did Tan Tran die here? This slash is too sharp, Duong Trak said in a low voice. It was Divine Dragon, one decisive and precise strike, enough to show he completely overwhelmed Tan Tran. Only the dragon mask among the 12 imperial blades could do this. Recalling their previous encounter, he suddenly thought, Was the dragon mask not only able to operate in the underground parking lot? Back then, I led more than 20 people chasing down into the basement to find you. Who would have thought we would run into that dragon? In the end, only the two of us survived and escaped. I still cannot believe he truly kills people. Was this not said to be only a trial? But that hot blood could not have been fake. Duong Trak's face gradually turned pale with fear. He looked over and asked, "What do we do now?" Tan Tran's pendants must have been taken as well. Duong Trak said gravely, "Divine Dragon being able to leave the parking lot may be because we freshmen triggered some condition. For example, when the ordinary masks are nearly wiped out, the final boss, like him, is free. Just like the Zodiac masks hunt freshmen, while Divine Dragon can target whoever holds the pendants. Cannot confront Divine Dragon head-on. We must act first and seize all pendants from others. Absolutely do not let them fall into his hands." As he spoke, his eyes flared brightly. Bloodline awakening. Golden-winged rock manifested. 2 pairs of radiant golden wings sprouted from his back. He turned and shot forward. What must be done now is to send a signal and lure those holding pendants here for a decisive battle. From his wings rolled a violent gale that shook the space. In a corner of Purple City, Than Truck leaned against a stone wall. Originally on her way to Hua University, yet inexplicably drawn into strange Purple City. Many freshmen had died under the dragon mask. Another person and I encountered a teacher. He could only take one person out, and I had to remain here at this dangerous moment. I must tell that fool Dai Hoa not to get involved in this. I wonder if that classmate met Dai Hoa after getting out. Unfortunately, I no longer have the strength to find him. With his strength, as long as he avoids the dragon mask, he should be fine. As she was opening her phone to look at old memories, a strange noise sounded in the distance. Heart tightened. Have I been discovered? In this condition, I cannot run. The opponent has locked onto my aura and will come to seize the pendant. Though I do not value it much, my intuition says Dai Hoa will need it. I cannot confront directly. The only way is to lead them there. In midair, Duong Trak hovered looking at Lu Than Truck. I heard your clan produced an underworld bloodline awakening. Since it shares the system of demonic beasts and divine birds, I once researched it. She holds the Ox Pendant. Truly an unexpected gain. He is heading toward another location, trying to lure me to Divine Dragon's parking lot. How naive. Divine Dragon left long ago. The basement is empty now. Chin Hung, you wait here. I will capture her first. Having said that, he prepared to dive down. From the apartment rooftop, a series of explosions rang out one after another. Duong Trak hovered looking at Than Truck. Lu Than Truck, you cannot escape. Suddenly he sensed something unusual. What is that sound? Is it the dragon? How is that possible? He should be hunting the one holding the pendants. Divine Dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Wait, if the target is the one holding the pendants. The moment he saw it, he trembled. He suddenly remembered he was carrying 4 pendants. It would surely prioritize the place with the most. His arrogance had pushed him toward death. The monster's eyes blazed fiercely. His pupils widened in terror. Seeing Divine Dragon charge at him, he immediately assumed a defensive stance. Flew upward to observe. Is this a domain? I did not expect Divine Dragon to cast such a move. Just by looking into the caster's eyes, one is dragged into the domain. To escape, one must kill him. I did not expect to be forced to this step. Did not hesitate and lunged to attack. He immediately folded his wings into a shield around his body and counterattacked. Here it comes. Divine Dragon roared violently. The entire city seemed to tremble with it. Chin Hung raised his sword to block. He looked at him coldly. Damn it, are you turning up the volume of the whole city to provoke me? So Chow stepped forward and said, Dai Hoa, this one is mine. I want to test myself. Chin Hung gripped his sword and charged forward. You think you can catch me, naive? He immediately unleashed ice veins. Both sides attacked at the same time. He used his sword to block. Seeing him dodge, he shouted, where are you running? Without delay, he swung his sword down again. So Chow turned with a panicked expression. Thanks to his timely reaction, he managed to block that strike. Unleashed soul-piercing sword intent, his gaze icy, man and sword becoming one. Behind him, 2 colossal spirit beasts appeared roaring. Chin Hung simultaneously brought his sword down. So Chow's ice spirit creature also charged forward. Dai Hoa sat nearby, cross-legged, watching with a bored expression. Chin Hung felt his spirit beast grow unstable, his face changing. A Thai's aura was calling for help. He hurriedly retreated to evade the attack. Then he turned his head and shouted, if not for urgent matters, I would have chopped 8 of your bones into pieces. From within the smoke, Dai Hoa's voice rang out as his punch shot forward, saying that in planning to leave, have I given permission? He had no time to react before being struck. Single punch sent him flying far away. Chin Hung struggled to his feet and spat blood. What was that? I was sent flying just now. You attacked from behind. Dai Hoa replied calmly, I sent you flying. Your shouting was too piercing, so I used a bit more force. That is not a sneak attack, but you being slow. He sprang up in fury. Arrogant fool, I will take your life. 3 minutes later, looking at his miserable face, Dai Hoa said, do not take it to heart. Lasting 3 minutes under my hands is already quite good. Tan Tran was blown away by me in a single move. Your sword is not bad either. I will borrow it. He casually examined the weapon beside his battered body. However, it still needs further reinforcement. His seal countless sharp spikes suddenly grew out. So Chow brought over a pendant and said, Dai Hoa, we did not find a pendant on him, but there is this. Pendant kept flashing, as if transmitting a signal. Within that domain, So Chow's body had been injured so severely, it was almost unrecognizable. Blood flowed all over him, as he weakly said, I did not expect I could only reach this point. I have used up all the relics I brought from the secret realm. As long as I stab his heart, I conceal Divine Dragon's weapon and energy. Unfortunately, I had to pay the price of an arm and still could not drive the nail into his heart. It missed by 3 fingers. The only chance to kill Divine Dragon was lost. Ha Long stepped forward and roared. A moment later it vanished. At the scene only ashes remained, and his body with a blade deeply embedded in his heart. Inside the building, Than Truck clutched her wound and staggered forward, just a little more. I must reach the rooftop immediately. Divine Dragon is terrifyingly strong. That one is not on the same level. Oduong track will not last long either. His next target will be me. Survive, the only way is to call Dai Hoa to take me away. This is the tallest building. His flare already hinted it. I must also fire a signal. She began to glow, and unleashed Underworld Sparrow bloodline awakening. Purple energy spread in all directions. Few seconds later she collapsed to her knees, gasping. It hurts so much, I hope Dai Hoa receives it. Her eyes suddenly flashed and widened. Hearing that familiar sound, she almost could not believe her ears. How could this sound be? She slowly lowered her head and saw Divine Dragon stepping toward her. The moment their eyes met, her face turned pale, her gaze filled with fear. He tracked me down this fast. No, I must send another signal for Dai Hoa to leave this place. Its eyes blazed with savage light. The upper floors of the building exploded instantly. It held its sword and slowly approached her. Sword was raised high, preparing to strike down. Than Truck trembled as tears streamed down. It is over, there is no time left. Long cracks suddenly appeared across the nearby wall. Dai Hoa burst through the wall with sword in hand and shouted, I promised your family. I keep my word. Seeing him, she clung to hope like grasping a lifeline and cried out, Dai Hoa. Long tilted its head to examine him as he appeared. Dai Hoa's eyes flashed with lightning as he stared at it. And what are you supposed to be? Saying that, he immediately swung his sword in a slash. With a single strike, the entire building was split in two. Holding it back, he turned to Than Truck and said, So Chow and Tiudu are in the eastern alley. Go first? She asked, what about you? He replied, let me test myself against this dragon mask. Bolt of heavenly lightning descended. The two of them quickly left the building, gripped his sword tightly, and stepped forward. As he walked, he rolled his wrist and looked at Divine Dragon following. This domain again. When I received the distress signal, I sensed something wrong here. Do you only dare to hide in a domain to fight? Nail was embedded in its chest, piercing straight into its heart. His eyes flickered with surprise at the sight of that nail. It roared fiercely at him. Could this be the plan Deem Chin Hung once mentioned to eliminate Divine Dragon? Showed no fear as he drew his sword, his eyes gleaming with interest quite fast. He raised his sword, then blocked Divine Dragon's attack. I have long awaited this battle. Clashing sounds echoed across the rooftop. Surge of power tore through space, splitting the building apart. In moments, the structure collapsed and dust filled the air. Divine Dragon launched relentless attacks. It opened its mouth and roared, its long tongue flicking out viciously. He gritted his teeth and resisted. The gap in strength sent him flying. Amid the dust, a blue light suddenly flashed, its red eyes fixed on him. The blue light, immense energy erupted skyward, thunder and lightning intertwining. Dai Hoa's body transformed, his gaze icy as he stepped forward. Since coming to this world, I have finally met someone worthy to be my opponent. He raised his brow warily. So you will not fall so easily then. On the ground, a hand gripped tightly onto a rock. Divine Dragon, though gravely wounded, still stood firm before him. Dai Hoa smiled, that is more like it. If the final boss fell so easily, it would be dull. It did not respond, and immediately swung its sword, charging like a storm. His eyes blazed as he stared straight at it. Swung his sword in a slash, blocking the incoming strike. He clenched his teeth so fast, after the mask cracked, his speed and strength both surged. Its eyes widened unnaturally. It swept its sword in a long arc. He nimbly tilted his body to evade. Seeing his sword broken, he was stunned. The sword has shattered. It stepped back a few paces, facing him. Losing the advantage, it swung its sword again to attack. But what it did not expect was Dai Hoa lunging forward and biting down hard on the blade. Holding it in place, he glanced sideways, finally caught you. Seizing its opening, he threw a punch. Its eyes widened in horror. Unable to defend in time, it took the full force of vast root punch. Its head snapped back and the mask shattered. He grabbed its hand. It is not over yet. Technician number 23 at your service, saying that he threw another punch. The terrifying force twisted its face to one side. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. He laughed. Temple, throat, ventricle, spleen, and kidney, lower yin are all fatal points. Moreover, you have already been sealed by Oduang Trak's bronze nail. Your meridians lock, your martial energy sluggish. My strikes seep into your acupoints, causing internal damage. It suddenly looked down. One hand reached for the sword lying on the ground, then hurled it straight toward him. He immediately drew his weapon to block. I knew you would not give up. Your only chance to kill me was when I first arrived, using the information gap to strike. Even then, there was only about 30% chance. He snapped open the sharp fan and slashed down. He tilted his head and shouted, "Fly up for me." Crimson energy surged and formed a vortex that swept everything away. Violent red tornado tore through the buildings and destroyed the surroundings. Volume 2 was dragged into the air, the vortex ripping at his flesh. The reinforced fan blade even fiercer than in Lam Vu's hand. A man shot upward, eyes blazing as he laughed loudly. It is not over yet, Volume 2. He clenched his fist. First strike, nuclear ground blasting fist. Massive shockwave exploded in midair, dust and smoke billowing. Volume 2 hung exhausted in the air, unable to resist. The power did not stop. He threw a second punch. Yahello rushed in and punched straight at his face. Mountain storm fist black flash. Continuous explosions crashed against the surrounding buildings. Volume 2 was blasted into a wall, the entire area shattering. Yahello hovered in midair watching the scene. A dragon, I thought it was formidable. Turns out it is just a worm. Volume 2's eyes were bloodshot, his hand trembling as he gripped his sword, gathering the last of his strength, muttering, must kill him. Suddenly a sword shot in from nowhere and sliced across his neck, blood spraying into the sky. Bitch honk. In only a few seconds, Volume 2's head fell to the ground, his body pinned to the wall. Beside Yahello appeared a jade pendant. The dragon token was in hand. This game should end now. Chin Hung's face darkened, as if calculating something. Behind them, a group gathered and whispered among themselves. A girl said worriedly, "You should not face the dragon mask alone." So Chow replied calmly aside from Yahello, "If we rush in, we will only be a burden." She lowered her eyes sadly. So Chow is right. I am severely injured and cannot use martial techniques. Claiming to assist would only distract Yahello. If only I were stronger, I would not be a burden. Suddenly Yahello appeared before her, making her jump. "What are you thinking?" She turned away embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Here is the dragon pendant. Do you want me to snatch it outright?" Jade pendants carved with different symbols were placed on the ground. Try arranging them in order of the 12 zodiac from rat to pig. Yahello stroked his chin thinking. So Chow crossed his arms behind his back and asked, "No reaction yet? Or arranged wrongly?" He nodded slightly yes. Chin Hung rested his chin and said the dragon token is the most special. It was never prey but a hunter that pursued those holding pendants. So to clear the stage, perhaps the dragon token does not need to be attached. Saying that he picked up the string with the unusual stone. Immediately a loud rumble sounded. Everyone turned around. The girl asked, "Did it succeed?" Chin Hung said in surprise, "Has the mechanism been activated?" Dark clouds gathered thickly in the sky. Light appeared in midair, the buildings below trembled. Yahello looked up and shouted, "Quickly look at the sky." In the heavens, a gigantic eye opened, clouds swirling around its pupil. Everyone was stunned. What is going on? Yahello's body slowly rose into the air. He was pulled toward the eye, behind it a bottomless darkness. He shouted loudly, "Ah, ah." His body halted in midair. On a crowded train, people clamored, "Is this the Hua University train? I am back. I am still alive. I remember being killed by the dragon mask. Just now I was in that strange city. How am I back already? Was it only a dream? But how could so many people share the same dream?" Yahello and So Chow heard the announcement. "Please do not panic. You were just pulled into a dream illusion by the artifact eye." This was this year's freshman assessment of Imperial Capital. Especially Yahello from Ancon together with So Chow and Lu Than Truck collected all 12 pendants and ranked first. Yahello listened silently. Student Yahello achieved outstanding results. The special reward will be granted after enrollment. The train people discussed. "Who is Yahello? I died early, so I do not know what happened later. Did even Oduang Trak lose, whereas in Than, did he really collect all 12 pendants? I could not even defeat a normal mask. Maybe he is a hidden scion of a great clan. We must get acquainted with him." A green light appeared before Yahello. Finally, it is here. Notification appeared. Congratulations, host, for passing the entire Imperial University eye assessment. Reward 1 monster sample draw. He thought as long as conditions are met there is a draw. Then turned and said, "So Chow, give me a wet wipe to clean my hands first." A card appeared. This time it surely will not be unlucky. Red-bodied, red-eyed monster manifested before him. The notification read Tier 3 monster sample blood-sucking vampire Latch Yuda. Bloodline ability, infection, blood control, immortal body, compatibility 1%, evolution form Latch Yuda pseudo complete loader. Black Hua University train sped along the tracks. Daihoa gritted his teeth thinking a vampire. Finally drew an S card. Though the base bloodline is ordinary, the evolution form can stop time, truly heaven-defying. At that moment, a young man asked, "Are you Daihoa?" The one asking was Duong Track. "Did you really defeat Divine Dragon?" Chin hung behind him, glanced thinking a track calmed down. "Causing trouble on the train, there is no hospital." Daihoa turned and said to clarify a bit, "I did not beat it to death, but slashed it to death." Duong Track froze, slashed to death. A few seconds later, Duong Track loudly said, "I plan to establish a new club at Hua University. I hope you join. I will let you be president." For years, the top scorer and president have belonged to Hoa Do students. We must break that tradition. He extended his hand sincerely. "Your strength shows me a chance to change. Join us." People on the train cheered. Who says he is inferior to O Duong Track, even inviting Daihoa as president? Perhaps this is the beginning of a legendary organization. Daihoa tilted his head and refused. "Sorry, I have no interest in fighting for power or forming groups. I prefer freedom alone." The crowd buzzed again. He refused, a historic refusal. Who exactly is Daihoa that even O Duong Track was turned down? Duong Track handed over a card saying, "It is fine. We will always await the day of cooperation." The train slowly descended through the clouds. So Chow looked outside and said, "We have arrived." Daihoa opened his eyes and replied softly, "Yes." As soon as he saw the scene outside, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Hua." Dazzling skyscrapers appeared before him. Is this Hoa Do? Truly a great metropolis. Dusk was falling as everyone disembarked one by one. A guide pointed the way. "Please, freshmen of Hoa Do, this way. Ahead is Hoa Do University." The freshmen quickly stepped out. All were overwhelmed by the sight. A gigantic aircraft with advanced engines was parked before them. An announcement sounded, "Please board in order. Match your seats with the numbers from the train." Daihoa formed a finger gun and poked Than Truck's back, teasing Zio Truck, making her jump. Remembered her mother's warning that though he was her nominal fiancé before marriage, do not be too intimate. Do not let him take advantage. Than Truck angrily said, "What are you doing? We are still outside." Daihoa asked blankly, "Outside? What, sleepy? I was only asking why we need to take a plane." Than Truck sighed inwardly. "Why did mother betroth me to this country bumpkin?" He pointed to the sky and said, "Because Hoa University is in the air." Daihoa repeated, "In the air." Hoa Do University appeared among the clouds with advanced facilities. The aircraft carrying students flew through the defense system. Daihoa looked at the electromagnetic grid, thinking to block demonic beasts right. Once inside, even life sensing range is narrow, worthy of Hoa University. Students descended the stairs. The guide distributed cards reminding, "Keep your student card safe." Daihoa held the card and examined it carefully. The train departed with an announcement, "Please proceed to the levitation station to board the dormitory shuttle." Before them stood a massive modern building. Daihoa pointed upward and laughed. "This is the highest city in the world." The students around looked at him like a strange person. What is he saying? Everyone entered the elevator. "I am floor 42, room A3. So Chow, where are you? Floor 45, B7. Higher than me, then I will get off first." Daihoa opened his door and exclaimed, "The room is over 100 square meters. Hua University students truly live well." He toured around marveling, latest computer, fully equipped. Opening the bathroom door, he laughed in delight. There is even a massage bathtub. Who could refuse? After a while, he lay on the bed, as wide as a 5-star hotel. He smiled dangerously, but must handle business first. Upgrade the blood-sucking vampire Latch Yuda sample. Daihoa opened his phone to learn how to use the card. Scan to log into Hua University Pass. Entered the Academy Mall. Payment only by credit points. Withdrew all more than 30 million yuan and converted to credit points. Seeing the notice, 322.43 credit points, he turned pale. 100,000 yuan for 1 point. Too expensive. But the shop goods are truly high quality. Many items unavailable outside. Exclusive privilege of Hua University students. Bought all blood attribute demon cores. Should be enough to max Latch Yuda. Previously investing less than 10 million, already reached 90%. A delivery robot flew over saying, "Thank you for your purchase. Wish you smooth cultivation. Remember to rate 5 stars. He smiled. Fast delivery indeed. Daihoa opened the box. Inside were sparkling stones. He swallowed one immediately. A hand with sharp claws gripped the edge of the box. Eating this much, his body began to overload. Notification appeared. Blood-sucking vampire Latch Yuda compatibility reached 100%. Unlocked pseudo-complete loader form. Total physique 29. In the mirror reflected his dark red eyes and pale gray face, but the effect was obvious. Fangs protruded. the other teeth also sharper. The special fang had a groove behind to channel blood. If it bites, it would likely suck blood easier than drinking milk tea. Dark red razor-sharp claws suddenly sprouted from his palm, the tips longer and sharper than before. Yahello lowered his head to examine his transformed body, and a rather reckless thought arose. Next, he stabbed his hand straight into his own neck, blood instantly spraying everywhere. Enduring the pain, Yahello hurried into the bathroom to check his current condition. His entire body was drenched in his own blood, his eye sockets gradually sinking in, looking extremely terrifying. Yet not long after, those wounds slowly closed, and the flesh knit back together. Yahello calmly analyzed, and was astonished to find that this time the recovery speed was slightly faster than before. The self-healing ability of the Blood Clan was indeed remarkable, but external mutations were secondary. What mattered was his new power, Yahello. Truly was a world that revered martial arts. Even the university dormitory was equipped with a private training room. Yahello raised his hand forward, focusing all his spirit to train. When he opened his eyes again, only an almost unbelievable determination remained within them. At the same time, a gigantic demon appeared before him, as if it had long awaited this battle. Without hesitation, Yahello stared coldly and threw a punch. Responding to the challenge, its power instantly erupted violently. A new layer of armor gradually formed, covering its massive body. This time, the giant knight even summoned another shadow behind it to assist. Unwilling to waste time, it immediately hurled a punch straight forward. By instinct, Yahello quickly raised his hand to block. A thunderous explosion rang out, the surrounding space plunging into utter chaos. Clearly felt the bones in his arm shatter completely in that instant. Yahello's small figure was flung backward without time to react. Both arms were crushed, yet he still wore a triumphant smile. Good, strong enough. Now let me try the time stop ability. Time froze, Yahello. Each second passed slowly, 1 second, then 2, then 3 seconds, the limit seeming to stretch further. When it reached 5 seconds, the final boundary finally showed cracks. Yahello's face trembled grotesquely. He thought in despair. Is 5 seconds the limit? It cannot stop here. I must extend it. Though determined, reality was cruel. Blood kept pouring from his body from the strain. Once it exceeded 5 seconds, Yahello was instantly struck by backlash and shattered before his own eyes. The surrounding space immediately fragmented, leaving nothing behind. Yahello trembled and regained composure, wiping the blood from his face and muttering, 5 seconds was the original body's limit, not necessarily mine. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning on a bustling street. As he walked, Yahello complained the sunlight is too glaring today. So Chow asked in surprise, is it? He nodded but thought, since fusing with the Blood Clan, I seem to hate light more, though not to the point of dying in sunlight like a true vampire. So Chow suddenly asked, have you seen this year's academic reform of Hoa University? He replied, no. What about it? Then remembered he fought Yahello all night and paid no attention to other matters. So Chow slowly explained that Hoa University abolished fixed classes this year, switching to groups under a main mentor, following one teacher each year, and able to take additional instructors. Hearing this, Yahello asked blankly, so we must take a master. So Chow sighed, not we but I. You do not need to. He grew more confused. What do you mean? He handed over his phone showing the freshman forum announcement, stating that because Yahello collected the full set of 12 zodiac pendants, he had the privilege to choose any instructor as mentor, and that person could not refuse. The public post making So Chow laugh at its exaggeration. Scene quickly shifted to the gymnasium in Area A. Students packed the place discussing excitedly. It is said 3 per group enter the assessment room and instructors turn on lights to select. Finding the procedure troublesome, Yahello turned to leave and waved at So Chow, telling him to go in first. He would stroll around since he could choose freely and enter any time. Just hearing about selecting mentors was already tiresome. Suddenly a familiar scent of blood drifted by, drawing Yahello's attention. His eyes flashed as he immediately recognized it as the smell of blood. If it were ordinary blood, it would not matter, but within it lurked a fierce, gloomy, killing intent like a deep-sea vortex, even stirring his instincts to trace the source. The sight before him left Yahello stunned in disbelief. Before him was a petite girl eating intently. The tree-lined path was rather quiet and peaceful. Yahello thought in confusion that adorable girl is the source of that ferocious aura. I must be mistaken. The little girl lifted her large round eyes and looked straight at Yahello, holding a pastry in one hand and the other in her pocket. She asked, Kid, have you trained flesh prison demon already? Hearing that, Yahello stroked his chin and asked, how do you know? While she muttered, why does this brat act like an old man and call me kid? Then replied, because I was the one who helped Zyro who perfect that move. Yahello suddenly recalled something and asked Zyro who you mean, and the image answered proudly, yes, it is me. The girl placed her hands on her hips and boasted that over 90 years ago Luthan Ho was my disciple. Yahello asked in disbelief, are you joking? Martial artists may retain youth, but someone who still smells of milk like you, how is that possible? For martial artists, practicing special techniques shrinking bones into a child form is not impossible. But that white hair and innocent, almost foolish expression, if not Oscar-level acting, was hard to believe. Seeing his obvious doubt, she glared and asked what you do not believe. Daihoa raised both hands and sneered. Believing you is harder than believing I am the first emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a blade appear before him, slashing straight at his head. Blade fell at terrifying speed, giving no time to react. Daihoa's head separated from his neck and rolled at the girl's feet. Daihoa opened his eyes in shock, wondering, was that an illusion? The killing intent was so pure it felt as if he had truly been beheaded. Before he could finish speaking, she stuffed a strawberry-flavored gummy into his mouth. Here is my favorite candy. Her expression suddenly turned coquettish, completely opposite the eerie image just now. Sorry, kid, I think I went a bit too far. Do not tell the principal. I am only allowed out 1 or 2 hours a week. It is pitiful. With candy in his mouth, Daihoa looked down at her and asked, who exactly are you? She winked mischievously and said, my name is Kung Ka, a super grandmaster. The principal of Hoa University, Thai Kin Van, was once beaten to tears by me when he was young. After hearing that, Daihoa immediately knelt down following that brief introduction. It confirmed the identity of the person before him as Kung Ka, the one who perfected mysterious yellow martial art, certainly able to help him break through. A grandmaster of slaughter perfectly suited to him, an investment without loss, drifting half a lifetime without meeting a wise lord. Today I ask to take you as master and hope to be accepted. Faced with Daihoa's page turning change of attitude, Kung Ka stood stunned, unable to react. The scene shifted to the gymnasium. At the front row sat the deans. Students below both pressured and excited, not expecting the 5 great deans of Hoa University to personally act as mentors this term. Some dreamed that being accepted by one of the 5 deans meant a secure future. Others scoffed, do not dream. Why would the 5 great deans care about freshmen like us? They are here surely because Daihoa completed the Zodiac trial. They recalled that the Zodiac competition had been live broadcast for all teachers from the train onward, using data and expressions to assess adaptability. Anyone reckless without preparation received low evaluations. Upon entering the Zodiac City, battles with masked figures displayed strength, organization, and combat ability as key criteria. Even without hunting Zodiac masks, excelling in one aspect was enough for high scores. Daihoa was the only one who received maximum evaluations throughout. But what shocked the 5 deans was that he even slew the divine dragon boss beyond the trial objective. One dean whispered that perhaps Daihoa did not know that divine dragon was a model trained by the supercomputer Nua, based on the admission data of Fu Hengsheng, the nation guardian martial artist. Though the supercomputer could not fully replicate the heavy pupils of the twin gods in the kidney eye illusion, Fu Hengsheng remained the strongest martial artist in Hua Nation and the world, his record at Hoa University unbroken for 100 years. Daihoa defeating that model proved supreme talent. If he does not self-destruct his future, he will at least become a grandmaster, even a great grandmaster. Our task is to remain calm and wait for him to come take a master. Suddenly a man rushed in breathless reporting, Dean, it is bad. Daihoa is taking Kung Ka as master, former Imperial University professor, now special staff. Hearing that, all the deans widened their eyes in shock and exclaimed, what? The scene returned to the quiet tree-lined path where Daihoa met Kung Ka. Daihoa hugged Kung Ka's waist tightly, refusing to let go. She asked helplessly, do you truly want to take me as master? He replied without hesitation, yes, master, I have decided. Inwardly thinking this little girl is likely over 100 years old, otherwise kneeling before a lowly in broad daylight might get me arrested. Kung Ka half closed her eyes indifferently and said, but I seem to have been dismissed by Imperial University. Daihoa looked up with sparkling eyes and proposed, you said you are only allowed out 1 or 2 hours a week. If you accept me as disciple within 2 years, I will find a way to restore your freedom. Hearing that, Kung Ka's eyes lit up. Really fine, I agree. Daihoa secretly smiled at his successful persuasion. Before the joy could last, someone appeared to interrupt. Wait. A strong gust swept toward them. Seeing the deans arrive, Kung Ka pouted and muttered, those busybodies are here again. A gilded stone statue spoke. Kung Ka Sr., did we not agree that when going out you would not contact students? Your current mental state is also unsuitable for teaching. Another dean echoed, yes, senior, please return. Hearing that, Kung Ka turned casually and asked Daihoa behind her, going home then? What is your name? Daihoa cupped his fists respectfully and bowed, master, I am Daihoa. After saying that, the two strode away in another direction. Good Daihoa, follow me home. Scene shifted to the Hoa University Research Institute. Inside the vast building, it was deserted. Daihoa walked with hands in pockets, following Kung Ka while observing. They reached what seemed a dead-end wall. A brick slid aside, revealing a hidden door. Entering the elevator waiting to ascend, Daihoa asked, "Teacher, do you live in such a remote place?" Kung Ka replied, "Decades ago, I often lost control and hurt others, so Hoa University arranged me beneath the institute. Only recently have I controlled it and been allowed out, so you are my first student in decades." She pondered oddly, "Are you not afraid of me?" Daihoa grimaced and asked, "Earlier you nearly chopped me to death." The electronic panel showed the floor number jumped to 666. The elevator doors opened, revealing a long corridor with a clock at the end. Daihoa wondered why such a large institute has such a narrow corridor. Kung Ka replied, "Because only I use it." The clock kept counting. Daihoa asked, "Is the number on that door a countdown?" This time Kung Ka did not answer, but rushed toward the clock, shouting, "Not in time, hurry in." While Daihoa still asked blankly, "What is that clock?" Kung Ka frantically explained that every time he went outside, the clock would start counting down. If he failed to return in time, an alarm would ring to the principal's office, and he would be hunted across the entire school. After hearing this, Daihoa could only exclaim that it was terrifying. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Daihoa immediately accelerated to chase after Kung Ka. The two managed to step inside just as the clock hit 0. As time ran out, the heavy metal door immediately slammed shut. A layer of pink barrier surrounded them. Daihoa let out a breath, thinking it was truly dangerous. This place had a special magnetic field that made it difficult to gather martial energy outside the body. Executing martial skills would certainly be greatly weakened. As if reading his thoughts, Kung Ka said, "Of course, because this was her detention room. Those brats of Thai Kin Van built her a 3-story house to keep her from running outside. It had everything for entertainment and martial training. Yet at the same time, they installed a high-power magnetic field to restrict martial energy in case she grew bored and broke them." Looking at the luxurious and convenient living conditions, Daihoa thought to himself that calling it a detention room was inaccurate. It was no different from a high-end apartment, as if they were pampering the teacher. The scene shifted back to Hoadu University. Principal Thai Kin Van silently looked at his phone as he received the report that Daihoa had taken Kung Ka as his master. He calmly replied there was no need to intervene. The reform goal of Hoa University was to cultivate strong warriors who would shoulder Hawk and humanity. When resources were sufficient, let geniuses develop freely. Let Daihoa study under Kung Ka first. When the freshman training ended, use him as a whetstone to test the new blades. The voice on the other end responded, "Understood, Principal." At that moment, the computer reported that Daihoa had entered the detention room with Kung Ka. The situation was temporarily stable. However, big data calculated that with prolonged cohabitation with a special class strategic entity like Kung Ka, there was over 5% risk of losing control. The probability of Daihoa being injured and unable to wait for reinforcements was very high. Even after rescue, it might be difficult to preserve his life. Standing before the glass window looking at the sky, the principal murmured that special class strategies were death row warriors with suspended execution, or strong individuals unable to control themselves. The nation restricted their freedom, and when Hawk faced crisis, they would be sent to the front line. I believe Daihoa was mentally prepared. If he was not ready to face death, how could he go far on the path of slaughter? Hawk did not have much time, as the Northern by Federation and the Divine Descent Heaven cult were stirring. The younger generation must grow up faster. Scene moved to the 3rd floor of the training detention area. Kung Ka said she had not taught anyone for a long time, and first they should spar to see his strength. Daihoa asked whether she would suppress her cultivation below martial disciple. Kung Ka glanced at him lazily and replied she almost forgot she had to suppress herself. Daihoa rotated his wrist and said, "Kung Ka, I am ready." In his heart, he secretly hoped he would not have to relive the guillotine scene from earlier. Immediately after, Kung Ka rushed forward like lightning, her eyes blazing red as she made her move. Daihoa was horrified to see her hand sweep past his neck, every strike aimed at vital points, and she called this just a test. He had already calculated at least 5 directions to dodge, yet every slash from Kung Ka predicted correctly, forcing him into a direct confrontation. Radiant Core Battle Sphere. Daihoa transformed with sharp claws and rough skin, clenched his hand into a fist, and without hesitation punched straight toward Kung Ka. Seeing his counterattack, Kung Ka grew more interested, baring her teeth in a grin as she asked whether he intended to rely on his awakened bloodline to defend and counterattack her at the same time. "Brat, unfortunately, I am even faster." In the blink of an eye, Kung Ka tightly entangled Daihoa, flipped her body, and unleashed an extremely powerful kick into his back. Daihoa roared as he felt his spine being kicked and bending backward from the break. In an instant, Kung Ka had already retreated far away from him. Blood filled Daihoa's eyes and hands, yet he still forced a smile and said, "Teacher truly shows no mercy. Even my awakened bloodline has been beaten back to its original form." Kung Ka licked the trace of blood at the corner of her lips, tasting it as she said she had not enjoyed fresh blood for a long time. Wiping the blood from the corner of his eye, Daihoa said, "Master, in terms of physical combat, I am not your opponent. Next, I will use a few special martial skills and hope for your guidance. Fire persona element. Thanks to charging the super giant anthropomorphic monster template last night, Kung Ka looked at that form and thought that for a martial disciple to execute such a martial skill meant she had truly taken in a monster. So then this teacher must also reveal some true ability. Heaven-annihilating blade. A blazing red force like a massive wave surged forth and engulfed Daihoa's monster. The power exploded the moment it touched, sending earth and stones flying in all directions. The monster seemed completely unharmed and immediately leaped toward Kung Ka. From within Daiho, a shouted persona element split form state. Kung Ka's red eyes shone brightly as she tracked every movement rushing toward her. The mighty scene of a ferocious beast facing a small girl who calmly held her stance. Before receiving the attack, Kung Ka raised her hand, pursed her lips, and blew lightly in playful provocation. Her hand instantly transformed into a weapon, her fingers sharp as blades stabbing straight ahead. Layer after layer of the monster's flesh armor was torn apart. Daihoa was shocked because the armor based on Damalak was dozens of times stronger than the super giant form. It was still torn to pieces by her so easily. Daihoa's eyes flashed as he realized the situation was extremely unfavorable. Kung Ka pressed closer and said, "Daihoa, you brat hiding inside that armor." Her perception was truly terrifying even though he had concealed all life fluctuations. "Show yourself at once." Daihoa switched moves, persona split form meteor, anthropomorphized with only the sense of touch. Being dragged backward, Kung Ka pressed her hand against the ground to create friction and prevent herself from sliding farther. Daihoa smiled and said, "Teacher, your slash is so formidable. I wonder if it can break this." His eyes burned brightly as he said she was surely not afraid of core energy breath melting everything. How would she resist it? But immediately afterward, spiked chains suddenly appeared and swept across the... In a brief moment, they tightly bound Daihoa's entire body. He then saw his head beneath a blade and looked up in frustration. This place truly had no escape from the guillotine. The cold, sharp blade immediately descended, intending to sever Daihoa's neck. He shouted Jia, then Lo Da, and transformed into a mutant with a rose on his head. Daihoa stood upright, bracing against the blade, and planned to break free from Kung Ka's killing intent illusion, because this was not real space but a mental illusion. To shatter it, he had to use mental power to counter it. Instantly, the rose mutant unleashed countless rapid punches at terrifying speed. Each punch turned into a blazing stream of heat shooting straight toward the blade. In a blink, the illusion cracked and shattered into hundreds of fragments. Only then did Daihoa slowly open his eyes, his gaze still unfocused. Kung Ka placed her hands on her hips and looked at him lying among the fragments, asking if he was awake yet. That turtle shell beside him was quite hard, while Daihoa weakly could only utter the words teacher. It seemed he had been roughly dragged out of his anthropomorphic state by the teacher. The protective crystallized layer that had condensed on its own was also smashed apart. That power absolutely far exceeded the capacity of a martial disciple. "Teacher, you cheated, did you not?" Kung Ka turned her face away and snorted lightly. "What cheating? She had won against him fair and square." Daihoa asked suspiciously whether it was true. Kung Ka replied she had only accidentally used a bit more force. Being too strong made it hard to control her strength in the first few moves. Daihoa showed a helpless expression and did not bother arguing further. Seeing him fall silent, Kung Ka secretly glanced at his reaction. Suddenly she rushed over and shook his shoulders, saying next time she would not go overboard, telling him not to be angry, not to leave. For decades she had not had anyone to play with. In the stark white training room, hearing her sniffle, Daihoa immediately jumped up and said, "Hey, do not cry." She raised her moist eyes and asked he would not leave, right? Daihoa smiled slyly and said it was not easy for him to finally take a master. Why would he leave? Kung Ka jumped up and regained her indifferent expression, saying she was not crying. Daihoa thought to himself she was truly cool. She opened the refrigerator and took a can of drink, saying she had roughly grasped his strength. Though inferior to her in the past compared to others, he was outstanding. Now they could begin studying. What did he want to learn? Daihoa had been waiting for this sentence for a long time and replied he wanted to learn advancement cultivation techniques and how she shattered lightning and pierced through his anthropomorphic arm. Kung Ka popped open the can and asked about slashing strikes. That was very hard to teach. One had to slash a lot and naturally develop the feeling. Whether human, magical beast, or object, all possessed an optimal cutting point and an easy line of penetration. It could be called the killing/line. Killing/line. Master differed from the divine dragon in that aspect. He inclined toward pure slaughter. If the divine dragon pursued absolute domineering power, then the teacher emphasized delicate precision like Dinjiai Engyu. Kung Ka lazily said learning this was very troublesome. First, he should break through to martial artist. If his cultivation was insufficient, many of her martial skills he could not learn. Did he know the difference between martial artist and martial disciple? Daihoa asked what it was. She explained it was not physique but spirit. Martial artists gained an additional important ability called inner vision. With inner vision, martial artists shifted from macro cultivation to micro, seeing meridians, acupoints, and internal organs, then using martial energy to reinforce and expand the body's limits. Spirit strengthened first, and then physique increased. Daihoa secretly praised the teacher's excellent instruction, truly a professor of Imperial University. Though somewhat silly, her knowledge had not diminished. As for spirit, after fusing with the blood ghost and awakening Jia, then Lo Da, so was the breakthrough cultivation technique for martial artist very different. Kung Ka replied she saw his spirit had grown greatly. That would be a huge aid when entering the martial artist realm. Breakthrough techniques and martial skills were divided into 4 grades: Heavenly Gang, Earthly Fiend, Profound Yellow, and No Grade. Ordinary students, when advancing from martial disciple to martial artist, were only provided with a no-grade breakthrough technique. The advantage of no-grade techniques was easy breakthrough with almost no high requirements. As long as vitality and martial energy were sufficient, it would work. So more than 80% of martial artists used it. As for Hoa University students like them, their starting point was already profound yellow grade. Daihoa stroked his chin and asked what about Heavenly Gang and Earthly Fiend. Kung Ka said Heavenly Gang grade techniques were mostly ancient texts taken from secret realms. In the entire world there might not even be 10 copies. Even though Imperial University held 1 copy, with his current authority he could not access it. However, he could learn an Earthly Fiend grade breakthrough technique. Slaughter Heart Bodhi Heart Sutra was the Earthly Fiend technique she possessed. Tiu Ho's demon imprisoning body was also created based on this method of hers. Daihoa's eyes lit up upon hearing that. He wanted to learn. Kung Ka tossed the empty can into the trash and said, "Good, let us begin. Feel the killing intent domain I create for you." Calling the sensation inside the illusion, Daihoa grimaced, not again. In the blink of an eye, he was once more standing within a space, blazing red with blood and fire. Kung Ka licked her lips in delight and said she liked the smell of blood the most. The scene shifted to another place, beneath the hazy moonlight. It was after school hours, and someone quietly walked behind Daihoa. That person quickly recognized him. So Chow, he stepped forward to greet him. "Hey Daihoa, how was your first day of enrollment? I heard you already took a master." Suddenly So Chow saw a blade about to slash down at his neck. He hurriedly dodged aside and drew his weapon in defense. Daihoa seemed to awaken from a daze and froze in place. He turned and said, "Sorry So Chow, I was a little agitated." So Chow was bewildered by the strange behavior and stammered, "Daihoa, you." Daihoa cut him off with a question about what exactly had happened today. Scene rewound to more than 10 seconds earlier. Blood filled the surroundings as zombies charged in. Kung Ka's voice echoed, "No martial skills or special abilities allowed. Only use the blade in your hand to deal with them." Surrounded on all sides, Daihoa panicked and asked, "With so many of them, I can only use a dull blade." Kung Ka calmly replied it was to let him grow accustomed to the sensation of a blade cutting through flesh and bone. Through that he would train muscle memory to instinctively find the most lethal slash line in the shortest time. Hearing this, Daihoa's eyes shone with determination. "Understood, I will begin." He drew his sword and swung fiercely, slashing away the zombies encircling him. Kung Ka watched intently and could not help muttering that this brat, cultivating an Earthly Fiend technique within an illusion, was extremely dangerous. Martial disciples usually were not qualified. If Daihoa's spirit had not been exceptional, he would already have been invaded by killing intent and fallen into deviation. Daihoa truly was the hope of Thai Kin Van and of Hoa University. His future was worth anticipating. Scene shifted back to Daihoa's dormitory. Soaking in the hot bath, he sighed that just the first day had left him utterly exhausted. The #1 University of Ha Kwak truly lived up to its name. His phone rang. Seeing the caller's name, he remarked that it was indeed a distinguished guest. Scene moved to Lu Than Truck's room. Her voice over the phone asked if there was anything, then said, "My mother has sent what you needed, and it is currently with me. She also asked me to thank you for helping me take first place in the trial group." Daihoa replied that he would come over later to pick it up. Than Truck was startled and said, "No need. I can have it delivered to you." He asked whether she had found a teacher today. Than Truck replied that Dean Bok accepted her because she had talent. The other end praised that as good and asked Daihoa whom he had taken as master. Daihoa thought it best not to mention rejecting 5 deans lest Than Truck lose sleep. He said he had already taken one, but because he was soaking in water she could not hear clearly. Half a year passed, and the freshman year was nearing its end amid countless events. For example, at the start, Aoyang Track gathered provincial elites to establish the Blood Dragon Society, quickly making a great splash. After the Hoadu freshmen finished their summer camp and returned, they immediately clashed with Blood Dragon. The conflict escalated into arena battles. Blood Dragon lost more than it won and gradually declined. Currently, the most outstanding freshman was Hang Kim Hai, even famous nationwide. Because he was the top scorer of Hoadu yet had vanished from public view for over 3 months. while Dai Hoa, who had once caused a sensation on opening day, was also gradually forgotten after disappearing for 3 months. The scene shifted to the underground level of Hoa University's Research Institute. Kung Ka's voice rang out, urging faster. With every step he took, he would absorb the pure martial energy she had refined. Martial energy also contained insight from the Slaughter Heart Bodhi Heart Sutra to consolidate the newly broken through martial artist realm. Dai Hoa gritted his teeth under the crushing pressure and thought, what convenience. She sealed my martial energy, making it like carrying a mountain on my back, and my whole body tingled unbearably. Kung Ka looked at his state and mocked that a little fish like him could not endure already. It had not even reached 1,000 yet. Dai Hoa's face flushed from pain, yet he still gritted his teeth and replied, who are you calling a little fish? Watch me speed up. Kung Ka showed no mercy, leaping up and stomping down as if pouring all her strength into it, laughing and shouting, good, continue, faster, use more force. Dai Hoa roared, bracing both hands on the ground to lift himself up and slam down repeatedly, his expression filled with pain yet unyielding, his eyes brimming with resolve. Suddenly a loud explosion erupted at his position. Thick dust billowed up. Kung Ka immediately leaped high to avoid it. As the smoke gradually dispersed, a completely new and robust figure emerged. Dai Hoa exclaimed in excitement this feeling. Blood splattered everywhere. His old skin tore apart like a decayed husk. In its place were new muscles brimming with surging martial energy. Kung Ka's eyes shone brightly as she looked at his new body and teased that his clothes had flown off somewhere. Dai Hoa immediately retorted, pervert. If you cover your eyes, then close your fingers too. Do not peek. He turned to leave. Kung Ka, standing behind, asked with slight reluctance if he was really going. Dai Hoa replied decisively that 3 months here were enough. He should go outside and breathe some sunlight. Kung Ka put on a pitiful look, her eyes moist as she asked whether he would come back. Dai Hoa glanced back, the corner of his lips curling, of course. Your gaming skills are terrible. Before I return, remember to practice more. Stepping outside, after 3 months without seeing the sun, he felt somewhat sentimental, though now he no longer particularly liked sunlight. Having not gone out for so long, it felt as if cut off from the world. Yet this emergence was not merely for leisure, but for important matters. Hoa University semester points largely depended on extracurricular missions, such as apprehending criminals, investigating secret realms, assisting against beast tides, or suppressing illegal organizations and foreign forces. At the Student Activity Center, Dai Hoa told himself to first accept a mission, and by the way meet So Chow, whom he had not seen for a long time. So Chow smiled upon seeing him. Finally, you have emerged. You made me wait long. Dai Hoa raised his hand in greeting and asked about his progress. So Chow replied that 2 months ago he had broken through to martial artist. After 3 months apart, Dai Hoa's aura and build seemed unchanged. Yet that very calmness made people wary. Just how strong was he now? Could he still keep up? 3 days ago, I watched the private match between Hang Kim Hai and Aoyang Trak. The result was unsurprising. Aoyang Trak only lasted 10 minutes before losing, and Hang Kim Hai had not even used his full strength. Yet even he now might not necessarily be Dai Hoa's opponent. Suddenly, a voice sounded apologizing. I am late. Dai Hoa crossed his arms and looked at Than Truck, asking if there was anything else. She stammered. Than Truck remembered her friend's advice that as a couple they should act like lovers. Her face flushed red as she wondered if she had to do it now. Seeing her pout and lean closer, Dai Hoa asked in confusion, what are you doing? After 3 months apart, you do not even greet me. Than Truck turned her face away in feigned anger. I really hate you. 3 of them looked up together at the large screen, densely filled with mission information. So Chow explained those were the prominent recent missions, along with the list of outstanding completers. Than Truck and I have completed 3 missions beyond quota. This time we came to form a team with you. Than Truck scrolled the screen and said there were 3 missions very suitable for them. The 3 missions were apprehending a serial killer in Hon Than, investigating a beast tide in Lian Than, and abnormalities in Lam Thai district. The Lam Thai mission had been raised to level 3, while freshmen usually only accepted level 1 and 2, which were hard to obtain with just a 3-person team. Dai Hoa raised his privilege card and winked, saying, no problem, I have this card. Recalling Kung Ka's words that he was already strong enough alone and could accept any university-level mission except levels 4 and 5, which were too dangerous. Than Truck curiously asked where he obtained that authority. So Chow interrupted, asking what he thought of the 3 missions. Dai Hoa analyzed that benefits came with risks. The first mission was difficult in investigation. The second might result in being assigned trivial tasks. The third, though full of variables, placed control in their hands. Higher risk meant greater reward. If one was always afraid, then one was unworthy of being a martial artist. I choose the 3rd mission. So Chow agreed. Then they would depart today. At the waiting room, a girl with hands on her hips complained that even a level 2 squad had failed at Lam Thai, yet 3 freshmen dared accept a level 3 mission. Too arrogant. Dai Hoa presented the privilege card. She doubted and intended to call the department head to verify. After a brief call, she returned with a completely different attitude. She warmly wished the three prosperous martial fortune and expressed admiration. Dai-Hoa told the two to prepare first while he went to get some items. The scene shifted to the forging workshop of the Academy of Mechanics and Artifacts. Standing before the door, the system announced identity verification successful. Dai-Hoa stated he had come to collect the first prize weapon reward from the contest. The dean turned and said not choosing a martial skill but a weapon showed insight. He introduced the blade forged from special grade star fragment alloy, without attribute, yet durable and capable of transmitting martial energy up to 95%. The blade was about 1.2 meters long, broad and flat with a dark surface glimmering with specks like a starry sky, characteristic of star fragments. Spine bore dense serrated patterns to increase weight and slashing force, each swing unleashing astonishing power. The hilt was wrapped in black anti-slip leather, inside woven with star fragment metal threads to smoothly conduct martial energy. When swung, it emitted a whistling wind and dazzling light that sent chills through onlookers. Dai-Hoa tried a few swings and felt the weight suited him. Though set according to measurements from 3 months ago, it still matched his current martial artist's strength. He praised the superb craftsmanship. The dean proudly said even Kung Ka had to address him respectfully, then quickly reminded not to mention that part to that senior. The scene shifted to Lam Thai district. So Chow reminded that due to mission confidentiality, they had arrived under the identity of ordinary intern students. Dai-Hoa silently opened his life field to envelop the entire district, fearing that appearing would alert the old rats lurking in the dark and make them flee, because the hardest part of exterminating rats was finding them. So Chow urged them to first check the house arranged by the school. An uncle driving a 3-wheeled vehicle stopped and asked where they were headed and whether they needed a ride. Dai-Hoa smiled, his eyes flashing. The mission had begun. In the vehicle, the uncle chatted cheerfully, asking which school they attended. Dai-Hoa replied that he was originally from Lam Thai, now studying in Van Than, and had brought friends back for a visit. The old man asked in surprise which family he belonged to and why he did not remember. Dai-Hoa said his grandfather was Dich Thur Vin, who had passed away a few years ago, and they had moved away. The old man suddenly recalled. He breathed a sigh of relief because the identity information was indeed real. The uncle became even more cordial and praised him for not forgetting his roots. Surely he would be blessed. The scene shifted to Dich Thur Vin's house, which was also the mission base. The old man reminded them that in 2 days there would be the triennial festival, and they should remember to attend. If they felt shy around strangers, he would come to call them. Dai-Hoa politely thanked him. So Chow looked at the house abandoned for more than 10 years, overgrown with weeds and covered in dust, and said they had to clean it up. Dai-Hoa smiled and stepped into the yard, saying cleaning was his specialty. He stomped his foot, causing cobwebs to tremble and fall in clusters. So Chow shook his head, saying that was destruction, not cleaning. Dai-Hoa calmly replied it was quick and efficient. He carried the luggage aside and said he would scout around the house. Than Truck also went to the next room to check. Than Truck called Dai-Hoa over to look at this. He walked over and asked what she had discovered. She pointed to a bizarre statue in a small room and said there was a shrine here, but she did not know what it worshipped. Dai-Hoa said in a low voice this had only recently been placed here. She asked in surprise what he meant. He explained that the shrine was made of wood. If it had existed long, it would have rotted. Although covered in dust once wiped, it still looked new, which proved it was placed here recently. Chow drew his sword and said that meant someone else had brought it. The statue looked too unsettling, so he would cut it first. Than Truck frowned and stopped him, saying, "Do not rush. What if it was an important clue? They had to examine it carefully." Dai-Hoa raised his hand in agreement, which made Than Truck flare up, asking who he was agreeing with. At least before cutting it, they should see what lay beneath that layer of muddy mask. Than Truck slowly lifted the red cloth. The eerie eyes within the statue stared fixedly at the three of them. Dai-Hoa suddenly sensed something abnormal that made his heart jolt. He grasped Than Truck's shoulder and softly said something was wrong. Hearing that, So Chow immediately erupted and shouted that it was indeed an evil object. So Chow would strike. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt and swung a sharp crescent slash. Suddenly all three froze, their eyes revealing clear horror. They stared in shock as the statue began to soften as if melting. What exactly was that pitch-black liquid? Dai-Hoa's eyes flared with cold, killing intent. "Where do you think you are going to escape?" Jia and Go Lo Da. Under the summoning command, it immediately rushed forward and grabbed the stream of mud seeping from the statue. In an instant, that puddle of mud transformed into countless sharp mouths that lunged forward to bite and tear. Dai-Hoa immediately ordered So Chow to seal it. Beside them, Than Truck's face turned pale with fear. What exactly was this thing? He quickly placed his hand on her shoulder to reassure her. "Calm down, Than Truck." Dai-Hoa anxiously asked if she was all right, realizing her spirit had been invaded by that thing, so he sent a stream of pure martial energy into her. She softly replied that she was fine. The fear from earlier had dissipated, and her body even felt warm. The three of them silently stared at the grotesque, many-mouthed creature frozen beneath the ground. Yahello laughed with great interest. It seems the strange phenomenon in Lam Thai district is closely related to this bizarre mud statue. Our investigation has already touched the crucial link. You two stay and monitor it carefully to prevent any mutation. I need to handle something since I marked radiation on the old tricycle driver. Calculating the timing to cast the net is just right. Sir, there is no need to look for me. I came here on my own. The scene shifted. The location was Lam Thai district, Lian Sun Temple. At this moment, the old tricycle driver was standing silently before the temple gate. Young monk smiled and performed a salute. Benefactor, the abbot is waiting inside. Van Sin smiled brightly in response. Good, very good. The young monk immediately led the old man along an underground tunnel. The two stopped before a gigantic door, densely sealed with talismans. The young monk revealed a meaningful smile. Abbot, benefactor Lu Sin, who meets the blessing requirements, has been brought here. He also said he has something to report. Young monk smiled and spoke. Abbot, benefactor Lu Sin, who satisfies the blessing conditions, has arrived. He also said he has something to present. Before the massive door, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Suddenly a voice came from within. This benefactor, what intentions do you have? Why did you suddenly come here to visit? Monks outside who originally had ordinary appearances suddenly distorted, and there was more than one of them. His body twisted and transformed into a horrifying monster. Sin fearfully knelt down, his hands trembling in prayer. An immortal has descended. Above, Yahello delivered a straight kick down onto the monster head. That kick instantly crushed his head into fragments. Yahello landed and frowned, muttering how filthy. Luckily, Yahello stood outside to handle these things. Otherwise, if blood splattered on my clothes, it would be troublesome. Sin trembled in shock at the sight and asked shakily, "Are you the nephew of Old Ditch family?" Suddenly, the arms of the statue began to move slightly. The statue beside it also trembled as if alive. The two gigantic statues opened their blazing red eyes and stared. Yahello calmly mocked, "Since when do Buddha statues move?" Immediately, they lunged forward to attack him. Yahello summoned Loda to block the attacks from both statues. Roared angrily, exerting all their strength to crush Yahello. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the two statues raised their unarmed arms high, preparing to smash down. This time, 6 arms descended simultaneously, aiming to pulverize Yahello. Calmly touched the ring on his hand, the spatial ring concealed to avoid detection. Starfall slaying blade appeared. Yahello immediately took stance and drew the slashing blade from the ring. A powerful slash swept horizontally, severing the reaching arms. The statue arms clattered onto the ground. He furiously fired laser beams toward Yahello. He sneered, "You even know how to shoot lasers from your eyes. Are you truly Buddha statues?" Unfortunately, those laser beams were far too slow. "Let me see whether you contain straw or something else inside." Sword strokes sliced across the faces of the two statues, revealing mechanical components within. Sin stared wide-eyed in shock. Buddha. The unlucky old man was swept across the body by a laser beam. On the ground remained only shattered mechanical parts of the Buddha statues. He sighed and sheathed his blade. As expected, they were not living beings. From the start, these two bodhisattva statues had no life aura in his perception. How could such advanced technology appear in a poor district like Lam Thai? Or perhaps the answer lies behind that door. Old Loda, after all, I am a university student. At least I should knock politely. Following Yahello's command, Loda slammed straight into the massive door. Is anyone inside? The door could not withstand the impact and caved inward. After that, the entire door cracked apart into large fragments. Yahello leisurely stepped inside. He nodded and muttered, "As expected, there is another world within." He did not expect that beneath this place existed such a vast underground palace, and even erected such a gigantic statue. Today, all the guests have already entered. Little mouse, are you still hiding? From deep within, someone sighed and slowly stepped out. The person was the young monk from earlier, or more precisely the abbot. This humble temple bears no grudge against the benefactor. Why come here to cause trouble? Within that area stood a colossal Buddha statue, suppressing the space. The abbot sighed and asked again, "This humble temple and the benefactor have no enmity. Why offend this place?" Yahello sneered in reply, "Have you grown addicted to pretending to be human, you kind of robot?" After speaking, he swung his blade and severed his body. The abbot suddenly appeared behind him. "Benefactor, your killing karma is too heavy." Seeing that bizarre scene, Yahello shouted, "Stop your nonsense." Suddenly the ground trembled, putting him on guard. A deep pit collapsed right where he stood, dragging Yahello down. Quickly braced himself with his hands to maintain balance. Yahello observed his surroundings. This place resembled a drainage system. 1, 2, a total of 18 gates. Is this a dam? From deep within those arched gates, pairs of cold blue eyes stared at him. A swarm of reptilian monsters rushed out, making him sigh. Again these skink monsters. This time there are many, Each carries fluctuations of first to second level martial artists. Moreover, their life frequencies are almost identical, clearly mass-produced, artificial mechanical life forms, planning to crush me with a sea of monsters. The one who tried that before already has grass growing tall on his grave. Mysterious yellow blade technique, curved silkworm slashed a lap. First blade, blocking the 1,000-mile path, poured all his strength into a single slash toward the skink swarm. But immediately afterward, new monsters flooded out to fill the gaps of those just destroyed. Daihoa laughed coldly, whose temple underground raises a nest of such disgusting monsters. Skink opened its blood-red maw and lunged forward. Before long, Daihoa stood atop a heap of piled skink corpses. Abbott, reduced to only a head, still muttered, "Benefactor, your killing karma is too heavy." Daihoa disdainfully crushed that head, defective mechanical creature. The head has fallen, yet it still repeats pre-recorded lines. "Who is behind this? Will you not show yourself?" Suddenly a voice echoed. "It seems this time we have encountered no ordinary opponent, but that is all." After those words, the space shook violently, causing Daihoa to become instantly vigilant. Colossal Buddha statue began to move slowly. The statue eyes opened, flashing with a strange golden light. Behind the statue sprouted numerous extremely advanced mechanical devices. The statue spoke, "Benefactor, you are beyond salvation." Daihoa calmly commented, "Not bad, you even know how to transform." Seeing him still composed, it unleashed a direct palm strike, fall into reincarnation. That enormous palm force surged straight toward Daihoa, straightened his expression, and faced it head-on. "Come." The gigantic palm imprint of the statue crashed down upon Daihoa position, causing the surrounding earth and stone to explode outward. Suddenly, a strange colored light flashed at the statue palm. Its system immediately sounded a warning, energy source exceeding threshold detected. Right hand overheating, error, temperature continuing to rise. The statue trembled and cried out, "What in the world is happening?" That moment, Ma Lap under Daihoa control appeared and blocked before the Buddha statue. He murmured a few strange ancient incantations. Nam Mo. A Daida Fat. His gigantic arm swung straight toward the statue. His hand tightly gripped the statue head without releasing. Daihoa smiled with interest. "Everything is not over yet." Ma Lap drove his knee fiercely into the statue chest. "Taste my steel black knee." The statue chest shattered. Metal fragments flew out accompanied by urgent warning sounds. Head unit severely damaged. Buddha statue staggered, struggling to maintain balance. Immediately after, it launched clusters of light like rosary bead barrage. Those beams continuously shot into Ma Lap body. The statue continued activating full assault mode, firepower unleashed. A barrage of artillery relentlessly bombarded Ma Lap body. He snorted coldly. "What kind of monster is this that forces me to use this much weaponry?" The blue pupils of the statue suddenly shone brightly. Ma Lap emerged with only a few light scratches. "Your little toys are ultimately just hot weapons. Against a martial artist, they are useless." He hurriedly pressed his palms together, intending to continue the bombardment. "Lingering spirit that will not disperse. Let me deliver you." But before it could be executed, Daihoa had already activated the skill meteor persona manifestation. That fake monk should disappear. Nuclear earth breath erupted and destroyed all your mechanical structures. Sorry about that. Carving out such a massive cavern within the mountain. It seems what lies below is either lizard men or a great Buddha that can move. Perhaps the one behind this is a mad scientist obsessed with bizarre research. As expected, there is still a path leading further down. Scene returned to half an hour earlier. "A young man said, Doctor, that brat has dealt with the mechanical bodhisattvas outside the door. But rest assured, this door uses the latest materials and structure. He cannot break in. No need to worry, we still have an army of more than 10,000 clones. Even a grand martial master can be worn down to death. We can also clear out some excess inventory." When Daihoa wiped out the skinks, the two inside the room fell silent. The young man tried to reassure the doctor, "We still have our trump card, trust in our design. The Great Sun Mech Buddha was created to deal with Lord-level demonic beasts. Killing a minor martial artist is as easy as turning a hand." Yet the final image showed the colossal statue, pierced through with a huge hole in its chest. Both of them stared at the surveillance screen with pale faces. The young man still tried to stay optimistic. "It is fine, doctor, we still have." The abbot lost patience and shouted, "Shut up. Nonsense about defying the heavens. The enemy is already at the door and you still say it is fine. The guards above can only hold out for a few minutes. Retreat now. Once outside, activate the base self-destruction. Absolutely no information must leak." Dr. Fuong was once a level 3 researcher at the Institute of Broken Brow, later secretly recruited by Thunder Ray Bird. 10 years ago, Thunder Ray Bird took root in Lam Thai district, secretly replacing all the monks of Kim Sun Temple, using the faith of the people to manipulate the entire district. Under the guise of granting blessings, they lured the townsfolk into accepting body modifications as free experimental subjects. providing enormous data and biological material for research. Unfortunately, this base now had to be abandoned. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced down from the ceiling through the place where the two were hiding. Daihoa hovered directly above their heads. He smiled and asked Abbott, "Where are you planning to run?" Black-clad bodyguards immediately rushed forward to shield the doctor and cover his retreat. Daihoa leisurely flew closer, waved his hand and flung the two bodyguards aside, then stood right in front of the abbot. He retreated in terror. "What do you want? We can negotiate." With a press of the watch, Laserbusher will detonate the micro-bombs implanted in the bodies of key researchers. Their families and friends are also monitored to ensure no one leaks company secrets. But Daihoa was a step faster and grabbed his hand. He coldly tightened his grip around the abbot's throat. Daihoa lifted him into the air, making him struggle in fear. The abbot's eyes rolled white from lack of oxygen. Seeing him on the verge of fainting, he released his grip and let him fall to the floor. Daihoa looked down with icy eyes. "Next, I want to know everything you have done in Lamb Thigh." Abbott gasped for a long time before trembling as he looked at him. In the underground laboratory, Daihoa asked the doctor, "Did you previously kill 3 young martial artists? What exactly are you doing here?" After hearing this, he burst into manic laughter. As he spoke, he bit down and crushed something in his mouth. "The experiments here cannot be disclosed. There is a monitoring device in my brain. If I mention a secret keyword, the bomb will explode. Since I knew I would die sooner or later, I might as well die swiftly." His body convulsed, and foam spilled from his mouth. Daihoa examined him and muttered, hiding poison in his mouth, "Thunder Ray Bird is full of desperados." His heart stopped beating, and the base self-destruction system automatically activated. "Unfortunately for me, even death is a luxury for you." Suddenly, a dark red object pierced into the doctor's throat. He writhed in agony as if being strangled. That thing wrapped around his heart. Bloodsucker can infect the living or the dead into corpse-born beings, but most become dull-witted like zombies after transformation. They cannot regenerate on their own, and their bodies rot. Yet I possess the power of progenitor thought fusion combined with bloodsucker strength. Doctor's entire body flared with crimson light, as if being reborn. The pupil of his left eye fell out. At that moment, a man appeared and knelt down, "Master. This perfect subordinate will retain all memories and talents from life. Fear no sunlight. Possess powerful regeneration and absolute loyalty in both mind and body. Will no longer die. The self-destruction program should stop as well. From now on, you are called Mad Doctor. Your past is irrelevant. Your only mission is to serve me." He respectfully replied that serving the master is an honor. Daihoa concluded that by inheriting the progenitor power, a spiritual link formed between them, rendering all monitoring ineffective. "I want to know when this city was infiltrated." His gaze connected directly with the doctor. In the depths of memory, someone was gnawing noisily. The doctor's voice echoed, "Zio Liu, it is not break time yet, and you are already sneaking food. Have you finished checking the data I assigned?" The other man with a mouth full of blood gnawing an arm replied, "Sorry, Professor Fung, I was too hungry." The doctor then ate organs with aristocratic elegance. "Still raw meat today? Eating must be difficult with bad teeth." The other said cheerfully, "The townsfolk offer to Buddha. I heard the 3 youths outside town were delicious." A sense of something wrong echoed in his mind. An old woman dozing was awakened, falling asleep again, sleeping right inside the Buddha hall. Some even kneel and sleep. Is that not good? The doctor then took them down to the laboratory, saving time and effort. They came to worship and seek blessings, so why did they all fall asleep? "Doctor, what is happening? Sleep is an inevitable need." The voice repeated, "Something is wrong." Someone clasped hands before a cloth-covered statue. "Divine Descent, Heavenly Kingdom. What is this? Why is it different from my hand? It looks like a math puzzle." The answer is a string of file codes in the company internal format. Screen displayed enter document code. The man stammered, "This is..." In his subconscious echoed, "Something is wrong. My memory and cognition have been altered." The doctor fell into a void of consciousness and screamed, "Who dares treat me as an experiment?" Only upon seeing the files in the computer did he awaken. That string of numbers was left by myself before being infiltrated. I believed that even if my cognition were modified, upon seeing the math puzzle on my own body, I would grow curious, solve it, and trust it. The purpose was to remind myself that the cannibalism, the excessive drowsiness, and those bizarre clay statues were all manipulated by someone behind the scenes. After reading the doctor memory, Daihoa could not help but sigh. The so-called eating raw meat was in fact devouring human flesh, and the name Divine Descent, Heavenly Kingdom already reeks of cult. Doctor unconsciously replied, "This place was originally chosen by Thunder Ray Bird as a secret experimental base, but it was secretly infiltrated by the cult and controlled in reverse, just like the townsfolk here whose cognition was twisted to let them be manipulated." His eyes grew colder. "So the 3 martial artists in Hoadu were eaten by you as well. It seems Than Truck and I in So Chow were also listed as premium ingredients." The doctor obediently recounted. In the 8th year I took over Lam Thai. The Kim Sun Temple base was completed. Biochemical modification technology had matured and could be mass-produced, ushering in a new era where martial artists would be replaced by superior biochemical humans and mechanical creations. The Ba Men path is correct. After discovering abnormalities, through investigation it was determined that the mutation erupted in February last year. Experiments began in March, yet each day my cognition was quietly altered until I was completely assimilated. Despite repeatedly relying on scientific reasoning to detect logical flaws and restore cognition, I ultimately could not escape assimilation. The Kim Sun Temple base had been infiltrated too deeply and was almost unable to resist. The anomaly in Lam Thai is divided into 4 stages: cannibalism, prolonged drowsiness, worship of clay statues, and collective sleepwalking. The first stage is bodily mutation when the spirit is first affected by that will. Excessive sleepiness means the spirit is more deeply eroded. Worshipping clay statues means both body and mind are heavily polluted, nearly beyond salvation. Upon entering collective sleepwalking, one has become food for that will. The screen displayed the 4 words, Divine Descent, Heavenly Kingdom. The doctor smiled bitterly. I thought my illegal experiments were cruel enough. Who knew compared to the cult I fall far short. They intend to sacrifice the entire city as food and use something to defile the spirit before devouring the life energy of the populace. Perhaps it is the demon embryo taken from a secret realm. Hearing this, Dai Hoa half closed his eyes in calculation. According to the deduction, the day the demon embryo matures is. He opened his eyes and said in a low voice, 2 nights from now. Just then old Liu outside called in, Little ditch, in 2 days it is the grand festival held once every 3 years, remember to attend. Dai Hoa folded his arms and smiled into the distance. That old tricycle driver truly gave me extremely important information. While later in the laboratory, Dai Hoa murmured, all useful memories have been extracted. This base belongs to Thunder Ray Bird. As for Divine Descent Heavenly Kingdom, the demon embryo and the whereabouts of the 3 Hoa Dai martial artists are now clear. Looking at the doctor kneeling on the ground, he thought, thanks to him I have grasped many secrets of Thunder Ray Bird and your insane experiments. For now I lack the strength for direct confrontation, so I will let Hoa Dai handle it later. Fortunately, he once participated in golden gene research, so I understand how to use it. The system panel displayed mission complete. Dai Hoa smiled faintly. According to Hoa Dai request, it could end here, but I do not only want the reward. He revealed an ambitious smile. I also want to seize the achievements of Divine Descent, Heavenly Kingdom. We'll hide in Lam Thai. I will supply blood for you to introduce into the municipal water system. Maximum infection must be ensured. The doctor burst into manic laughter. Truly insane. Master wants to contend with the demon embryo of Divine Descent, Heavenly Kingdom for opportunity. Thinking of the infected townsfolk, his eyes flashed. They have entered stage 4 and are nearly irrecoverable. My transformation of them carries some selfish intent, but after the incident I will try to return them to their former lives. At least under my control they will not cause harm. The old house, which is also Dai Hoa base. He stepped in and waved, I am back. Everyone stop eating food from Lam Thai. Seeing Than Truck's pale face, he pouted. It seems they have learned the truth about the food here. So Chow lowered his head and said, we just investigated and discovered the people of Lam Thai may be cannibals. You must have known earlier. The entire city cognition is twisted and enslaved by something. Dai Hoa thought this guy guessed 8 or 9 parts right. Than Truck calmly asked, an illegal experimental base has existed for years, so Lam Thai is in chaos. So Chow added, meaning a powerful biological organization is also entangled in this anomaly. And Truck looked at him suspiciously. This has already exceeded level 3. Should we call Hoa Dai for support? Dai Hoa inwardly cried, if we call Hoa Dai, how can I claim the credit? He switched to actor mode. Do not worry, it is just a strange anomaly that does not threaten us. If whenever we face danger, we only think of asking for help, how can we grow? For now remain still and wait for nightfall. We have experienced cannibalism and clay worship. There is one final stage left, which is collective sleepwalking. Perhaps this mutated city will reveal its true face when night descends. At the same time, at the headquarters of Thunder Ray Bird in the evil capital, the council convened an emergency meeting. Half an hour ago, the Kim Sun Temple base activated self-destruction, then was aborted within seconds. Contact is currently lost. We must discuss how to handle this. Someone proposed better to kill wrongly than let one slip. Detonate the heart bombs of all base personnel to silence them. Then dispatch a special operations team to Lam Thai to investigate. Scene shifted to the central water plant of Lam Thai. A violent explosion suddenly erupted inside. The doctor clutched his chest and trembled. Master Thunder Ray Bird just triggered the bomb in my body. Fortunately, I removed it in time. They are about to send a special operations team here. Dai Hoa transmitted his voice. "It is fine, continue the plan," the doctor replied, understood. That night at Lam Thai Station, connecting Lam Sun and Lam Hai, corridor was utterly deserted, without a single soul. The train doors opened, and several figures stepped down. The fierce-faced man named Neem Ungu sneered. "It is truly quiet. The company choosing this place as a secret base is reasonable." A female voice sounded. "The company has investigated. Great Zia Dragon Breath is unrelated to the Kim Sun Temple base. Who made the move? The company has too many enemies." The woman holding the child was Bok Duong. A man in the shadows said we should first go to the base to inspect it. The two before him were Kim Za and Thandia. Haksu gave the order, "Destroy all equipment and documents that can be destroyed." In the night, Neemungu teased, "Captain, do you eat nothing but instant noodles?" Bok Duong shook her head, saying she had to find a place to nurse the baby. He joked, "It is so dark, just feed him, I will not look." She cursed, "Get lost, you hooligan." Then Neemungu asked Haksu how a notorious assassin like the captain of Team 3 looks no different from a programmer. Raised his voice, "Those wearing black suits and black sunglasses are obviously fake, unprofessional. We are the real professionals. Professionals blend into the environment without being noticed. Enough. Assignments. Kim Za and Than Deer investigate inside the city. I will go with Neem Ungu and Bok Duong to the Kim Sun Temple base. Move out." Inside a dilapidated house, seeing flies swarming everywhere. Someone said this city is too strange, always exuding abnormality. Another replied, "When the people even eat human flesh, what could be normal?" Andia went deeper to observe. This mission is likely not simple. She discovered an altar with a statue covered in cloth. And your eyes flashed this clay statue. Kim Za by the window spoke on the phone. "The cause of the Kim Sun Temple incident is clear. An extremely powerful martial artist destroyed everything. Over 10,000 biochemical humans lie dead. The fortress-level mech armor was shattered. No one survived, including the person in charge, and Dr. Feng Sa is missing. Is the signal being jammed? Is this collective sleepwalking? It seems they are surrounding us." Kim Za looked at the crowd below and muttered, "We have been discovered. Mr. Dia, hurry." Before he finished speaking, Thandia stabbed him in the abdomen. Kim Za trembled as he looked at her. "Thandia, have you been controlled by something?" Divine statue stepped forward in the darkness, brought out from a secret realm relic, moon shroud wave. Beneath the bright moonlight, a tall figure stood silently in the wind. Ihoa glanced at the enormous moon. His life magnetic field seemed to be concealed. "Notify the positions of So Chow and Than Truck in the southeast of the city. The sleepwalkers are gathering there. If sleepwalking is the process of that wolf feeding, what will the scene look like? Perhaps it will soon be clear." Kim Za struggled to open his heavy eyes. "Where am I? What the hell is happening? These people are residents of the district. Are they also being controlled?" "Thanda, wake up, you fool, wake up. You people from divine descent, heavenly kingdom. Can you speak? My organization is very strong. Damn it, there is no communication at all. These people have been brainwashed and are no longer human but demonic beasts in human skin. Even more terrifying because they do not fear pain or death." Bell rang, the enormous moon hung high. The villagers' eyes gleamed as they laughed madly. Those behind used the bodies in front as support. In the blink of an eye, they stacked on top of one another, climbing higher. The entire group turned into a human ladder, reaching toward the sky. They even pulled large stakes from the ground. Those forming the ladder and those holding the stakes advanced together toward the moon. At an old building nearby, Haksu called, "We cannot contact Kim Za and Thandia. Something likely happened. Perhaps the one who destroyed Kim Sun Temple has acted. In any case, a major upheaval has occurred in the city. We must seize the initiative. Return immediately." The three of them stood silently at the door, looking at the enormous moon above. Bok Duong held the child and pointed into the distance. "Look quickly. Is that a pillar of light?" Someone joked, "It looks like the moon is being pulled down." Another sternly warned, "Stop joking." At that moment, Bok Duong noticed the pillar of light descending toward a certain area of the city. Haksu's eyes widened in shock. What is going on? It seems the destruction of the Kim Sun Buddha Temple base is not as simple as the higher-ups thought. Let us go to where the moonlight falls. Perhaps that is the reason Kim Za and Thandia lost contact. The group entered the desolate road in the village. Only 3 shadows flashed past before blending into the night. Suddenly, Haksu sensed a disturbance. Someone is here. He immediately hurled a throwing knife, but the blade was blocked midair by an umbrella. The umbrella spun, causing the knife to change direction and embed into the wall. Haksu adjusted his glasses. A demonic artifact. It seems the opponent is no ordinary person. Person gently folded the umbrella. Then Truck clear voice rang out, "Who are you? Why attack us?" Haksu sneered, "Judging by your attire, you are not locals. So you are the ones who destroyed the Kim Sun Buddha Temple base." Back at the village where Haksu group had arrived, he ordered Bok Duong and Neem Ungu 3 seconds to deal with these 2 insects. They answered in unison, understood, and rushed forward. In front were Than Truck and So Chow taking defensive stances. Neem Ungu targeted Than Truck with a lewd gaze. Such a beauty would be a pity to kill. She struggled to resist, inwardly lamenting his overwhelming strength. Than Truck kicked him back. Pervert, get lost. So Chow also made his move, raising an ice wall. The ice wall rose high with razor-sharp spikes, but Hak-Su shattered it with a single strike. So Chow was astonished. My ice wall was broken so easily. Too quickly conferred. These three are at least high level. We should not entangle. Retreat first. Than Truck replied, briefly understood. But both froze as Hak-Su closed in at the very moment. Only 1 second remained. Suddenly another person appeared, dangerous. Who are you? Are you their accomplice? Daihoa said coldly. I am the one who came to take your life. Hak-Su laughed disdainfully. Bold words. 12 phantom assassination art. Go die, brat. Daihoa remained unmoved. A grand martial master has protective martial aura that even artillery shells struggle to pierce. But there are still ways to kill. Your phantom technique is indeed superb. I cannot distinguish the real body. But I do not need to find the real body. Hak-Su, true name unknown. An assassin king with an unremarkable appearance. An arrow pierced through his forehead while he was still smiling. Daihoa uttered a single word, die. Must seize the moment while the corpse is still warm. His blood is enough to help me break through from martial apprentice to martial artist. Transformed blood sprayed everywhere. Hak-Su's entire body glowed, then quickly withered. Daihoa said calmly, I have stepped into the 8th stage of martial artist. Ni-Mungu stood stunned. The captain was killed in an instant and had his blood drained. Bok Duong turned pale. He truly is a monster. Daihoa turned to them. It is not over. Next I will show you something even more interesting. Corpse imprisoning demon body. Absolute demon slaughter. Bok Duong eyes widened, that is. Is that the captain? Ni-Mungu curse it. What kind of monsters are these, each one more terrifying than the last? Is this really just a martial artist? Bok Duong decisively placed the child down. Let me. He threw the baby into the air. Its body began to swell and distort. The child transformed into a monster. Bok Duong ordered, darling, block them. Ni-Mungu turned and shouted, retreat while we can. Daihoa gave no chance. So Chow Than Truck coordinate with my demon shadow to hold back this biochemical human. We'll pursue those 2 martial masters. So Chow burst forth with aura. The ice demon dragon bloodline awakened. The monster roared violently. 2 sides charged and clashed. Time dragged heavily in the poor village. So Chow swung his sword. Mysterious yellow martial skill dragon shadow. The monster refused to be outdone. 1 blue, 1 red collided, light staining the entire space. Seizing the moment, So Chow dove from above, sword poised. Swept past, leaving dozens of slashes. So Chow thought inwardly, such a huge body, yet such quick reactions. The wounds revealed mechanized structures. From its neck protruded cables and fluid. So Chow dodged the strike. Its speed was far too fast. The other side, Hak-Su spoke in a low voice and unleashed demonic shadow deployment. Numerous clones surrounded the monster. Like So Chow, he also slashed through its body. A pair of purple wings spread open in midair, and Truck eyes shone brightly. Energy accumulation complete. Gene art. Purple underworld sun talisman. Do not even think of escaping, monster. The sky was dyed in a gloomy purple. Colossal sphere of energy enveloped the entire village. Elsewhere inside a sewer tunnel, Ni-Mungu waded through the water in flight. He had not felt such panic since the Black Triangle battlefield. Suddenly he halted. His instinctive vigilance allowed him to evade the attack. Daihoa's voice sounded low. As expected, a rat likes crawling through sewers. At the same time, in a narrow alley, Bok Duong ran desperately. She stopped when she saw the light ahead, where Ni-Mungu had just arrived. Kim Za and Than Dia lost contact. The captain was killed. Now Ni-Mungu has also met with disaster. Am I the only one left? Who exactly are those 3? Oh, I cannot die here. I must survive. But which direction should I run? In her despair, she suddenly remembered something. That is right. Looking toward the pillar of light, Bok Duong muttered, could that ascending moon human body be the masterpiece of divine descent, heavenly kingdom? Even if I must sell my soul to a demon, I will survive. What kind of hellish thing is this? The sight was horrifying. From afar, Daihoa approached with his sword in hand. Are you planning to climb up there? Bok Duong's eyes widened in panic. It is over, he has caught up. There was no time left to hesitate. She desperately climbed onto the human ladder. Her hands clutched tightly as she struggled to climb higher. But then a sudden mutation made her freeze. She reached the top. Before her appeared a strange stargate. That gate slowly opened. Bok Duong shed tears in agitation. Father, mother, I miss you both. White light seemed to be drawn down from the moon and poured downward. The gate opened wide. Behind it were distorted and eerie figures. Daihoa appeared with a cold smile on his lips. His figure was half concealed beneath the moonlight. Daihoa looked at the falling stream of light and muttered, interesting divine descent. Heavenly Kingdom used her fear to create an illusion of me, forcing her to climb toward the moon. Truly intriguing. Of the Thunder Ray Bird assassin team sent here, 2 are dead. The remaining 3 likely will not survive either. Judging by the timing, tomorrow the people of divine descent, Heavenly Kingdom, will arrive. Thunder Ray Bird lost a base and a team, so it will be difficult for them to dispatch more. External forces are nearly gone. The final grand play is about to begin. Not long after the curtain of light also ended, the space sank back into silence. Human figures gradually reappeared on the streets. Than Truck crossed her arms and asked, Daihoa, the strangeness of this mission far exceeds imagination. Do you still want to continue? Daihoa smiled faintly and looked down. Rest assured, I have decided. Moreover, we are not only 3. There is also a powerful ally secretly assisting us who has yet to reveal himself. Hearing this, she pondered silently. Daihoa is definitely not as simple as his file states. Among martial artists, bloodline creates vast gaps. He is either the illegitimate son of a powerhouse or the young master of a great family undergoing training. If the latter, there must be a guardian by his side. That ally must be that person. Daihoa continued. So Chow Than Truck, today I assign you to an important mission. Crimson light flared violently. Demonic shadow formed in an instant. You 2 lead my demonic shadows to destroy all clay statues inside the houses throughout the city. So Chow immediately replied, understood. Only Than Truck remained standing in silence. Daihoa called softly, Than Truck, trust me. She fell silent for a moment, and Than Truck smiled gently. I trust you. But Daihoa, in the future, trust your teammates more and do not carry everything alone. The scene shifted to towering skyscrapers. The doctor bowed respectfully. Master, you have arrived. Daihoa waved his hand. No more words, time is short, we must prepare for battle. He arrived at a deep pit where the doctor reported. The biochemical humans you previously subdued have gathered here. Daihoa nodded. Good, the number is sufficient. Humanization power activated. The skeleton split the ribcage, revealing a beating heart. The monsters were drawn into that heart. In an instant, they sank into the red fluid. The eyes of this body opened wide and vacant. Daihoa surveyed the whole situation. First, use the vampire virus to resurrect the biochemical bodies. Then use progenitor authority to grant humanization power. When needed, they will become an immortal army absolutely obedient to me. The doctor recorded while speaking. Master, the biochemical mosquitoes have been released and are heading toward the district. Daihoa looked at the swarm rising into the air. Very good, their bodies contain vampire blood. They will fly into every home, bringing them my gift. Numbers grew denser, forming a swarm that covered the sky. Daihoa continued asking, after infection, repair the great Buddha mech armor. Though heavily damaged, removing its weapons and modifying it should still be possible. The doctor replied, certainly. Daihoa smiled in satisfaction. Good, everything on my side is ready. Now let us see how Heavenly Kingdom will act. Scene shifted to buses carrying townspeople. On the bus, someone explained. Divine Descent Heavenly Kingdom formed after the secret realm eruption led by a mysterious pope, advocating using the demon embryo to absorb bodies' life and souls, to create a temporary body for God and guide humanity into the Heavenly Kingdom. This place is the most difficult region for Heavenly Kingdom to conquer, but now it will become part of the Heavenly Kingdom. Divine embryo is about to take shape. A believer on the bus said, Chief Priest ahead is Lam Thai, where the High Chief Priest implanted the divine embryo 4 years ago. They discussed, the High Chief Priest contributed greatly, but was killed by those foolish Long Sparrow before he could see the divine embryo mature. The times are too cruel to someone with faith as steadfast as his. Pope interrupted, therefore I cannot let that sacrifice be in vain. I cannot let the world fall deeper into the hands of fools, or it will become the second sin abyss. The grotesque-faced believers shouted, welcome the descent of the divine. This is liberation for humanity. God descends to the mortal world, heaven on earth. Fight for God. The second night, when the moon appeared with a sinister smile, the Pope looked at the moon's shadow with excitement. In the history of the divine religion, only 2 divine embryos have successfully hatched. Now my name will be recorded in history. First God-born once caused global climate anomalies. Tsunamis and volcanoes erupted, causing hundreds of millions of casualties within a single minute. The second descended, causing a continent to be sealed by fog and currents, then completely lost satellite contact. Actions of that being carried terrifying levels of danger. The allied forces of various nations suffered heavy losses. That sea region was designated an S-class life forbidden zone. No one dared to set foot. Stream of red syrup dripped onto the crystal below. The eerie formation operated with the support of the believers. Today I will welcome the third god here. Believers continued chanting as the Pope slowly stepped forward. A colossal gate appeared before him. He raised his hand and declared loudly, Divine being above, please accept my fresh blood. Thought echoed in his mind, step forward. The Pope moved closer step by step. He said, within the platinum divine coffin lies the god-demon nurtured by the High Chief Priest. 4 years absorbing nourishment from the people of Lam, Thai. The divine embryo is about to mature. Children begin welcoming the divine. The believers' expressions grew frenzied. The Pope carried the coffin on his shoulder and set it down. "Yes, Reverend Father." He surrounded the coffin while maintaining the formation. The Pope shouted loudly, "O great moon divine in illusion, your loyal servant calls your name. Please allow me to proclaim it." Moon-veiled basso, bodies of the believers began to undergo strange transformations. All of them dissipated at once, leaving only miserable screams echoing. Not long after, a pillar of liquid was formed. From within it, streaks of light began to flash one after another. The believers continued to undergo another wave of mutation. The Pope stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, muttering in disbelief that the spirit body once pure white had turned blue. Could that earlier howl have caused contamination? Impossible. How could the spirit body of the divine embryo be tainted by that nameless sound? Who exactly is pulling the strings behind this? Red and blue rays intertwined and surged toward him all at once. The Pope cried out in horror that the ritual could no longer be reversed. Those contaminated blue spirits were attempting to erode the divine embryo. At that moment, a figure appeared behind him. Yahello spoke calmly. "I have kept you waiting, Reverend Pope." Pope complexion changed at once, asking in shock who the person before him was. Yahello curled his lips and replied, "At this point you still do not recognize me." The light around him continued to condense as he unfolded a new move. He unleashed Asura 3 blades, releasing the second blade filled with killing intent. Slash shot straight toward the Pope like a sickle tearing through the moon. "I am the demon." The declaration resounded throughout the church. The Pope's body was drenched in dark red blood, muttering in a daze the name Demon Moon. Yahello did not even look back, coldly remarking that he was too weak. Even with 3 protective demonic artifacts, it was useless. Suddenly, a voice of admiration sounded behind him. "What a remarkable sword, young man. I wish to join your divine religion." The man called himself Lam Kai, the head of the divine religion in Hakwa, stating that the one just slain was merely his deputy. He mentioned that being a member of the divine religion was always a dangerous profession. Therefore, having a subordinate impersonate a superior was common. Yahello narrowed his eyes, realizing it was only a stand-in. Immediately after, he charged forward to test the opponent's strength. Kai waved lightly, saying that the sacred ground of welcoming the divine was not a place one could storm at will. Instantly, a strange liquid coiled tightly around him. Yahello gritted his teeth and shouted, feeling as if gripped by an invisible force. Could this be telekinesis? Lam Kai showed a flicker of surprise. He stared at Yahello. "There is a phantom behind you. Have you also cultivated divine arts?" Yahello raised his hand, his aura surging. He poured his strength down toward Lam Kai, cursing, "What divine art? I simply do not wish to fight beside that eerie coffin. Do you truly think I fear you?" Lam Kai snorted coldly, saying these filthy evil things could not harm him. As soon as he finished speaking, he extended his hand to block the monster. A thunderous explosion erupted at once. Smoke and dust billowed from the surrounding alleys. Lam Kai's body was torn apart like a sheet of paper, yet the wounds quickly closed, bone and flesh reconnecting. He declared that he could not harm him, "Because I am protected by the divine." Yahello clicked his tongue, saying if he also recovered this quickly it would be troublesome. Suddenly footsteps and chanting sounded. "God descends to the mortal world, heaven upon earth." Yahello frowned in confusion toward the source of the sound. Surrounded by the believers, he remained calm, almost forgetting these people. They raised their daggers in unison, shouting that they represented justice. As soon as the words ended, their bodies turned into brilliant golden light. Yahello stood in the encirclement muttering about a collective suicide, mocking these cultists as mad and incomprehensible. "Let me see what grotesque trick these fanatics intend next." He sensed a cold, damp and slimy spiritual force approaching. From each throat, sharp claws tore their way out. A goat with glowing eyes took form. It bore the appearance of a worshipper of the Demon King. Yahello observed with interest, concluding it was nothing more than a foreign demon. He smiled, eyes gleaming. These believers were truly desperate. Summon a demon, they dared to use their own bodies as conduits, no different from berserk soldiers. Unfortunately, I now have my own berserk soldiers. Those plague beings were not revived in vain. They are the perfect vessels. Kai berserk troops immediately launched a fierce assault. The battle turned violent, blood and fluids splattering everywhere. Yahello plague beings quickly gained the upper hand. A heretic pulled down his hood, shocked by the mysterious death of the Pope and the successive appearance of giants, unable to discern who the enemy was. He tapped his forehead calculating, suddenly recalling the true leader was missing, then used spirit sight to search. His target was the divine embryo. "Stay where you are, do not approach." At this moment So Chow and Than Truck appeared, declaring they would be his opponents. Seeing the two, he was alarmed. Clearly the enemy had prepared thoroughly. Perhaps Dragon Sparrow agents had shattered the divine religion plan, to the point he might not escape alive. Yahello slipped his hand into his pocket, observing. Merely approaching the coffin, he felt a chill, as if his soul were freezing. The one inside the coffin seemed to harbor deep hostility toward him. which was understandable since he had seized this divinity. A notification panel appeared stating the host had gained 5 points of divinity, as half the ritual faith power was contaminated and absorbed by the demon embryo, making Dai Hoa understand everything. However, Dai Hoa did not regard the divine descent heavenly kingdom as anything significant. His true enemy was the deity tied to moon and dreams. Even if its divine power was stolen, it was time to awaken. Why do you still hide within that coffin? Dai Hoa slightly crouched in vigilance. Inside the coffin was completely empty. He was astonished, wondering why there was nothing. You call yourself a god, yet must hide. All sounds of battle and screams vanished. The entire clash left no trace, as if only he remained in the world. A voice called out, drawing his attention. Dai Hoa turned sharply and saw someone. Lam Kai clasped his hands, smiling, asking whether he had forgotten his true self. Dai Hoa pupils contracted, realizing the moonlight and illusion, yet not knowing when he had fallen into it. Lam Kai eyes burned brightly, asking him to guess when he had entered the dream. Outside the impoverished district, Than Truck and So Chow were locked in fierce combat with the man in red. He gritted his teeth, weighing the situation, forced to use the great demon to stall the opponents. It was unclear how things were with Pope Lam Kai. Not good, that brat's state is wrong. I cannot sense the Pope's spiritual force at all. Could something have happened? No more delay. I must rush to the divine embryo. Divine needle illusion technique. Once embedded into the opponent body, it would cause blood spikes to grow from within, piercing outward until the enemy was torn to pieces. Sinful soul will be judged by the divine. As for this filthy body, I will cleanse it myself. So Chow quickly sensed the danger, not good. He is charging straight toward Dai Hoa. Luthan Truck, hurry and save Dai Hoa. I will hold him back, burning blood forbidden art. Extreme speed frost aura was unleashed. Frowned, pouring all his strength to freeze the giant in an instant, nearly exhausting all martial energy. At the same time glancing to warn, do not hesitate. Our lives are not worth as much as Dai Hoa. Than Truck soared into the air, replying she understood, telling So Chow not to die. The man in red hissed in pain. Damn it, it cannot be sealed. The monster was confronting So Chow ice wall head-on, threw a punch shattering the entire layer of ice. From its throat came a roar. You think that is enough to kill me? It is not over yet. Complete the head of vengeance. Before it finished speaking, ice arrows surged forth, attacking. It howled repeatedly in piercing agony. Amid the mass of blood and fluid, a voice sounded. Within me flows the mighty blood of Hoadu. So Chow's body gradually began to transform. At this moment he was nearly turning into a dragon, forced to activate both the fervent blood secret art and bloodline breakthrough simultaneously, meaning his life force would be consumed many times over. But as long as this demon was sent back to hell, that price was worth paying. As the words ended, So Chow unleashed a mighty ice dragon. With that strike, he roared loudly for it to get back to hell. The monster halted, then let out a pained whimper. So Chow continued to unleash his bloodline secret art. Ice and fire clashed violently, sparks scattering through the air. So Chow frowned in confusion, sensing something wrong with the force behind the attack. The creature used its own flames to block the stream of ice. So Chow broke into a cold sweat, not expecting it to catch his storm sword chi. This is bad. The sword chi has been burned away by the flames, and my weapon will not last much longer. A missile shot forward at high speed. It pierced straight through from the back of the monster's neck to its throat. Immediately after, a barrage of missiles followed, bombarding the target. So Chow fell to the ground and returned to his human form, raised his head to search for the source of the shots. Is there another expert here? Could it be an ally of Dai Hoa? The muzzle of the gun was still radiating intense heat. The one who fired was the doctor. Fortunately, the master left behind armor-piercing rounds. Your weapon still proved effective at the crucial moment. Once thought So Chow was the weakest in the team. Who would have expected him to hide a trump card? The martial system is divided into many ranks, and he is likely about to break through from martial apprentice. And Luthan Truck is no ordinary one either. Both are valuable seedlings. For now, use the drone to help the boy recover his stamina. Then join forces to eliminate that great demon. It will be much easier. The man in red gritted his teeth and roared, You are not Long Chua. 3 young people, yet each one is strange. What exactly are your identities? So Chow, along with Than Truck and Hack, Su replied that they were merely ordinary freshmen of Hoa Dai. Boxes began to fall from the sky one after another. They landed directly in front of the man in red. Looking at the coffin's opening, that man muttered, Are these corpses? Than Truck was shocked to recognize them as the second team of Hoa Dai that had once lost contact. Among them were people who had fought with them before. The man in red laughed like a madman, believing the gods were blessing him. The doctor observed through the scope and sighed. The girl specially noticed by the master is being surrounded by 6 martial masters. I fear she will struggle to escape. Earlier, the giant creature was not summoned because they were too weak and lacked intelligence. But now reinforcements are necessary. If the mission fails, it will be hard to atone. Heavy object crashed violently onto the ground. It was the strange soldier summoned by Dai Hoa. Than Truck thought to herself that those giants must be allies trying to hold back the living corpses. We must seize the chance to rescue Dai Hoa first. The man in red furiously ordered them to stop her and not allow her to approach the divine embryo. The 8 figures in the coffins obeyed in unison. They charged straight toward Than Truck. They were blocked by the gigantic mutants. Than Truck saw Dai Hoa ahead and called out for him to wait for her. Suddenly, a sneak attack struck her. Than Truck's arm was soaked in blood, yet she still refused to stop. She gritted her teeth and continued flying forward. Than Truck stretched out her hand, praying inwardly that she only needed a little more. The man in red's expression changed, knowing things had gone wrong. Than Truck embraced Dai Hoa, finally reaching him. As she lifted Dai Hoa up, she told herself she had to leave this place immediately. Her arm throbbed from the spikes, but she temporarily used heart fire to suppress the blood spikes so they would not hinder her movement. The giants from earlier had all been wiped out. The corpses around still seemed to retain a trace of vitality. This place was too dangerous to remain. Suddenly a shout rang out, startling Than Truck and causing her to drop him. The man in red's voice was full of menace as he told her she had done well and to hand the boy over to him. Than Truck firmly replied that she would never hand him over. She shouted with all her strength for him to get lost. A wave of mental attacks swept through her mind, making her realize she had been ambushed. Than Truck clutched her head in agony, the eerie laughter echoing and making her even more dizzy. She could not let Dai Hoa fall into his hands. The pain drained her strength, her body slowly falling through the air. People in the coffins raised their heads to watch. They opened their mouths as if waiting to receive prey. Sharp cold spikes grew from the heads of the fiends, all of them aimed directly at the falling Than Truck. Suddenly Dai Hoa's voice resounded with a shocking force. Than Truck was caught in his embrace, and she looked up at the familiar face. Dai Hoa softly said he was sorry for being late. Than Truck replied joyfully that he had awakened. He's still in time, not late at all. Dai Hoa gently said for Than Truck to rest and leave the rest to him. The demon god descended from above. No matter how that man struggled, he could not escape the divine illusion. Yet even so, he found it hard to withstand the 6 disciples of Ngayat than alone. They charged together. He could not break free from the encirclement of 7 martial masters. Dai Hoa quickly hid Than Truck in a safe place and dispelled the Valudo hour state. The man in red regained clarity, killing intense surging. A gigantic hand slammed down toward them. Space trembled from a terrifying explosion. Dai Hoa glanced at the danger and coldly asked, "What are you trying to do?" The man in red trembled uncontrollably from fear and pain. His body gradually disintegrated, his mouth stammering as he begged not to be crushed. Could not understand why the illusion he created was backfiring. Each torment felt like his flesh was being torn apart. He did not know how Dai Hoa escaped the dream, or whether the dream realm was ineffective against him. Indeed, the demon god was so fearsome that even gods found it hard to punish. "Give me Lord Ngayat then. I was forced to destroy the dream realm and drive him out." Ngayat then's gloomy voice echoed, telling him to lie back in the coffin. The man in red wept as he called out to Lord Ngayat then. Ngayat then replied that only that lowly body could be used as a vessel for completion. Ngayat then's form began to condense into shape. Dai Hoa said in a deep voice that even with more power it was merely an empty shell. The cult followers had already been wiped out by him. As his words fell, a figure slowly descended from above. Dai Hoa looked up and realized there was still one remaining. Ngayat then in pure white robes floated in midair. That man stared at Dai Hoa without the slightest expression. Dai Hoa sneered and asked whether this moon body or moon phantom had finally decided to show himself. In the silent space, Ba Jiatso slowly stepped down. Dai Hoa widened his eyes as he realized his feet had stepped into a different land. He wondered in confusion if he had turned into the moon. But this was not the real moon. There was no vacuum chill or lack of oxygen. Perhaps it was merely a conceptual domain of killing aura similar to Master Kung Ka. A conceptual domain differs from mental illusion. It overlays reality, and all injuries are real. Here he no longer had his immortal armor. Ba Jiatso floated in the air. That man approached and calmly said, "Dai Hoa, I truly admire you. You are the most outstanding human I have ever met, especially since you seized a portion of my divinity. The compatibility exceeds 96%. Truly a perfect piece for me to complete my mortal body." Dai Hoa thought to himself to let him speak. The rescue plan was finished. Now he only needed to stall for time. Ba Jiatso continued to tempt him, saying that after using you as nourishment, he would preserve your consciousness to step into the realm of gods and witness a vast world far beyond Lam Tin or any secret realm. Step onto the moon and cross the 9 heavens with me. The invitation of a god was hard to refuse, but Dai Hoa shouted that he refused and mocked that man's arrogance. He was merely a higher life form. His tricks no different from humans. I have overestimated you. Ba Jiatso calmly replied to forgive the rudeness, and even with only a body at 20% compatibility, it was enough to crush you. Asking your opinion was only out of interest. No matter what you say, it will not change the outcome. Extended his hand, and the space immediately transformed. Daihoa felt uneasy. With a single wave of his hand, he tore the gigantic body apart. Raging gale rose as the two faced each other. His entire body trembled, unable to move. Ba Jiatso placed his hand on his forehead and said, "You are merely food waiting to be savored." He suddenly realized he could not sense his consciousness. Daihoa laughed proudly and said, "You cannot touch my soul even if my body is weaker. In terms of spirit, I have backing control. I know I cannot contend with a god in physical form. Therefore, I made use of the vampire progenitor's powerful regeneration ability. I left half of my body with the mad doctor, splitting it vertically so that when the main body is destroyed, my consciousness will activate in the remaining half." That plan even made Ba Jiatso pause. In the midst of their exchange, a blade suddenly appeared. It tore apart the space where they stood. The familiar figure of Qing Long emerged, declared himself the head of the Long Chuok department, the guardian grandmaster Qing Long, here to seek guidance. Daihoa laughed in excitement as reinforcements arrived in time. At first, he only intended to seize divine power and never expected to bring down Ngayat Yem. Ba Jiatso looked at Qing Long and remarked that this level of physique forced him to reassess humanity's potential. Qing Long coldly replied that you are indeed a strange demon, but far too impure. I have witnessed true strange demons that could shatter heaven and earth. Compared to them, you are far inferior. He mocked that Lin Kai's body was an insult and asked whether humanity had ever been struck by the moon. That body belongs to me. I will not let this battle damage it. Before he could react, Daihoa was blasted far away. Qing Long was surprised that the strange demon valued that young man so highly. He decided that after suppressing him, he would question Daihoa clearly. Ba Jiatso turned his head and said that before leaving he already knew your name was Daihoa. Battle between the two powerhouses officially erupted. It promised to be a world-shaking clash. The scene shifted to a distant forest. Daihoa had been teleported here by Ba Jiatso. He sat down to steady his breathing, his mind spinning as he did not know where he was. Life magnetic field could no longer detect Lam Thai, proving he was very far away. Ngayat Yem must have anticipated the battle would annihilate the entire area. Fortunately, he had already let the doctor and the two injured depart. The gaze of Ngayat Yem under dream or moonlight seemed to follow him, making him uneasy. Truly terrifying. Once outside, he must learn to protect himself. Now separated from the battlefield, he finally had time to study the divinity he had just seized. The system explained that divinity is the crystallization of a domain pushed to its limit, or a sacred talent that makes a life unique. It is the source of power. Daihoa understood why the silver-haired man reacted so violently when his power was taken. 5 points of divinity related to moon and dream, when bestowed, would help a suitable host evolve. Suggested hosts were Jakyud and Zagwa Yudo. Daihoa realized divinity could enhance aptitude. If bestowed upon Jakyud, it would greatly advance it toward moon and dream illusion. The supreme progenitor already had a mutation path. The giant progenitor was merely a tool, while Jakyud with the potential to interfere with time was the main trump card after the supreme progenitor. He decisively chose to upgrade the vampire. System repeatedly notified that Jakyud advanced to B+. The moon domain and illusion techniques evolved. The moon banquet bloodline strengthened. Under night and full moon physical attributes, recovery and weapon power were enhanced, and the twin moon world along with blood illusion art were unlocked. In normal state, speed tripled, under moonlight 5-fold, with special activation 8-fold, dealing moonlight damage and reducing the cooldown of time stop to the maximum extent. Looking at the vampire body before him, Daihoa could not help but praise it. Truly domineering. Although many abilities required night and moonlight to activate, once conditions were met, the amplification was terrifying. When all attributes stacked, combat power nearly exploded exponentially. Truly a top-tier auxiliary host. This trip to Lam Thai was immensely worthwhile. Moreover, the high-level mission reward would be crucial for Than Truck and his teammates. Afterwards, Daihoa leapt up and stood atop the tallest tree in the forest. He focused on observing the distant battlefield. His arms spread wide to either side. Suddenly sensing something, Daihoa's eyes widened. His palms clenched tightly. A punch carrying newfound power shot straight forward. Intense exhilaration spread through him. It seemed his body under moonlight would soon fully adapt. As the central figure of the Moon Nightmare Descent event, Long Chuok would certainly interrogate me, but I have too many secrets that cannot be exposed. Therefore, I must contact the principal of Hoa Dai first. Connections are meant to be used at times like this. Scenes swiftly shifted to Hoa Dai University. Daihoa stepped off the plane, preparing to enter the campus. Familiar face of the man ahead caught his attention. He introduced himself as Principal Thai Kin Van. Daihoa politely greeted him and expressed admiration. Kin Van laughed and said there was no need for formality, just be at ease. Daihoa nodded in response and spoke candidly. He asked if it was because of lamb thigh, but the principal said his team had completed the mission excellently and need not worry about consequences. Daihoa was surprised that the heretical cult and divine descent incident ended so lightly. He was not even interrogated. Principal reassured him that all aftershocks would be handled by higher authorities. The mission was announced anonymously as Level 4, but rewards would be calculated as Level 5. The rewards would still be granted, according to Level 5 standards. Daihoa felt secretly thrilled. Chinese letter was overly generous. Could this old fox have guessed something? The next day in the principal's office, Daihoa viewed post-battle images sent by Dr. Din. Curious who was stronger between Qinglong and Ngayat Yem. Reports showed Lam Thai had been erased into a gigantic crater after an explosion of unknown cause. Almost no survivors remain. After reading, Daihoa shuddered. The high martial world was too dangerous. His current strength was still far from safe. The principal said Qinglong could seal the mark of Ngayat Yem, so Daihoa came to wait and meet him to learn. At that moment the door opened, and Qinglong stepped in. Daihoa smiled and greeted the senior. Immediately his gaze changed. Qinglong was covered in wounds, his condition unstable, causing Daihoa concern. The scene shifted into the reception room. Qinglong said he had been struck by the strange demon's cold aura, but had won. Only because the opponent fled was he unable to finish him. He said there was no need to wait to perform the sealing. Daihoa laughed, finding Qinglong somewhat more endearing than the cold image he had imagined. Qinglong removed his shirt, preparing to seal his vision. His robust physique was fully revealed. He asked Daihoa whether he had ever thought that demonic beasts were once intelligent beings like humans. The words left Daihoa stunned. Qinglong recounted that years ago, he entered an 11th ruin with his senior brothers. In the end, only he survived. He had been afflicted with a terrifying curse within the ruin. His body gradually mutated into a demonic beast, his reason diminishing. He chose to leave his homeland to avoid harming his compatriots. He went to the American S5 Pacific region, intending to die there, but was carried by a tsunami to a deserted island. The secrets that followed could not be revealed as they involved national strategy. Daihoa could only sigh. Qinglong removed the bandages and said that on the island, someone had helped him escape the fate of a demonic beast. Countless strange runes covered his body. Daihoa widened his eyes at the sight. With a single glance, blood seeped from his eyes, though his regenerative ability healed him instantly. In that moment, he felt his soul nearly being sucked away. Qinglong thought to himself that ordinary people would faint or become brain dead upon seeing the runes. Daihoa only bled lightly. Indeed, he was special. He pointed and told him not to resist. He would inscribe 2 runes into his sea of consciousness to seal his vision. The runes quickly imprinted deep into his mind. Daihoa stood dazed for a few seconds. The notification of Ngayat Yem's surveillance under dream and moonlight gradually disappeared. Daihoa thanked Qinglong. He asked whether his teacher was Kung Ka. Daihoa recalled Kung Ka's warning not to reveal his identity as a disciple, because he had offended many people. Qinglong said he bore no grudge against Kung Ka. He only regretted that a grandmaster who could have proven the Tao through the path of slaughter. Afterwards, he proposed a spar to see how strong the air of the killing rose was. Daihoa helplessly thought that every expert loved to fight. Proposed sparring under the moonlight. Qinglong hesitated slightly upon hearing about the moonlight. The two arrived at the 4th panoramic arena of Hoa Dai. Qinglong declared he would use only one finger and would not attack proactively. As long as he was forced to retreat half a step, it would count as a win, and he could request one condition along with a long Chuok privilege. Daihoa eagerly replied that he sought guidance. The moon gradually rose high. Power within him erupted violently. Qinglong sensed an aura similar to Ngayat Yem, yet without corrosion, instead sharing the same source as the moon. He shot into the air, unleashing Moon of the Slaughtering World Codex. Qinglong clenched his hand, feeling the astonishing killing intent. Elsewhere, Kung Ka was still sitting leisurely at rest. Suddenly, she sensed something unusual. The familiar killing intent shocked her. She could not believe Daihoa had reached this level after only a few days outside. The scene shifted to a hotel within Hoa Dai. Woman asked Kim Trang why he had suddenly become so serious. He said he had just sensed a terrifying killing aura. The wave of killing intent spread across half of the Hoa Dai campus. The battle on the arena continued. Qinglong solemnly tightened his fist, preparing to meet the attack. The space around the arena shattered. Daihoa was astonished by the senior's simple yet domineering fist technique. Qinglong did not exploit weaknesses like Kung Ka. He confronted it head-on with pure strength. This was truly one force breaking 10,000 methods. His fist momentum pierced through every aura. Daihoa held his breath, realizing the decisive moment was near. Unleashed a fist of terrifying power straight toward Daihoa. His body slowly fell. Qinglong's expression changed. as he realized danger. For the sake of victory, he had used a forbidden art at too great a cost. If such a future pillar damaged his martial foundation, it would be disastrous. Thinking this, he immediately dashed forward. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Qinglong caught Dai Hoa's body. He laughed in excitement. "Senior, you have moved more than half a step from your position. I win," inwardly calculating that he had deceived him through blood-mist illusion and the weakened state from the curse. Qinglong was both amused and exasperated. This brat was not only strong, but also full of tricks. He admitted Dai Hoa had won and asked what reward he wanted. He replied that he would reserve that promise for later. Qinglong nodded in praise of his foresight, commented that his killing momentum and martial path were excellent thanks to Kung Ka's teaching. Yet he lacked physical foundation, so the killing momentum only surfaced externally. Dai Hoa forced a smile and asked whether he needed to temper his body, inwardly thinking he had not even used the Emperor Demon Pull. Qinglong nodded and said the key was choosing the right guide to build a solid physical foundation. Dai Hoa excitedly said he would seek the Dean of Body Cultivation, causing Qinglong to blurt out that he should take him as master instead. He thought that as Qinglong, he was actually taking the initiative to accept a disciple. Yet Dai Hoa was indeed a good seed. Qinglong gifted him a body tempering technique regarded as a national treasure seized from the West, hoping he would train diligently. Dai Hoa happily accepted it, while Qinglong inwardly calculated that this technique was difficult to cultivate, and sooner or later, he would have to seek his guidance. The scene shifted back to Dai Hoa's dorm room. He looked at the emblem in his hand, recalling that for over half a year he had stayed underground with Kung Ka. Now he intended to cultivate the movement technique by entering dreams. A knock sounded at the door. Dai Hoa opened it and asked who had come so late. Duong Trak stood outside asking to come in and talk. Dai Hoa was surprised and invited Duong Trak inside. He wondered if he was going to recruit him into the society again. Duong Trak suddenly fell silent, then abruptly knelt down and begged Brother Dai to become the president of the Long Hyatt Society. Dai Hoa was speechless and asked why he had fallen so low and how he knew his room. Duong Trak said society members had seen Dai Hoa return. Dai Hoa suspected cameras had been installed. He pulled Duong Trak into the training room to ask clearly. He explained they were only installed in the corridor out of necessity. In the training room, Dai Hoa asked directly what trouble the society faced. Duong Trak, with bruised face, admitted the organization was in crisis. Dai Hoa handed him a blood-transforming pill and told him to explain clearly. Duong Trak recounted that the Long Hyatt Society was about to collapse due to lack of funds and sponsorship. Initially, the society had developed well thanks to sponsorship and benefits, creating a virtuous cycle that attracted members. But once it grew stronger, it was suppressed by the local student union. Under Hang Kim Trang's leadership, the Long Hyatt Society suffered consecutive defeats. Sponsors withdrew and members left. After hearing this, Dai Hoa understood that he had lost to Hang Kim Trang. Duong Trak said they could not ask upperclassmen for help due to unspoken rules. Only Dai Hoa was strong enough to contend. Therefore, he begged Dai Hoa to stand as the society's backing. Dai Hoa immediately nodded in agreement. Duong Trak was overjoyed, but he said he had not finished. Dai Hoa frankly said he would only act as backing and asked what needed to be done next. Duong Trak seriously spoke about the plan to reclaim Dai Ha. He explained the campaign to retake 12 cities occupied by demonic beasts, and freshmen would participate in surrounding areas. Dai Hoa had to lead the Long Hyatt Society to achieve the highest results. Dai Hoa agreed, but said there was something to handle first. He pulled Duong Trak into the corridor and told him to remove the cameras immediately. Dai Hoa realized that if he helped the society grow stronger, he would have opportunities to draw high-value samples. If the Long Hyatt Society became the #1 organization at Hoa Dai, the rewards would exceed even the advanced examination. The scene shifted to the Long Hyatt Society. Members had gathered, preparing for a meeting. Tan Tran asked gloomily why Duong Trak had not arrived. Im Chin Hung said the true president would come today, making everyone curious. The group asked in surprise who the true president was. Tan Tran turned pale, thinking it could not be Dai Hoa. Advised Dim Chin Hung not to hope for Dai Hoa, as no one could defeat Hang Kim Trang. Dim Chin Hung angrily asked what they intended to do. Tan Tran boasted that Chu Kai of the Chu family would provide benefits. Following him was better than staying in a declining society. Some members wavered, believing no one could save the Long Hyatt Society. Dim Chin Hung angrily glared at the traitors. Chu Kai kicked the door open and urged Tan Tran. Tan Tran reported everything was done and prepared to leave. Dim Chin Hung questioned how he had entered. Chu Kai casually said he had broken in and would compensate with resources. His arrogant tone enraged Dim Chin Hung. As he was about to act, a pink-haired girl appeared. She calmly gestured, making Deem Chin Hung realize it was not simple. Chu Kai angrily ordered his people to beat Deem Chin Hung into the hospital to show loyalty. The group hesitated and looked at each other. Chu Kai went mad and threatened that if they did not obey, they should not expect to leave here. Suddenly a sound rang out, forcing everyone to cover their ears. Dai Hoa appeared, grabbing Chu Kai by the head and asking O Duong Trak why he had left such a mess. Without further words, he threw Chu Kai and the pink-haired girl out. Dai Hoa sighed and said now it was quiet. The two who had been thrown out screamed in fear. Dai Hoa turned back and asked if anyone else had objections. A member apologized for nearly betraying and asked to stay. Duong Trak declared there would be no expulsion, but they would be placed under observation and barred from activities this week. Dai Hoa looked coldly and asked if they accepted. That gaze made them tremble in fear. They agreed and left. Dai Hoa said he understood the society lacked money and investment. The reclamation campaign was still far off, so a more direct method was needed. Since returning to Dadai, the name Hang Kim Trang has constantly echoed in my ears. If I go directly to the one said to be the root cause of the Hyatt Long Society's decline and defeat him in a single match, everything will end, will it not? Soon as those words fell, the entire group sank into a heavy silence. Suddenly Duong Trak recalled something, but this morning Hang Kim Trang announced he had entered seclusion to break through to the martial master realm. This made Dai Hoa feel a trace of regret, so he could no longer challenge him to settle superiority. He calculated inwardly that if he wanted to display his strength to attract investment, there was no need to target only rivals of the same Nam and Hat cohort. He told himself the purpose of attracting funds this way was to build reputation. If I challenge experts across the entire school, would the impact not be even greater? Long Chuok First Division. It seemed he suddenly remembered something. That is right. How much do you know about that person? At the mention of that name, Hung immediately explained in a serious tone, Long Chuok is the highest authority of our Dai Ha, and the First Division is the most elite research department under Long Chuok. Members of other divisions in Long Chuok are only called specialists, but those of the First Division all carry the title of trump card. Dai Hoa asked in surprise, do you truly want to join? He immediately nodded, of course. The First Division gathers the strong. The deputy head currently ranks second nationwide, Qing Long. Each year fewer than 3 students from Dadai are selected there. It is the holy land every martial artist of Hoa Dai dreams of. A look of astonished delight appeared on his face. I know what to do. Let the Hyatt Long Society Media Department step in and spread the news. Dai Hoa declared loudly, I am Dai Hoa, president of the Hyatt Long Society, currently holding the trump card title of Long Chuok First Division. I formally challenge all martial artists below the great martial master realm in Hoa Dai. Is this enough to create waves? It will surely attract abundant investment. Contrary to his expectations, the entire group fell into an indescribable silence. Only now did Chin Hung come back to his senses. Brother Ditch, are you really the ace of the first department? That sounds far too unbelievable. Leaving aside your strength, you have not even graduated, so what right do you have to take the exam to enter Long Chuok? Dai Hoa calmly replied. There was no exam, I did not participate. The details are inconvenient to share, but I was specially recruited directly into the official ranks. Duong Trak stood beside them in a daze. Brother Ditch, you are not joking. This cannot be used as a joke. He answered seriously. I officially joined last night. The paperwork will be completed in a few days. Chin Hung pondered for a moment, then blurted out, then challenge all the students at the great martial master realm in the school. Hearing that, Dai Hoa silently calculated. Against ordinary martial masters, he could crush them head-on. Only a few geniuses would make him spend a little more time. Unfortunately, if he wanted to fight stronger great martial masters, he would likely have to use his trump card time freeze. But this move was only effective when it created an element of surprise. Displaying it to attract investment would be too wasteful. It would be better to openly challenge the entire Imperial University. On the other side, Duong Trak also thought it over, although it felt somewhat beyond the norm. If that person was Dai Hoa, then he was willing to trust him. For the sake of the Dragon Blood Society, he immediately contacted the media team. The news quickly spread everywhere. Dai Hoa, the #1 freshman who had disappeared for half a year, returned as the ace of the first department and declared he would challenge the entire Hoa University. Who could be so arrogant? Challenge everyone. Has anyone heard of Dai Hoa? It is said he was the pillar of the freshman class and the top scorer of the reform exam, once astonishing the deans. Then why had there been no news about him for half a year? Setting aside whether the challenge was insane or not, how did he enter the first department of Long Chuok? This year graduates all said the exam was extremely difficult and eliminated almost everyone. It is said Dai Hoa did not take the exam and was directly recruited. No need for an exam, yet still officially recruited. Impressive indeed. Are they saying it was thanks to a pure smile? My smile is gentle too. Stop talking nonsense, just shut up. At Hoa University Hospital, so Chow stared at the news on his phone in shock. This Dai Hoa truly never stayed quiet. Than Truck laughed. It seems someone is about to be unlucky again. The official announcement confirmed that Dai Hoa was a special talent directly recruited without examination. Public opinion continued to discuss endlessly. Since Long Chuok had confirmed it was hard to fake, yet some suspected connections were involved, and that his strength was empty and unworthy of the title ace. Duong Trak reminded everyone, the heat has been pushed to a high level. The direction of public opinion from the press depends on you. They nodded and accepted the task. News kept exploding. If you want to know whether Dai Hoa is worthy, just wait for the Imperial University livestream. Bet Dai Hoa is just putting on a show. There must be shady dealings behind his entry into the first department. Wait for the livestream, and we will see how long he can keep acting. Stop speculating. If there is a live broadcast, the truth will be clear. I believe if he dares to call for a public stage and stream it all, then he definitely has real strength. Seeing everything unfold exactly according to Dai Hoa plan, Duong Trak was extremely excited. The guiding accounts were divided into many factions with different images, supporters, critics, and even those claiming neutrality, but all mentioned watching the live stream. Under both open and subtle promotion, the heat skyrocketed. Major platforms competed for exclusive rights. Advertisements poured money into the Dragon Blood Society. In just one day, a massive cash flow revived the entire society. Scene shifted to Chu Kai Special Hospital room. After watching the news, that man was furious. Before he could find someone to teach him a lesson, he had already set up a ring to challenge the whole school, truly courting death. Martial artists step onto the ring. Blades and swords have no mercy. Accidental deaths are not uncommon. Dai Hoa challenge officially began. In the stands, the audience cheered excitedly. They even held up their phones to record the moment Dai Hoa appeared. From a helicopter, An and Gao Loi stepped down. The host enthusiastically announced the opening of the Hoa University Arena Tournament and invited tonight main character Dai Hoa. As soon as he heard his name called, he immediately leaped straight down into the arena. A loud explosion rang out as dust billowed everywhere. Amid the hazy dust, Dai Hoa appeared like a charismatic movie hero. The comments exploded, truly amazing. The coolest entrance of the year, staying up tonight is worth it. No idea about his strength yet, but his style is unquestionable. Truly fitting for the central figure of the tournament. Descending from above under the moonlight with soaring momentum. Anyone coming later would inevitably seem inferior in presence. Dai Hoa displayed the demeanor of a leader, although he claimed to challenge the whole school. In reality, they were the challengers. The atmosphere became extremely lively. Dai Hoa stepped forward amid thunderous applause. Long Thao stood to the side and sighed. This freshman truly knew how to put on a show. His junior quietly asked whether he wanted to go up. Long Thao smiled and replied, with this level of viewership, how could he miss it? That man calculated inwardly that as an online martial artist he needed traffic. Going first might not be a loss. If he won, he would gain fame. If he lost, he could say he had exhausted Dai Hoa and created opportunities for others. Either way, he would profit. Appeared and introduced himself as second stage martial master Long Thao here to challenge. Dai Hoa calmly introduced himself as Dragon Blood Society 8th stage martial artist Dai Hoa. The audience cheered endlessly as the match officially began. Very first second, Dai Hoa coldly kicked Long Thao in the face. Everything happened too fast. Before that man could react, he was already thinking about his view count. Dai Hoa decisively announced the next opponent. Female student quickly stepped out, introducing herself as Yao Lang, a second-year 5th stage martial master, who had once defeated 3 7th stage martial masters alone. A shining star of the second year that astonished everyone. No one knew if she could fight Dai Hoa, but at least she was stronger than Long Thao. He calmly commented that her blade was not yet refined enough. After speaking, he directly showed Yao Lang what true power was. Dai Hoa remained composed, apologized for being in a hurry, and told everyone to come together. The remaining group immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed forward, cursing that the freshman was too arrogant and wanting to teach him a lesson. In response to those words, Dai Hoa merely waved his weapon lightly and defeated them one by one. Clearly, they were not on the same level as him. All of them were sent flying away. The stands echoed continuously with cheers. Watching the live stream, Chu Kai trembled. How could he be so strong? At this rate, the person he found would be hospitalized before even landing a blow. Perhaps only his older brother, Chu Veem Din, the eldest son of the Chu family, could manage it. But that man was rigid and valued reason, likely unwilling to shield him, unless that man was truly enraged with a cold smile. After clearing the opponents, Dai Hoa called out, "Who else?" The defeated ones trembled and complained. Could he not show a little restraint? The second and third year students had lost all face. In the future, whenever Dai Hoa was mentioned, they would be used as stepping stones. At that moment, another person stepped onto the ring. The comments exploded when Chu Veem Din appeared. At last, the 9th stage martial master expert had taken action. Chu Veem Din was no ordinary 9th stage. Having cultivated to perfection, he could fight above his level, possessing the purest sun-blaze bloodline of the Chu family. Since childhood, he struggled to control his energy and had to wear a nanotech battle suit to regulate it and temper his temperament through music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to live normally. Daihoa would have to pay for his arrogance. Din unexpectedly bowed his head and said his younger brother Chu Kai had caused trouble and any losses would be compensated. Daihoa asked if he was the brother of that messy-haired man. He nodded in confirmation. Daihoa sighed and said he did not seem like someone who loved fighting. If not to restore face for Chu Kai, then why step onto the ring? Din replied that he was not here for his younger brother, but for the honor of the Chu family. He said even if his brother was at fault, he would not allow the Chu family reputation to be smeared. Hearing that, Daihoa laughed and said the story sounded too familiar, a petty villain embellishing lies to slander others. But it did not matter. Din stepped forward demanding Daihoa kneel and apologize before the entire school. He calmly replied that if you want me to apologize, then show the strength first. The words enraged him as he shouted that he was too arrogant, while Daihoa awaited the battle. A few seconds later, the two collided directly with terrifying power. Thousands of fist shadows intertwined between them. The air became frightening. Din was provoked to the brink of losing control. Daihoa also charged forward, responding without any inferiority. The resounding clashes revealed the astonishing strength of both. Suddenly, Din's body began to transform. Daihoa was astonished as the nanotech battle suit was removed and the surrounding temperature soared. Clearly, he had truly gone all out. Comments flooded with mentions of the sun-blaze bloodline and claimed Daihoa was in danger. The stands were in an uproar. The two were far too strong, completely different in level compared to Long Thao and Yao Lang earlier. In the arena, their power erupted violently. The comments praised that, as expected of a martial arts expert, Chu Din's strength was indeed extraordinary. Many said few could now withstand Daihoa for several exchanges. He had become the great demon king of Hoa University, while Din was shocked because Daihoa form looked like a monster. The more he fought, the more excited Daihoa became, reminding him not to lose focus, young Master Chu. Hesitation would mean defeat. The two fought across the entire ring fervently. Suddenly, a little boy cheered, encouraging his fire-breathing brother to defeat the great demon king Daihoa. Someone sighed and wiped his face, wondering why Long Chuok had taken interest in someone with such a brutal fighting style. Or perhaps all of this was just my illusion. Why do I feel this kid is growing bigger as he fights? Daihoa smiled and replied, "Be more confident, senior brother Chu. I am indeed growing, not by releasing all anthropomorphic energy outward to create a new body, but by using the superior flesh control ability of the demon ancestor dragon to gradually release the energy within. This method maintains ultimate speed and neural reflexes while causing physical strength to soar each second. Now defeating you would be like an adult bullying a child." When Daihoa displayed his true strength, Din was stunned. No wonder that man dared to challenge the whole school. With such a terrifying body, was this still within human limits? He once thought his bloodline was already heaven-defying, but compared to Daihoa, it was not worth mentioning. This man was truly a high-level ferocious beast wearing human skin. Din felt that the martial body he had painstakingly trained was about to collapse under the pressure. It seemed he would have to reconstruct it from scratch. But first, he had to deal with this monster. Thinking that man immediately circled behind Daihoa and rushed forward. If strength was inferior, then he would use speed to gain the advantage. Daihoa casually turned his head and said, "It seems you have never studied my combat data, daring to challenge without any preparation. You are the arrogant one." Din roared and unleashed a flurry of attacks. His expression turned cold as he thought, "If Daihoa takes this move, he may lose his life. Do not blame me for not warning you." At the same time, Din completely unleashed all his power. His arm was raised high into the air. Roaring flames instantly ignited across his body. The audience cried out in shock. The terrifying heat altered the surrounding environment. Indeed, the Chu family was famed for fire martial arts. A fireball quickly condensed in Din's palm. Without hesitation, that man stared at Daihoa and shouted, "Earth Fiend martial skill, blazing sun demon hand." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurled the fireball straight at his opponent. Daihoa's eyes flashed with interest, finally getting a bit serious. "You think only you can release waves, just in time for me to test my newly self-created martial skill." He laughed excitedly and shouted, "Heaven-shattering dragon burst." The two forces collided head-on, creating a chaotic scene that left the viewers holding their breath. Everyone witnessed Din's firepower being completely shattered. He still could not believe the outcome before his eyes, the sensation of death crashing over him. The remaining force of Daihoa attack even shot straight up into the high sky. At that moment, Qin Van spoke up to remind him, "Daihoa, you went a bit too far." He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I saw the principal arrive, so I went all out to make it satisfying." A man appeared carrying Din, who had already fainted after the battle. A satisfied smile rested on his lips. I only intended to see how lively your arena tournament was. Who would have thought I would be dragged out as a guest? You did it on purpose, did you not? He looked at him probing. Daihoa forced a smile. Principal, if you did not show yourself, then my arena would hardly become famous. Please help your student this time. He sighed and said, your teacher keeps saying you are foolish. Turns out you were only pretending to tease her. Fine, then I will personally stand out to support you. After that, Qin Van transmitted his voice. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge Daihoa? If not, I will declare him successful in defending the ring. Students looked at one another in fear. Who would dare step up? His atomic breath could tear a person into pieces. That last wave could even reduce things to nothingness. Maybe we should keep rotating to wear him down. Then you be the next one. Seeing no one step out, Qin Van declared Daihoa victory. As a freshman, he challenged all martial masters alone, and none could defeat him. The name Daihoa would be recorded in Imperial University as a legend. The crowd buzzed as search boards were flooded with news about Daihoa, a new star rising not only of Hoa University, but of humanity. The top scholar of Nthan made everyone proud. Some boasted that since childhood they had seen Daihoa bearing the aura of dragon and phoenix. Others claimed to be his uncle to gain followers, then were asked to block their accounts. Amid the backdrop of the martial saint guardian of the nation being gravely injured, and many cities falling, the emergence of Daihoa was like a light sheltering the great nation. The scene shifted to Nthan High School. No one. The students cheered. Daihoa is incredible. He did not disgrace our school. The teachers were moved and reminded them to study hard to become the next Daihoa. Comments questioned why Principal Thai Qin Van personally announced the victory. What was his relationship with Daihoa, who was backing him? That action drew countless forces to pay attention to the name Daihoa. A notice stated that his profile was not as simple as an orphan on the surface. His identity involved high-level secrets of Long Chua, demanding all speculation cease or coercive measures would be applied. Duong Trak clapped happily. Excellent. Let Tan Tran teach those petty villains a lesson. The Dragon Blood Society rises. Suddenly remembering something, he asked where Captain Daihoa was. Chin Hung replied that earlier he said he had something to do and left in a hurry. The scene shifted to Daihoa dormitory. In the room, Dr. Dean reported that he had retrieved the golden gin stored in Nthan. Daihoa asked whether it could be opened. He said he had once been a key engineer of the project, so he knew how to open it. But there was a tracking device inside. Once opened, it would be traced, and the Thunderbolt bird would pursue to kill. Daihoa asked if there was a way to block it. The doctor replied that he was gathering materials to build a signal shielding room, about half a month to complete and another half-month to decode the cipher. Daihoa nodded and instructed him to ensure safety. After ending the call, he pondered, reviewing the doctor memories and learning that Pa Man had once closely cooperated with Heavenly Kingdom descent. Back then, Cam An used enormous resources to nurture a demon embryo for Heavenly Kingdom descent, but betrayed them when it was nearly complete. During the incubation, the research team secretly added substances causing the alien demon to weaken upon descending and be captured alive for the first time in history, then dissected for experiments. From a life form far surpassing all beings of Blue Planet, they pushed biological research, like driving an F1 car at full throttle, and produced many achievements such as the Eden Project. This project aimed to create an artificial god to protect Blue Planet and restructure national and ethnic order under the coordination of a supreme brain to achieve absolute fairness and turn the world into paradise. In addition, there was a project to alter the genes of all humanity to upgrade life. The Fire Seed Plan was the predecessor of the Golden Jinn Thunderbolt bird. Speaking of that, Daihoa aside, Pa Man influence runs too deep. Just mentioning Jin got me misunderstood as being involved. I have a feeling I will sooner or later be drawn into this vortex. Even so, I have not yet studied the Azure Dragon badge Senior gave me. I will use this chance to practice dream cultivation. He opened his eyes. Again, heavy rain was pouring down. He jolted awake from the dream. Before him was a devastated battlefield that seemed to have just endured a great war, but the traces did not resemble combat between humans. Ground was covered in scorch marks that even the cold rain could not extinguish. There were even claw marks not belonging to humans. The scene was utterly desolate. Daihoa observed, then thought the rain had stopped. Wearing heavy armor like this would make fighting difficult, so he removed it. In the martial fortune space, he could not yet unleash full strength, so he temporarily used a weapon he picked up. Time was nearly up, and the Space Master would likely appear like an NPC to assign a task. As soon as he finished speaking, giant monsters rushed in. The mysterious old man on the carriage glanced at Daihoa, then immediately turned and left, leaving him stunned. The horse trembled and could not move forward. Daihoa held the carriage firmly and asked, "Why run upon seeing me? Are you not supposed to assign a task?" The old man angrily shouted, "How could a brat be strong enough to hold the carriage? I have nothing to say to a robber like you." Daihoa was surprised. The old man's eyes filled with hatred, as he told how a blue-haired martial artist once robbed his family inheritance after breaking through a realm forcing him to guard this space. How are you any different from him? Daihoa said helplessly, I do not care about your grudges, but if you are an NPC, then you should fulfill your task. Saying that, he swung his sword toward the carriage. The old man panicked and shouted, what are you trying to do? Daihoa smiled and said, if the NPC refuses to guide, then I will have to invite you to accompany me throughout the exploration. The old man reluctantly walked while complaining. Daihoa followed and apologized. Since he was the space master, he had to trouble him to guide the way. The old man grumbled, but admitted he was more courteous than the blue-haired martial artist before, and said that by following the eruption traces, they could find the trial site. Daihoa looked ahead and said the traces disappear here. Truly troublesome. The old man inwardly calculated to let him remain lost forever in the martial fortune space. Daihoa suddenly realized something unusual. If there are no more footprints on the ground, then could it be that the target has flown into the sky? Daihoa deduction stunned the old man. He did not expect this brat to grasp the key so quickly, with such observation and the talent just displayed. If only he were a descendant of my family, what a pity. He immediately analyzed. Creatures that can fly would never place their nests in low areas. We are on a vast plain. As long as we head toward the highest terrain, we will reach the target. Sir, I will have to trouble you to lend me the horse for a while. Long after, at a vast and majestic mountain range, Daihoa rode the gigantic warhorse, galloping across the desolate land. The horse's eyes suddenly widened, as if sensing something unusual. It let out a wary roar. Daihoa tightened his grip on his weapon. It seems danger has arrived. Perhaps we have reached the right place. He looked up at the giant monsters in the sky. Could these be the star-devouring calamities of Jimo legend? The monster opened its mouth wide and dived down to attack. A stream of destructive power surged straight toward the two of them. Before they could react, the entire area was struck by a massive bolt of lightning. The old man quickly steadied himself. Even if you found the right place, you are only a speck of dust to be burned away. I am the master of this space, so I will not die. That brat is still too naive. The trial never required slaying the multi-headed white dragon, but to find the spiritual object guarded by alien beasts and offer it to gain recognition of the inheritance. The blue-haired one was an exception. After breaking through, he used violence to slaughter the white dragon and seize the inheritance. But this brat, with his current cultivation, would likely not withstand the first wave of attacks. Seeing Daihoa figure still standing, the old man was dumbfounded. He is still alive. This body is not normal. Daihoa laughed excitedly. Last time entering this space, I did not obtain the prototype power due to low compatibility. Now that compatibility has increased, that power has fused into my soul. I can finally unleash it in this space. The sword prepared earlier seems useless. Behold my true power. The old man was horrified. Could this brat also be a monster? Daihoa transformed into an alien beast at 71% compatibility, focusing all cells, devouring the super giant energy, and entering a fully alienated state. Even so, this form cannot last. Once anthropomorphic energy is exhausted, he will exit the god-demon state. At best, he can endure 2.5 minutes, but that is enough. While he was still calculating, a monster charged in. It was instantly dealt with by him. The Jimo great battle reenacted amid the star-devouring calamities. The terrifying sight made the old man's eyes widen. Space was shaken violently by Daihoa. The monsters were continuously forced back. He said excitedly, then let us recreate that classic battle right here in this martial fortune space. Sensing danger, the monsters quickly merged their forces. Daihoa observed everything, trying to rely on numbers to bully the few. He immediately devised another attack plan. Power erupted, but do not forget I also have long-range attacks. His fierce gaze locked onto the target. The monsters simultaneously unleashed their moves. Daihoa did not waver. A heaven-shaking explosion resounded in the sky. Daihoa judged that this was not merely a contest of pure strength. He raised his head and shouted, "Meteor descends." Monsters had not yet understood what was happening. In an instant, meteors rained down, crushing them. The wretched swarm was left with only 3 heads. Daihoa sighed, recalling the image of a 3-headed dragon. He slowly stepped forward. His gaze was icy. Even these 3 heads could not save themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and unleashed the finishing blow. It had to be said, his speed and precision were astonishing. The hearts of the monsters were already firmly in Daihoa's hands. Only now did the battle truly come to an end. From afar, the old man was still stunned. Could it be that I am under an illusion? How could someone slaughter the white dragon so easily in a monster form? A sense of unease made him shudder. Daihoa threw the monster heart down in front of him. He said leisurely that controlling a giant beast body to charge was indeed exhilarating. After slaying the dragon, I already knew where the inheritance lies, so I no longer need you. The old man shouted, do not even dream of it. Daihoa did not care. I knew you would say that, so I will go myself. He thrust both hands straight into the heart he had just seized. Burning sensation surged over him. It is scorching, like molten iron. His arms were about to melt away. Suddenly he sensed the crucial point, found it. Without hesitation, he burrowed into the heart, despite its tremendous weight. Not long after Hoa emerged with an item in his hand. The old man froze at the sight of the object. Strange tentacles extended from the item. He tightly wrapped around Hoa's arm, transformed into sharp spikes that pierced straight into his body. In an instant, he was clad in the inheritance armor lightning fiend tempered body. Shocking dragon armor. Hoa revealed a radiant smile, while the old man observed from afar. He thought that ordinary people were too weak to endure the weight and blood drain of the dragon armor. Even the blue-haired martial artist only obtained 90% of the inheritance. So this brat was the first to be fully acknowledged. Hoa looked over and asked what is so difficult about it. I simply put on the armor and it was done. The old man trembled with anger, yet in the end he let it go. Since the ancestors have acknowledged him, I will not oppose it. When the family no longer has heirs, passing it to someone worthy is also a blessing. At least the inheritance will not be defiled. Hoa's eyes lit up and he asked, this inheritance seems incomplete. There is a later part, right? The old man shouted, do not be greedy. You still want to covet my family. He laughed and said the dragon armor is too overbearing and only tempers the external body. It must be paired with an internal technique to balance it to be complete. Otherwise, the organs and bones will be crushed. This is a rare heavenly gang martial skill. I cannot miss it. 1 week later in Hoa's room, his phone kept ringing incessantly. He answered with a drowsy voice. So Trao, why are you calling? These past few days I have almost been cultivating in my dreams to digest the massive information from the dragon armor. So Trao reported that he had been discharged with Lu Than truck, and today they were going to the activity center to receive mission rewards. As for his share, he had to go to the principal office because the teacher would pay personally. Hoa lazily asked, really? Could it be that the principal wants to see me privately? Thien Phuong Tower, the center of the floating city of Hoa University, stood tall before him. A woman spoke in greeting. You are Hoa. I have been waiting for a long time. My name is Nu Hoa. Principal Thai is waiting above. Please follow me. Hoa nodded, inwardly thinking this woman carried no weapon yet lacked the aura of an ordinary person. Could it be that she is not human? Two stepped into the elevator together, heading to the top floor. Suddenly she turned and asked, are you curious about my body, Hoa? He hurriedly waved his hands. You misunderstood. I am only interested in high technology. Hoa did not hesitate and removed her outer garment. Different. Hoa jumped in shock. Different how? Wait, you truly misunderstood. I did not mean that. She calmly explained that this mass-produced service body has a structure different from human females. Only the head is realistically simulated to increase friendliness. Hoa let out a sigh. So that is the kind of different. You startled me. Hoa University technology is indeed top tier. The elevator doors opened. Nu Hoa bowed and said the principal is waiting in the office. Hoa nodded and said thank you. He immediately stepped out of the elevator. A familiar sensation suddenly struck, causing him to halt. His entire body felt pressed down by pressure, forcing him to sit in the chair. Kin Van asked thoughtfully, have you slept long enough? Have you finished cultivating the Azure Dragon manual? Hoa was bewildered. Where is this? He replied, the principal office. He set down the teacup and said this tea is improved from a secret realm and has a unique flavor. Try it. Hoa probed whether the ability just now was related to space. Kin Van nodded, admitting he could swap space within a certain range. His eyes widened. So that is how you saved Chu Vim Din. A spatial technique at least rivals the ability to stop time. Kin Van sipped tea and said the reward points and resource card have been transferred to your account. With merit from a level 5 mission, you can choose 2 Earth Fiend martial skills and commission the crafting of a high-grade weapon. Hoa shook his head, saying he currently did not need weapons or martial skills. He wanted to check files related to Jin and request access to information about the fragment tower, with absolutely no other intentions. Before he could finish speaking, Kin Van had already nodded in agreement. He was stunned. Could it be that the teacher truly saw through his intentions? He stood up and said, let us go. I will take you to the archive room. Hoa was startled. The tea is not finished yet. Kin Van opened the large door and said you can drink after viewing the files. The vast space before his eyes left Hoa astonished. What is this? The brain of some creature, and only half of it remains. Kin Van explained that it is the core body of Nu Hoa. This half-brain once belonged to Pa Man decades ago. Hoa was shocked. So it is related to the otherworld god plan, meaning this half-brain once belonged to the first alien demon captured alive. Pa Man back then was both mad and powerful, which is why he dared divide it into 8 parts and dream of the Eden Project. Kin Van called Nu Hoa, and a female voice responded, Sir, I am here. He ordered the release of documents, and the data immediately appeared, then was compiled into a USB drive. Handed the USB to Hoa, and said many things you wish to know can be asked of Nu Hoa. He was stunned by this gift. A core like Nu Hoa contains countless secrets of Hoa University and even Great Zia, yet the teacher entrusted it to him. Such trust is immense. Could there be hidden meaning? Kin Van placed the USB into his hand and told him not to be dazed. Even the principal bringing a student here without authorization is a violation. It is time to leave. Dai Hoa was astonished. The teacher even led him to violate discipline. Elsewhere, Kim Trang was still sitting in meditation, cultivating. He paid no attention to his surroundings at all. The aura on his body kept rising. After finishing cultivation, Kim Trang was excited. In the first semester, he had walked the path others need more than a year to complete. Even geniuses are ranked, and he considered himself at the very top tier. Just then Dai Hoa appeared and asked, "Are you done?" Kim Trang smiled with interest. "So you are Dai Hoa whom O Duong Trak mentioned. You have delivered yourself to my door." Dai Hoa replied calmly, "If it concerns the Dragon Blood Society, then find O Duong Trak. I need to use the training room." Kim Trang sneered, pretending to be ignorant. "I am Hang Kim Trang, the one who once pressed O Duong Trak to the ground, nearly turning the Dragon Blood Society into history." Before he could finish speaking, he was knocked down by a wave of Dai Hoa hand. Dai Hoa sighed and walked in, saying, "I already said I need the training room, yet you blocked the door." When Kim Trang woke up, it was already a week later. Scene shifted to the advanced training room for gifted students. Dai Hoa smiled smugly. "Finally, it is quiet. Beast King is starving. And then devour to your fill. The Demon Core's self-collected plus subsidies and additional purchases are ready. It is time to increase the compatibility of the Emperor prototype. But if upgraded in bulk, it will enter a molting sleep state and emit nuclear radiation. I have asked New Hoa to open the largest sealed chamber." New Hoa voice sounded greetings. Dai Hoa was satisfied. Now Hoa University feels like home. Everything only requires unlocking permissions. New Hoa, activate the energy shield. I am starting. New Hoa replied, "Yes, Master Dai Hoa." The level kept rising, yet Dai Hoa still muttered, "Not enough." Higher the compatibility, the harder it is to raise. The number of demon cores and quality requirements increase exponentially. The drawback of a high-level prototype is the need for immense time and resources, so he must continue cultivating the martial system. The system warned of excessive energy, but it was blocked and the threshold raised. Dai Hoa told himself arrogance must have brains, because one who only knows arrogance will sooner or later be defeated. Time remaining 3 hours, 35 minutes, 44 seconds. Dai Hoa body gradually became covered by a thick layer of ice. When the moment arrived, he shouted, "As the Stargate opens, Beast King will descend." Elsewhere, a yacht hovered in the air. Kin Van announced that today the reclamation plan begins. 70% of the nation martial artists must set out. Martial artists of Great Zia will reclaim the 12 fallen cities. He stood before hundreds of thousands of students. His voice resounded, "Students of Hoa University, use your blood and chi to ignite the flames of war." The crowd responded in unison, understood. He said with satisfaction, "Your blood and chi will soar to the sky, merging with martial energy to form battle intent. That is the spirit of fighting to the death, to reclaim territory and restore Great Zia. You all know your missions. I understand many are ready to sacrifice, but we must return alive, because only by living is there hope. Hoa University will always be home and will wait for your return. All martial artists of Imperial University, listen to the order and swear. Before our army, there is no enemy." The students shouted in unison, "Before our army, there is no enemy." The training room, Dai Hoa was still fast asleep. No one could wake him. Elsewhere, Uk Enhan quickly arrived at her position. Subordinate bowed and reported, "Director Uk, you were once a level 2 researcher of Vang Men and are now a senior manager of Thunderbolt Bird." Uk Enhan frowned because the Golden Jin had been lost in rank. The base was attacked, and the elite team suffered losses. The council suspected a saboteur, though there was no evidence. Long Chuok had marked Thunderbolt Bird, but had not dealt with it for now due to the campaign to retake the cities. Only because the entire nation was focused on the war could Thunderbolt Bird take the chance to release that monster. It was the Bandosa box, a defective product of the first-generation Golden Jin. Though a failure, it could still sense other Golden Genes, and was the only hound capable of tracking the missing Golden Jin despite being prone to losing control. After speaking, Enhan stepped into the laboratory. He took out a bunch of keys, carefully unlocking each layer of encryption. Massive door slowly opened. Looking at the bronze statue before her, she coldly said, -1. Enhan stepped straight into the inner space. Her face twisted. "It is time to let the world see your terror." In front of the aircraft circling the sky. Inside, everyone remained focused on their tasks. The monster trembled and pointed ahead, demanding they continue flying. The secretary reported, "Captain, the place the hound indicates seems to be West City." The executive officer frowned. "West City, where Long Chuok is preparing to retake." A subordinate hurriedly reassured that as long as the thief of the Golden Jin is not a grandmaster, we can quickly encircle and kill, then withdraw safely. If we do not touch the first department of Long Chuok. He continued, ordering Eva to conceal the aircraft signal, infiltrate the control system, and activate autopilot mode. Eva coldly replied, "The executive order has been carried out." Suddenly, the flight path of the aircraft became abnormal. Everyone panicked and shouted the plane is out of control. The executive officer did not hesitate and killed the subordinate standing behind him. The remaining people trembled. "Captain, when did you betray us?" Turned back with a faint smile. "Calling it betrayal is wrong because I never belonged to Thunderbolt Birds, sorry. Once you are in hell, you may blame me as much as you like, but for now, please die first." The group trembled and called out Captain. The monster beside them laughed with wild delight. All dead. It licked its lips and asked, "Can I suck the blood? I am very thirsty." The executive officer held a heart and said, "These are all great martial masters. Their hearts must be delicious. And you are free now." After speaking, he made a disgusting gesture. Monster opened its mouth and swallowed everything, yet still roared not enough. He nodded in satisfaction. As a special agent of Bai Dun, now having to raise a dog is truly ironic. Monster whispered hoarsely, "What do you want me to do?" He raised his hand and replied, "Nothing special. Just wreak havoc across the territory of Great Zia. We do not want to see them revive. I must leave first, or you will go mad and tear even me apart. The corpses of these great martial masters can serve as an appetizer after breaking your chains." After speaking, he jumped off the aircraft. Monster laughed madly. Once a tracking hound, now a rabid dog unchained. "I will bite and devour everything." It twisted violently, causing the screws to loosen. Bolts securing it shot out immediately. At last, nothing bound it anymore. Gigantic monster quickly restored its complete form. It laughed crazily. "First, I must absorb the complete golden gene to molt, then become a god. When that happens, who will dare call me a dog?" The scene shifted back to West City. Sirens blared, ordering evacuation from the blast zone. Warships prepared to unleash wide-area firepower to herd the demonic beasts. Once the outer area is cleared, a squad led by a grandmaster will be deployed to strike straight into the center and behead the overlord. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Monster continued smashing the aircraft apart. Suddenly it halted after sensing something unusual. The demonic beast beside it burst into excited laughter. It was delighted at the new food. It swung its arms, striking the nearby bird monster. Tentacles immediately sprouted and tightened. Bird monster could only struggle in agony. Its entire body was bound tightly with no escape. In the end, it was merely food for the demonic beast. After devouring it, the demonic beast grew even stronger. Laughed maniacally. "The gene ecosystem is truly rich. This place is a buffet for my recovery." West City sank into ruin. Explosions thundered everywhere. A damaged aircraft crashed straight to the ground. Xiao Zhang reported a plane was shot down by a demonic beast. Liu Hong warned to be careful as the beast might still be nearby. Xiao Zhang laughed and said, "You are a great martial master in the outskirts. There is nothing to fear." His teammates agreed. Liu Hong hesitated, then reminded them to stay cautious. Seeing the demonic beast devouring a monster corpse, the two froze. Xiao Zhang exclaimed all the demonic beasts drawn here were handled by it. Liu Hong suspected this one exploited the chaos to infiltrate. The demonic beast noticed people and stopped, revealed a sinister smile. Prey has come to the door. Dense tentacles sprouted from the ground. Xiao Zhang immediately rushed forward and unleashed air blade slash. But the attack was ineffective against the tentacles. He was horrified, feeling as if he had cut into mud. From the tentacles grew a mouth full of terrifying teeth, wrapped around Xiao Zhang's body and dragged him inside. His teammates cried out in panic, "Xiao Zhang has been devoured." Liu Hong angrily drew her sword and charged. She lunged forward, slashing directly at the demonic beast. The demonic beast showed no fear and even unleashed air blade slash. The familiar move left Liu Hong stunned. Clearly, this was an extremely dangerous monster. She retreated to keep her distance. Why was that move exactly like Xiao Zhang? Trembling voice called Sister Liu. She turned and saw Xiao Zhang still alive, but he had fused into part of the demonic beast's tentacles. Twisted faces cried for help. "Sister Liu, save me, it hurts so much." Liu Hong's face turned pale. "You all have been." It was too late. The demonic beast attacked from behind. Not long after, it devoured Liu Hong as well and muttered, "The flesh is quite firm." I sensed the golden gene in another direction of West City. It planned to blend into familiar martial artist squads and suddenly devour them. On the battlefield, there were many strong lives like grandmasters and overlords. If it could swallow those genes, who would dare command it? I have broken my chains and ascended into a demon. Elsewhere, an alarm sounded that a lord-level monster was charging from behind. Thien Vu reassured everyone not to panic. Rode a white horse into the battlefield. With a single strike, he created overwhelming might. Seeing the monster fall, he said, "Before the endless tide of demonic beasts, human firepower is like a candle." Tran Thien Vu, principal of the Grandmaster Academy of Hoa University, leader of the spearhead of the reclamation plan, emphasized that only relying on elite martial artists to eliminate high-level monsters can break the beast horde. Dai Kai Min, president of the student council, asked whether the reconnaissance route of Long Chuok had any issue. Thien Vu pondered and said the higher the cultivation, the stronger the spirit sight, so we must trust the instinct of martial artists. The entire team stopped vigilantly. Kai Min replied understood. Thien Vu raised 2 fingers to his forehead. He calmly said they have arrived. In the sky, a golden creature dived down. A violent explosion erupted, and thick smoke engulfed everything. The central venerable strode over in irritation. The 4 kings had clearly prepared a grand ceremony for you in advance. Why did it suddenly halt like this? The moment he saw the man before him, Thien Vu immediately reported target locked. It is the master of West City Golden Horn Insect Venerable. The entire squad enter battle formation at once. In the West City war zone, the scene before them had nearly been reduced to ruins. Thien Vu charged straight forward, unleashing the Earth Fiend martial skill Thundersteel Dragon Spear and thrusting fiercely at the enemy. He intended to crush the opponent purely with raw strength. The central venerable displayed extreme disdain. Tiny, ignorant humans, do you think such tricks can injure me? Let me show you what true suppression by strength means. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch in immediate counterattack. Suddenly sensing something wrong, the central venerable paused. What in the world is happening? On his arm, Elder Muck crawled up and whispered lightning fiend martial skill, combined with the secret art water drop pierces stone hand. From the sky, an arrow was decisively shot down by Thien Vu in attack. Realizing the plan, the insect venerable roared in fury, cunning humans. As expected, a squad built upon thorough research of this king traits. Unable to endure any longer, he turned to counterattack. That old man must be dealt with first. Thien Vu immediately raised his shield to warn everyone. Elder Muck retreat to the rear. The ground shattered completely under the violent clash of battle. Immediately after Kai Min shouted advance, she swiftly entered combat state. Leave it to me. In the sky above Duongko town, a massive magic circle appeared under the pressure of heavenly force. Seizing the opportunity, Kai Min clenched his fist and rushed forward, stepped onto the yin-yang circle, and charged straight toward the insect venerable. Feeling an invisible wall pressing against his body, he showed brief surprise. What martial skill is this? It can actually seal this king movements. He immediately unfolded his domain, and everyone sensed the surrounding space transform. Turned to observe all directions. Could this be what humans call a domain? The space was submerged in a terrifying dim crimson hue. Before the insect venerable could comprehend, Thien Vu had already rushed in, unleashing the move Heavenly Response Primordial Thunder, clear, pervading celestial lore. He was stunned for a few seconds upon witnessing the sight, yet soon he laughed in admiration. Your human cultivation system truly has merits. The insect venerable body seemed torn into 2 halves. Before finishing his words, he sighed. Perhaps the Emperor was right. We should learn a little. 2 streams of power collided with astonishing ferocity. A massive explosion erupted, blasting everything around away. The 8 remained vigilant. Has the Overlord been dealt with? How could it be so easy? As long as he is severely wounded, the objective is achieved. The insect venerable body trembled violently. Human, you are impressive. An ordinary overlord would not have endured that blow. Unfortunately, even among overlords there are ranks, and this king far surpasses them. Seeing him continue to transform, Elder Muck was shocked. There is still a rare molting form. The insect venerable possessed an entirely new body, Golden Horn Insect Venerable, second molting form. In an instant, he vanished from everyone's sight. Seconds later, he reappeared. That old man who interferes must die first. Everyone shouted in alarm, Elder Muck, be careful. It was already too late. The central venerable struck without hesitation. Elder Muck was blasted backward. His speed is too fast. Ochak immediately rushed to counterattack. Damn it. Thien Vu also coordinated with Thundersteel Dragon Spear. However, at this moment, the 2 were clearly no longer a match for the insect venerable. Watching his comrades sent flying, he could only grit his teeth helplessly and go home. The insect venerable spun and kicked straight into his body. Beast, get lost. His hand clamped around Thien Vu's neck before he could react. His cold voice echoed, your squad exhausted every effort and still cannot defeat an overlord like me. What will you use to face the other overlords in West City? His expression changed instantly. What, could there be other overlords in West City? Another battle zone east of West City. Inside, the command warship personnel urgently reported. Level 1 alert. At a depth of 1,000 meters underground, a gigantic biological energy reaction is rising at astonishing speed. Computer calculations show the creature has reached overlord level. Currently, there is no Grandmaster stationed underground. Recommendation: strategic withdrawal. How is this possible? Is not the only overlord in West City engaged with Principal Tran's squad? The captain immediately shouted, no hesitation. Notify all underground troops to retreat. Warship ascend altitude. Prepare Earth-penetrating nuclear bombs. That moment, a gigantic tentacle suddenly extended into the... Seeing the tentacle approach, everyone panicked. Captain, it is attacking us. He coldly ordered, fire the electromagnetic cannon. The tentacle was severed instantly. Cut portion crashed heavily to the ground below. Yet before long, the remaining part began to reconnect. In mere moments, it regenerated as if never harmed. The tentacle has recovered. Captain urgently commanded there is no time. Launch the Earth-penetrating nuclear bombs immediately. Prepare. The nuclear warhead slowly angled toward the ground. He continued shout fire. The first 3 nuclear bombs shot straight toward the tentacle. Chaos engulfed the scene. A sea of fire swallowed the entire city. The captain lowered his head and sighed. The power of 3 nuclear bombs. I hope the martial artists below can withdraw safely. Suddenly noticing something wrong, a staff member screamed, "Captain, the Overlord life signal has not disappeared." Tentacles kept regenerating, leaving him horrified. What? After enduring 3 nuclear bombs, it still lives. He clenched his fist in fury, his voice hoarse with anger. Damn it. Could the plan to reclaim West City fail? A female voice sounded, "Report Central System Authority has been taken over." He looked up. The one who took control was New Oa. He continued, "Thank you, West City martial artists, for fighting bravely. Now leave the battlefield to him." The captain was stunned. Him who? Another staff member reported detection of an intercontinental missile heading this way. The captain turned in shock. An intercontinental missile. In the sky, a missile appeared rushing forward. His expression gradually changed. Something is wrong. There is a life reaction on the missile. The familiar figure of Daihoa became clear before everyone. Captain was astonished and could hardly believe it. I did not expect it to be him. Someone stood atop the warhead. At last, Daihoa has taken action. Time rewound a few minutes earlier at Hoa University. A surge of powerful energy flowed straight into Daihoa's body. Oa stepped forward to congratulate him. Daihoa, congratulations on your breakthrough. This is a special nanometal battle armor Long Chuok, prepared specifically for you. He donned the battle armor and asked New Oa how long ago did the West City War Zone troops depart from Hoa University. He calmly replied, 5 hours ago. That number changed his expression. Already so late. Immediately prepare a supersonic fighter for me. No, that speed is still too slow. An intercontinental missile will be faster. She nodded yes. Daihoa remained seated calculating. This trip to West City has 2 objectives. One is to meet the Mad Doctor and retrieve the Golden Gene. The second is to kill the Overlord and seize the Overlord-level demon core to complete the final molting step. The prototype compatibility has surpassed 90%. Aside from Overlord-level cores, other levels are useless. Yet each Overlord core increases less than 1%. I have exhausted accumulated resources to push to 99%, shaking the Hoa University market. But the final 1% cannot be filled by accumulation. Only higher-level genes can complete it. When the intercontinental missile was ready, New Oa spoke. Daihoa, the system is preparing to launch. Wishing you a safe journey. He sat atop the warhead. 3 nuclear bombs could not take him down. It seems the final 1% must rely on that monster. According to the database, your species is called Earth Demon, correct? The name sounds quite imposing. Angry because I touched your name. The aura of the Emperor Lord is no less irritable. Daihoa's hand immediately condensed into freezing ice. The remaining energy slowly pushed forward. He sprang up into the air and unleashed the Emperor Demon Spice secret art, combined with nuclear light sword slash downward. The clash erupted violently. Everyone cheered. Is it the Grandmaster of Hoa University coming to reinforce? West City can be liberated. Excellent, the city is saved. The captain rejoiced. We have hope of victory. Daihoa continued pressing the monster relentlessly. Looking at its form, he smiled faintly. You hid your strength well. Let us finish this completely. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged without hesitation. A burst of white light exploded. Emperor Demon Spice secret art nuclear burst heaven-piercing strike descended. Daihoa's power was truly unrivaled and domineering. That kick shook as if the entire world trembled. Onlookers were also horrified. Is that the direction of West City? What exactly happened? It is too dazzling. Intelligence said an overlord appeared there. Could it be? Do not speculate recklessly. Great Zia will surely win. On another front, Ngo Hong had been struck down. Invu dropped to his knees, calling out to Ngo Hong. The insect sovereign stepped forward with a mocking laugh. What kind of shield master is this? Just like a sheet of paper. I pierced through it with ease. Even so, you are not bad. Forcing this king into the 3rd form, he trembled. So this overlord still had 3 metamorphoses. He calculated quickly. The heavenly blood secret art was about to lose effect. Even if I win this battle, I will not live much longer. But that does not matter. As a grandmaster of Dai Ha Tran Thien Vu, I must cut down this fiend here. Kill. The insect sovereign laughed arrogantly. Martial fortune tightened as he forcefully pressed the attack. The idealistic will of you martial artists is too vague. In the end, it still cannot make up for the absolute gap in strength. Thien Vu unleashed the lightning execution martial skill. Heavenly Thousand Thunder Spear straight forward. Poured all his remaining strength into attacking the body of the insect sovereign. Yet he blocked it easily. Just in time, the Emperor has completed the old civilization conversion experiment. The human acknowledged by me. After death, you will be recommended for modification to gain a stronger new life. Thien Vu roared in despair. Even in death, I will heavily wound you so you cannot interfere in the West City battlefield. Though his strength was exhausted, he still charged forward to continue fighting. That effort was like pouring salt into the sea. He said calmly, the human will to survive is truly troublesome. It should have been enough to kill you all. You still used the blood ignition secret art to forcibly prolong your lives. In any case, I do not mind the trouble. Because I want to keep the corpses intact, I have not used my full strength. As for you all, you will be crushed into mud. He was still smug, and Go Hong suddenly appeared. You all are truly noisy. I could hear it even outside the city. Seeing the familiar face, Elder Muck was horrified, and Go Hong, did you not just die in battle? His body trembled as he replied, that is right. Elder Muck, am I already dead? So my body has been seized by a demonic beast. That twisted body sprouted sharp spikes all over. Elder Muck and the others cried out in panic for Ngo Hong. His body also swelled up like a balloon. His distorted face grinned greedily. Grandmaster flesh is truly delicious. If I could eat it, that would be wonderful. You all look tasty too. Let me have a bite. But in the very next moment, we immediately exterminated that demonic beast. The insect sovereign frowned in disgust. What nauseating thing is this carrying a trace of dark micro-star fiend aura? Is this a mad product of humanity, daring to meddle with fiends? You might as well let us rule this planet. Suddenly strange tentacles grew out from Ngo Hong corpse. Demonic beast laughed madly like a lunatic. He turned to the insect sovereign, greetings alien creature. I am Enhat, here to eat you. Insect sovereign replied coldly, how arrogant. The city quickly collapsed amid the clash. The insect sovereign continuously suppressed Enhat, but then he realized something was wrong. Not good, his flesh and blood are corroding my body. Alien creature, how far can you stretch? What stands before you is merely bait created by my true body. He was still provoking. The ground suddenly split open with sharp teeth. Do you know what a lantern is? Enhat transformed into a giant fish and swallowed the insect sovereign whole. Even swallowed everything into his belly. He stroked his stomach excitedly, truly an overlord-level creature. I cannot digest it immediately. It is still struggling inside. Watching from afar, Elder Muck hurriedly said, now is the chance. Quickly take Dean Tran away, retreat fast. Kai Min was about to speak further, but Elder Muck urged him on. Suddenly Enhat noticed them. I have not forgotten you all. You would make perfect dessert. As he was about to make a move, he suddenly sensed something unusual. A blue beam of light appeared in the sky, shooting straight down. Elder Muck was shocked. Such powerful energy, could it be another overlord? Kai Min shouted, it is getting closer. Everyone stared intently at the scene before them. Enhat stood there blankly waiting. A thunderous explosion resounded as that creature landed on the ground. Elder Muck signaled to protect Dean Tran. Kai Min was bewildered. Not an overlord, but targeting that other monster. The scene before their eyes had become a chaotic ruin. Daihoa said coldly, I thought you swallowed an overlord, so you were on my side. You want to eat Dean Tran and them? I cannot spare you. This black-red thing is truly disgusting. He said no more and directly entered battle state. A terrifying destructive force blasted straight at Enhat. Caught off guard, he screamed in pain. Before he could react, Daiho had already rushed forward. I will not let you die easily. He shot forward like an arrow toward the enemy. From afar, they could only see Daiho's shadow, skimming close to the ground. His eyes brimmed with killing intent as he shouted and hurled the earth. Immediately after, the ground exploded violently. Smoke and dust covered everything. Ground was now empty. No trace of the figure from before remained. Daihoa slowly descended, his gaze sweeping across the entire battlefield. System interface appeared. Infinite monster sample, host Daihoa. Sample Mad Lizard ZMOSA. Compatibility reached 100%. Flame Sovereign Form unlocked. Use with caution. He stood silently observing every fluctuation around him. Thinking it was all over, unexpectedly Enhat continued to regenerate. The grotesque slime gradually reassembled. Clearly, he was not an opponent that could be easily defeated. On the contrary, his aura seemed to merge with the insect sovereign. The attack power was so terrifying that I nearly forgot my memories. Since birth, I have never been suppressed repeatedly like this. This sudden change left Daihoa momentarily stunned, then laughed excitedly. I must thank you because that strike just now helped me completely digest that overlord gene. Now I fully possess it. To repay you, I will let you stay conscious as you watch me swallow each part of your body. The thick dust gradually dissipated. Daihoa charged forward in irritation. What nonsense are you barking? Curved line shooting gate activated. His kick sent Enhat flying far away. His body slammed heavily onto the ground below. Yet the more he was beaten, the more excited he became. Continue. You cannot kill me. I will become your nightmare. A stream of black aura rose up, enveloping the entire space. Daihoa was no less arrogant. This is the first time I have met someone crazier than myself. Foolish swelling only makes it easier for me to deal with you. The ultimate secret art, Godzilla Defy energy wave erupted. That energy seemed to sweep everything from this area. Kai Min whispered in shock, which Grandmaster is that? This speed and strength even a transformation butterfly expert would find hard to match. Elder Muck calmly added, and that blue energy, I have never heard of it. Fortunately, he stands on our side. With such an expert, West City can be at ease. Violent shockwave erupted, causing the ground to crack apart. The faces once swallowed by Manhwa now appeared. I told you it was useless. No matter how strong your strikes are, you cannot kill me. I can split infinitely. My life potential has fully activated. Each time nuclear energy tears my body apart, it simultaneously accelerates cell division, even faster than the diffusion speed of atomic energy. Hearing that mockery, Daihoa grew even more irritated, truly a detestable fellow. When compatibility reaches the limit, I can clearly sense my own blood and vitality. Though I cannot observe each cell like an electron microscope, I can still feel that he is gradually adapting to my atomic energy. While he was thinking, he roared, "This is my ability, invincible evolution. No matter how strong you are, in the end you will be swallowed by me. You cannot defeat me. I can feel the genome within your body is extremely powerful. Compared to it, the third-tier overlord gene I just absorbed is truly bland." Manhwa wavered. I have swallowed countless beings to deduce a more perfect bloodline and genes, yet I still cannot compare to the man before me. Why, I must eat you. His fury turned into raging waves that swallowed the entire city. Everything around transformed into a horrifying scene. Kai Min turned pale. Not only that expert, but this monster is also so terrifying. Can that mysterious person withstand it? Daihoa calmly stepped forward. In the end, you are only a glutton. Abyss-suppressing dragon armor released one arm. One punch dividing the sea was unleashed. Daihoa stepped back slightly to gather momentum, spun and poured his strength into striking Manhwa directly. The wave that devoured space was instantly shattered. For that power, he could no longer continue devouring. Manhwa stared in horror as his energy was broken. How could this be? His body trembled, then gradually returned to its original state. That sight drove him mad. Why does your power keep increasing? Daihoa let out a soft sigh. That is right. I have always stood on a higher level than you. Countless atomic bubbles appeared in the sky. Immediately after came a shattering explosion. Space sank into a chain of continuous detonations. Explosions seemed to cleanse the filth Manhwa had brought. Daihoa erected a protective barrier around himself, blocking all contact. Brushed the dust off his clothes and added. The corner of his lips curled into a smile. Who said this is already my peak state? Manhwa muttered as he unleashed gene power. Death acid elbow molten iron mountain crash. He even intended to launch a sneak attack with successive thunderbolt electric whips. Damn it, what have I swallowed? Unbelievable, you cannot be more perfect than me. I am the perfect life form. Sonic waves howled as he continuously hurled energy toward Daihoa. Yet he merely stood there watching. That wild barrage only makes me laugh. Let me return your words. No matter how you attack, you cannot kill me. Once my physique is enhanced, the Zegua Yudo entity that merges spirit and body is upgraded far beyond before. My stats are many times greater than normal, not to mention now. Put it plainly, even if I let you attack all day, you still cannot break my defense. Those words threw Manhwa into confusion. Could it be I truly cannot defeat him? Clearly, every second I grow stronger and deduce more perfect genes. Daihoa concluded briefly. The gap in strength between you and me is too great. Manhwa told himself. If the gap is 100 meters, then shortening it by a few centimeters means nothing. As long as I have more time to absorb the strong and perfect my genes, sooner or later I will surpass him. But now it is already too late. He cursed inwardly as the golden gene aura was severed. If I had completed it before fighting, I would not be this miserable. Thinking that, Manhwa sighed. Fine, I admit it. You are not inferior to a perfect being like me. At least for now I cannot kill you and you cannot kill me. So I will leave this city and this country, go to the Northern White Teton Federation. That also fits your balanced strategy. We can divide Blue Star in two. I will rule Northern White Titan. Humanity keeps East and West. As long as you provide the blood of other powerhouses, I will research a specific toxin to help you wipe out your opponents. Daihoa suddenly raised one finger. Manhwa asked blankly, what do you mean? He replied concisely, 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, if you are still alive, I will consider it. Flew into a rage. Then make your move, Daihoa said calmly. A little more time is good. Manhwa twisted his body again. You want to kill me. Even I cannot do it. Every cell is screaming to evolve. How could I die? Daihoa did not hesitate and moved closer. Try it. His hand reached out and lifted slightly. In just a few seconds, both had shot into the sky. Speed surpassed even a rocket. Seeing that, Manhwa laughed wildly. You cannot kill me. This will not harm me. Daihoa continued carrying him higher. Realizing something was wrong, he panicked. What are you planning? Throw me into space. Useless radiation and vacuum cannot kill me. I will absorb the radiation of all, then destroy all of Blue Star. Daihoa stopped amid the vast expanse. This distance is enough. No one can observe what I am about to do, and it will not bring destruction to West City. Moreover, at such a distance, he has likely lost connection with those derivative bodies. Hat widened his eyes in horror. How do you know that? The true body of Fu Hat is not invincible as he boasts. If he were truly immortal, he would not have been captured and imprisoned by the Thunder Shooting Bird years ago. He is hard to kill, but each recovery consumes life force. Once that resource runs dry, he will weaken. In the previous battle with Daihoa, he had consumed 3 portions of life force. That reserve equaled 3 ordinary overlords. What he relied on was not the number of rebirths, but the derivative bodies split from himself. When he was beheaded by the golden-horned insect Sovereign, to when Daihoa crushed his body, the separated body fragments did not lose activity, but fell into dormancy. When the true body exhausts its life force, he will activate the stored consciousness in those fragments to perform an unusual kind of rebirth. Unfortunately, this ability to split consciousness is not yet complete and is still limited by distance. Daihoa looked at him coldly. Because I am stronger than you. Inwardly, he relied on the life magnetic field to sense the connection between the fragments and the true body. Through the fluctuations of the battlefield and the strength of that connection, he deduced they have a distance limit. In other words, you only have 1 life left. 2 figures floated in the cosmos. Hat trembled as he was seen through. I cannot die. If I die, I will never see the sun. With no other choice, he roared and self-detonated to split apart. This is my life-saving ultimate move. You cannot catch every fragment of me. Daihoa's gaze grew colder. Are you afraid of death? Seeing the gigantic hand appear, Hat despaired. Damn it, you can even enlarge. Daihoa clenched with force. There is no need to catch every fragment. Gathering them in my palm is enough. You have no escape left. Seeing his body compressed into a sphere, Hat screamed. What are you doing? Are you trying to swallow me? Are you a demonic beast to think of eating your opponent? Arrogant, are you not afraid I will devour you from within your own body? This is my path to survival. Daihoa ignored him and continued swallowing him. This is only the first step in the extermination plan. The next step is the eruption of Flame Sovereign. His entire body sank into a blazing sea of fire. Sensing danger, Hat screamed, where is this? How can a being release stellar-level heat? In my gene vault, nothing can adapt to a forbidden zone like the sun. Stop, are you trying to refine me into? I refuse to accept this. He could only howl in despair. In the end, his body gradually disintegrated. I am the most perfect life form. With more time, I would have become a god. A band of aurora-like energy spread across the vast universe. Time rolled back 10 minutes earlier. Kai Min made contact. This is West City War Zone Spearhead Squad. Please respond. The other end replied the culprit of the great battle has been eliminated. All West City overlords confirmed dead. Report your situation. Kai Min replied without that mysterious expert the retrieval plan would have failed. If the identity need not be confidential, please let me know so I can personally thank him. The commander said he is a student of your Hoa Dai. Kai Min was stunned. A student. As student council president, I know nearly all the lecturers of Hoa Dai, yet none unleashed such a destructive blue light. The other end replied he is still a student. Kai Min fell silent. What senior year inheritance could surpass me and step into Grandmaster? The commander continued, leaving him even more shocked. He is 3 cohorts below you. At this time, Daihoa was on his way back to land. The battle with Hat left him dispirited, ugly and hard to swallow. The flame sovereign temperature even melted the Inanno battle armor. Now he had to see what gains came from Fu Hat. Tentacles gradually extended from Daihoa mouth. Felt his body changing. The demonic bloodline and the god prototype evolution ability refined Fu Hat while absorbing his genes. The black-red biomass had been inherited, not only mimicking into clothing, but also healing damage while in flame sovereign state. More precisely, it was optimization, like freely editing a character in a game. Daihoa finally returned to his original position. He smiled at the scene before him. The feeling was indescribable. This ability is no weaker than a high-tier prototype. The scene shifted to the Northern White Teton Federation. Inside the command base, a man stared at the screen in shock. It was General Dronzer of Northern White Titan. He stammered, "What on earth was that?" Supercomputer Eva reported an extremely high-energy reaction between the troposphere and stratosphere over West City. A 600-kilometer range equivalent to tens of millions of tons of nuclear yield. Dronzer asked in horror, were they not conducting retrieval? A subordinate reported life signals at the explosion center. He ordered the satellite image enlarged. Daihoa figure appeared on the screen. Dronzer froze, seeing it was only a youth. Daihoa turned his head to look. Eva translated that he is looking toward us. At the Park White Titan base, Dronzer raged. The satellite is in orbit, yet he still detected it. Initiate facial recognition immediately. Could it be Dai-Ha has a fourth great grandmaster? Subordinate said, trembling. Energy is converging toward the satellite. Immediately after the recording device was completely destroyed by Dai-Ho. Inside those white titans dare to spy, I will blow up the satellite first. My life magnetic field has expanded globally, not only sensing living beings but also mechanical signals. West City has been reclaimed. I have a new idea. Those 11 S-class life forbidden zones, can I enter with my current state? I will try once. Magnetic field unfolded, and space began to fluctuate. The force field enveloped the city. Dai-Hoa stood still, as the magnetic field covered the globe. Black and pink biomass merged to form a complete distribution map. The map of Hoa Dai cities appeared clearly, yet he suddenly noticed something unusual. His expression changed. Quan's sun had collapsed due to an S-class secret realm. Failure was understandable. Even peak powerhouses would struggle to turn the tide. Quan's sun has fallen. Then what about the other places? The magnetic field spread across Dai-Ha then to the eastern continent, crossing the great eastern ocean to northern White Titan, passing the North Han Ocean and the Wind Gulf continent in Antarctica. Everything was scanned. The scene shifted to Little East Island. Inside the Sun Star Imperial Palace, the king coughed violently, causing the ministers to worry. He trembled as he reached out his hand. Give me the medicine. Sensation extended to eastern Japan. Which expert is it? Old Thai Kin Van or someone from the western continent? Trying to probe me. I must quickly refine the divine object. The day I reach the legendary realm will be the day eastern Japan conquers Blue Star. The western continent, the divine capital of the heavenly kingdom, was in chaos. The people knelt before a manifested god statue, praying for blessings and cursing the unbelievers. A woman asked, has that distant gaze awakened you? The grotesque stone statue began to change. A hand was placed upon the statue, as if performing a ritual. The woman knelt down to beg forgiveness and pray for the god to continue resting. The scene shifted again to the offshore waters of Europe. A massive yacht cut through the waves forward. White-haired man steered while laughing. Is that not Dai-Hoa? I did not expect such progress in so short a time. Truly astonishing. All because that perverted blue-haired man damaged my mortal body, forcing me to recuperate for so long. Fine, once I escape from here I will find you, Dai-Hoa. Above, Dai-Hoa sensed something unusual. The magnetic field covered Blue Star, yet more than 12 places like Quan's sun swallowed his perception. There were even existences trying to trace back to my location. The waters of Blue Star are indeed unfathomable. Familiar voice sounded by his ear. Is that Dai-Hoa? He was startled. Principal Thai Kin Van. He weakly reminded in helplessness. Be careful, Fa Hong Sin. The rest is up to you. As soon as the voice transmission ended, the connection was cut. Dai-Hoa focused on sensing the trace of Thai Kin Van. The signal source came from the peak of Kunlun in Dai-Ha. Principal warned to beware of warrior Tran Quoc and Fa Hong Sin. But was not Fa Hong Sin in secluded recovery? What exactly happened in Kunlun? Nu Oa quickly manifested, Sir, I am here. He asked, can you still trace the principal location? After scanning, Nu Oa replied, not found. Dai-Hoa anxiously asked about Qing Long. The system reported no signal, but Qing Long last appeared in the Kunlun Death Valley. The cause unknown. That news left Dai-Hoa stunned. Could it be the two of them are on the same side? And it happened just as we initiated the Dai-Ha retrieval plan. He lifted his head and looked into the distance. Could it be? Hong Sin has betrayed. As he flew, he thought, if the principal and Qing Long are missing, and Fa Hong Sin is the enemy, the highest strategic pillar of Dai-Ha will collapse, while the retrieval plan is in full swing, causing severe depletion of vitality. If a giant like Dai-Ha falls, countless suppressed nations will rise. Packs of wolves and tigers will tear the giant apart to grow stronger. The supreme strategy has flaws. Dai-Ha enters its most dangerous period. A single mistake will bring encirclement from all sides. Death Valley in Kunlun suppresses both martial artists and demonic beasts. There are no signs of battle. If 3 grandmasters had fought there, it would have long been flattened. Now the only way is to find Fa Hong Sin. But if he is the enemy, I will be exposed. Damn it, this kind of deduction does not suit me. I am better at fighting. No matter what, becoming stronger is still the best choice. 3 prototypes are max. West City achievements are enough to receive 2 new prototypes. There is also the golden gene, decoded by the Mad Doctor. If Dai-Ha no longer has guardians of the nation, then I will become the supreme pillar of the nation. Thinking of this, Dai-Hoa could not help but feel excited. Scene shifted to a commercial building in West City. Dai-Hoa shattered the space here, then called out in boredom, all out. According to bloodline sensing, Hyatt-san is around here, hiding quite well. Suddenly he turned and shot forward, and landed in a desolate area. Before him stood a grotesque, gigantic monster. Just looking at it made him uncomfortable. Without wasting words, he unleashed the killing move Mind Slash. The monster was defeated in just a few seconds. Dai-Hoa sighed and stepped forward. No wonder I could not find you. So you hid inside a monster belly. The Mad Doctor hurriedly cried out, my lord, you have arrived. Not come near me, I am covered in mucus. Daihoa was startled seeing his disheveled state. What happened? Who are you avoiding? He recounted that to conceal his aura and the golden gene he hid inside a worm body. Thunder-shooting bird sent a supreme creature to seize the gene. He could swallow all of West City. We should leave. Daihoa showed him the image of ManhwaCapped. Is it this thing? He turned pale. It is him. Could it be you have? Daihoa nodded. I have refined him. Inwardly he thought saying eat sounds crude. Refined sounds better. The doctor knelt to congratulate. Daihoa stopped him. Drop the feudal rituals and give me the golden gene. He rummaged through the mucus, then used his ability to retrieve the item. Daihoa looked at the golden gene in his hand. His body surged with intense desire. Doctor asked worriedly why not use it now. He replied it is not the right time. Every time I devour energy I must molt and fall into deep sleep. West City is not quiet enough. Mad Doctor, you have done well. The praise stunned him. Before he could speak, Daihoa had already acted. His hand, subtly manipulated in secret, reminded him you are too weak and must be strengthened. This is ManhwaCapped black crimson biomass to enhance your brain. At the same time, hard scales grew on Daihoa's body. He did not hesitate to grab those scales. Enduring the pain, he tore them off his body and handed the spinal crystal to the doctor. How much you can absorb depends on your ability. Those words moved him deeply. He cried while saying, today you give me blood. One day I will repay you with an empire. Daihoa was surprised by such childishness. Enough, get to work. The doctor wiped his tears and replied, understood. Daihoa smiled expectantly. The demonic beasts of West City have become too urbanized. It is time for a thorough purge. Scene shifted to the eastern side of West City. Shouts rang out, the Overlord is dead. Brothers charge and wipe out the beasts. Some demonic beast still conscious fled into alleys. Suddenly a voice rang out, leave the city to him. Everyone recognized New Oa and immediately withdrew by order. As the monsters were still fleeing, a surge of force descended. Daihoa landed, creating a powerful shockwave. His gaze turned cold and resolute. Tentacles shot forward. Just seconds they coiled into a mass. Rows of guns were assembled, aiming straight at the demonic beast. Clearly he had prepared thoroughly for this sweep. Surrounding the tentacles were heavy firepower weapons. Daihoa said coldly, let them taste the new prototype. Heaven execution, angel firepower. As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of bullets fired simultaneously. The demonic beasts had no time to react. They were shot and collapsed to the ground. The scene instantly became chaotic. Daihoa was creating a massacre that shook the entire war zone. The scene just now left the captain frozen in place. That one was no longer human, but rather a monster wearing human skin. He alone faced an entire heavy firepower unit. Moreover, every bullet automatically locked onto its target with terrifying precision. The destructive power even far surpassed that of the regular army. It was hard to believe where Principal Shen had found such a person. Uha hurriedly reported, Captain. Daihe's wave of attacks has temporarily stopped. Thick smoke billowed upward. He immediately guessed the reason. It seemed the weapon system had overheated. He must seize the interval while Daihe's weapons are cooling down. Rotate the energy cannons 360 degrees. All units take aim immediately. The warship instantly switched to full combat mode. The captain continued to shout orders, fire. A fleet of warships simultaneously bombarded the mass of demonic beasts. Demonic beasts grumbled irritably. Have human weapons advanced again? How troublesome. The aerial fortress is coordinating with ground artillery. We must destroy that cannon or there will be no chance to retreat to the Sin domain. A demonic beast immediately instigated. Then you lead the charge, we will follow behind. When the weapon system completed its cooldown, Daihe immediately restarted it. Thousands of bullets shot out, drawing all eyes. The cannon began its second round of bombardment. The low-level demonic beasts had absolutely no power to resist. We must destroy that thing immediately, otherwise the beast tide will be wiped out. Even the nests hidden underground will not escape. It has stopped. The cannon has ceased fire. Perhaps due to continuous firing, Daihe's heavy weapons cannot continue for now. A three-headed demonic beast roared. Kill them. Take advantage of that wretched thing adjusting after its volley and rush up to destroy it. If we fail, then none of us will survive. West City has already been occupied by humans. We must seize every second. Inside the city, the anomaly was immediately detected. Alarms rang out. An extremely large energy reaction has appeared. At least more than 20 Lord-level demonic beasts are gathering. Demonic beasts once again surged forward like a flood. The young man shouted loudly, "This is bad. Quickly protect the cannon. We must not let those lords achieve their goal. Even if we sacrifice ourselves, we must hold on until the fortress fires again." Everyone seemed infused with renewed will. "If you want to pass, then step over our corpses first." That moment, Daihi slowly broke free from the layer of enveloping tentacles. His power erupted without restraint. A green light swept across the space. All demonic beasts within its range were annihilated. Crowd stood stunned. It is over. All the lords have been completely destroyed. Their blood had not even had time to boil before it ended. We were nothing more than background figures. Daihi spread his wings and hovered in midair. Do you think I only know how to stand still? West City was destined to be reclaimed. After tonight, there will no longer be any trace of demonic beasts in West City. Long day came to an end. The morning sun poured down across the city. A satisfied smile appeared on Daihi's face. A series of notifications popped up. Achievement completed. The savior of West City receives 1 sample draw. The host is participating in a major event. As long as more than half contribution is made, the achievements will merge and guarantee a high grade a sample draw. After reading it, he could not help feeling excited. This mechanism was too familiar, no different from drawing game cards in his previous life. Only now it was drawing samples. How exhilarating. Samples below grade B were no longer valuable. Gather all achievements and make one big draw was optimal. At the very least, it had to be a grade a sample equal to an emperor set. Truly worth looking forward to. At the same time, news spread throughout the city. The first counterattack of Great Zia was a great victory. 3 cities were reclaimed in just one day. The first city was Lion City, led by the #1 department Longzai. The second city was Lam City, under the leadership of the martial artists of Ta Du. Third city was West City, commanded by the president of Hoa University, Tran Thien Vu. The martial artists of Great Zia will continue to reclaim regions occupied by demonic beasts. Than Truck pondered as she watched the news. Was West City reclaimed because of President Tran? What a joke! That green light clearly could not belong to anyone else. Images were quickly transmitted back to the General Command Department, updating Great Zia's reclamation plan. The chief officer immediately ordered Daihi's identity to be classified at the highest level of secrecy. It is too shocking and will surely attract many forces. The staff member replied, "Understood, Minister." At this moment he walked in. "Chief, I have something to ask of you." The man hurriedly bowed his head. "Please do not do that. You are the chief." He then asked directly, "So when will I receive the certification as the top student of the first cohort of Hoa University?" Hearing this, the chief explained, "You are already stronger than the principal. Why care about that title? Are you not embarrassed before the students?" Seeing that he seemed displeased, the man added, "The certification must be confirmed by the Hoa University Student Council. It usually takes 1 month. But your case is special. I believe no one in the first cohort would dare oppose it. Moreover, the Student Council President is also here and can issue it immediately." Daihi was surprised. The Student Council President is here as well. Door opened, he turned his head. "You are the Student Council President." "I am." Before he could finish speaking, Kai Min had already walked quickly over. The shortened distance made him slightly surprised. Next second, Kai Min smiled brightly. "Senior, thank you for saving us. On behalf of my teacher, I express our gratitude." He hurriedly replied, "That is my responsibility. There is no need for courtesy. You are older than me. Do not call me senior." But Kai Min said excitedly, "On the path of martial arts, the strong are seniors." Seeing him so resolute, he could only nod. "Very well." The system announced, "Congratulations on achieving the achievement of top student of Hoa University first cohort. Reward 1 sample draw." Daihi seemed to have waited a long time for this moment. It had finally arrived. Next was the moment to witness a miracle. Surrounding space immediately transformed. He silently watched as the space before him gradually blurred. Daihi stared ahead with anticipation in his eyes. It has arrived. The long-awaited reward appeared. Grade B plus Hellstar sample. Scene left him stunned for several seconds. Hellstar slowly opened its eyes. Those deep black eyes stared intently at Daihi. Information appeared. Bloodline ability sun sealing mad star. Senses cosmic radiation and light energy. Freely changes particle density. Guides light energy. Controls the direction of energy operation. Alters trajectory and efficiency. Great dark heaven devours all things. Compatibility 1%. After reading it, he was quite satisfied. Fortunately, it was a skill type sample, and not a useless D2C form that only increases size. I wonder whether this ability to manipulate light can resonate with the nuclear energy of the Emperor sect. If perfectly combined, then the development potential would be immense. I must quickly raise it to the maximum to explore it deeply. The scene shifted to the fallen city, Chin City. Ozam said irritably, "It has been a day, and we have only recovered 2 districts around Chin City." Someone else replied, "Our squad was formed by multiple martial artist association presidents, yet we still cannot find the overlord's location. Is it not because of those cowardly rats? The beast tide of Chin City mainly consists of rat-type monsters. There are no large individuals, but they are extremely difficult to handle on the battlefield. They dug a dense underground tunnel network beneath the city to wage guerrilla warfare. The plan to use external firepower to lure them, and then execute a decapitation strike like in West City completely failed. Those highly organized rats were not attracted by the bombardment. The entire city was deathly silent, every entrance left undefended, as if inviting the Allied forces to enter, but in fact forcing us into close combat within the city, our weakness. That is why we have only reclaimed 2 districts and suffered heavy losses. At this moment the purple-haired girl sighed. The news says Lion, Lamb, and West cities have all been reclaimed. It only made Vo Zam grit his teeth in anger. The Overlord has yet to appear. He is certainly hidden deep beneath Chin City. To reach him we must pass through narrow tunnel terrain and countless rats. Almost impossible, having strength, but being unable to use it is truly helpless. The scene shifted into the damp and dark Chin City. We despised this place, though he still decided to investigate. He sighed, this reclamation of Chin City must absolutely not expose my identity. On Blue Star at present, only I know that the 3 guardian grandmasters of Great Xia have disappeared. The one behind it is very likely Fu Hongsheng, the #1 martial artist of Great Xia. Why would he attack powerhouses of his own nation when his status and strength already stand at the peak of the world? He was originally destined to leave his name in history. If he has targeted Great Xia powerhouses, then his goal must be to weaken the nation. With my growth speed, sooner or later, I will become a target for elimination. In that case, in the future, I will certainly have a battle with Fu Hongsheng. Confront Martial Saint Fu Hongsheng, I must accumulate more power and keep my movements hidden. Wait until he cannot react in time and strike first. My greatest advantage now is the information gap. He does not know that I have learned the secret from Principal Thai and about my growth speed through the infinite monster samples. As long as I have enough time to develop, I will fear no one. The Chin City reclamation campaign is the best opportunity. The moment I entered the city, I used the life magnetic field to probe. Biological signals were so dense they reached hundreds of millions. Severe interference prevented me from locating the Overlord. No wonder the Allied martial artists are helpless here. Even I cannot find the Overlord's trace. Truly too cunning. The scene reminded me of the blood-eyed black ape in City. Such crafty and tenacious demonic beasts only made my killing intent surge higher. Unfortunately for you, I possess too many abilities. There will always be a suitable countermeasure. Sensing something unusual in the atmosphere, Dai stood still and focused on probing. He released the magnetic field to spread through every corner to investigate. In the end, he discovered a disgusting rat nest hiding beneath the sewer system. Suddenly, a rat abruptly raised its head, as if sensing danger. A series of others also simultaneously looked toward the source of Dai's magnetic field. In an instant, the magnetic field enveloped the entire area. Tentacles tightened around each rat, leaving them only able to struggle in despair. Bodies of the rats were gradually crushed. In the end, they became completely motionless. Dai took the opportunity to absorb the entire swarm of rats. Miserable squeaking cries echoed through the space. Outside, he sat calmly watching as if enjoying a show. Even those desperate sounds did not cause him to waver. Perhaps out of boredom, Dai even took out his phone to scroll through it, muttering about gathering to gang up. After a while, the magnetic field swept everything clean. He calmly continued forward. The rat monsters in the city were almost completely cleared. The black-red matter had spread hundreds of meters underground. It was time to reveal yourself. As he said, the magnetic field continued its silent probing. In the darkness, it seemed an eye opened wide and stared intently. The space suddenly fluctuated. A gigantic foot slammed heavily onto the ground. Rat King finally appeared before Dai. It looked at him coldly. Human, are you alone? I thought there was an ambush. Your black matter is indeed formidable, but it is completely countered by my sonic resonance. This is a dead end you chose yourself. He replied calmly. What makes you think I have only one move? He raised one hand high toward the sky. A storm of energy swept across the entire city. Sun-devouring star. The Rat King was stunned. What kind of power is this? He tore open a colossal spatial rift, even larger than Earth itself. Heavenly punishment. A circular vortex appeared within the cosmos. A beam of light at its center suddenly shot straight into the sky. The Rat King howled and charged forward. What is this? I am not playing anymore. He said coldly, you want to run? How can a mere beast outrun the speed of light? As his words fell, the purifying light descended. Its entire body trembled as it turned back to look at him. Killing me will not be so easy. He casually pointed to the sky. Fall. Thousands of strikes poured down from above onto the ground. Rat King was driven nearly insane by the pain. The surrounding space became utterly chaotic. Looking at the remaining demon core, Dai was astonished. Truly a hegemon. The body was shattered, yet the demon core remained intact. Take the demon core first. He stepped forward intending to pick it up, but suddenly paused. An eerie light suddenly emanated from within the demon core. Dai immediately noticed this anomaly. In the center, countless small rats scattered in all directions. He curled his lips. So you are using the cicada shedding its shell trick as well. The tentacles behind his back instantly shot forward. He tightened around the rats, attempting to flee. Not a single one escaped his control. Yet the number of rats appearing grew increasingly dense. Even Dai, he found it difficult to control them all. Sensing something wrong, he closed his eyes. A hegemon relying only on survival tricks. A rat will always be a rat. Lo immediately appeared behind Daihi. It manipulated electromagnetic force to strike directly at the fleeing rats. Standing and observing, the time-stopping skill of Lo had evolved to the point of sensing life cores. As long as each core was destroyed, it could no longer split. But if that demon core was merely a disguise, then where was the true demon core of the hegemon? This cowardly rat still hit a final trump card. Though the weakest among the hegemons I have encountered, its survival ability is astonishing. Unfortunately, it still must die. Slaughtered an entire city. I will not use the progenitor bloodline to subdue it. In the next life be human. The scene shifted down into the underground rat palace. All the rats rushed toward one direction. They became extremely frenzied. The swarm surrounded one rat at the center, sensed something amiss, and slowly opened its eyes, at the same time absorbing the power offered by the swarm. Rat King was reborn once more. Recalling the previous scene made it tremble. It had nearly lost its life. Qin City stronghold can no longer be held. I must quickly flee back to the Sin domain. If not for the Emperor's order, I would never have led these foolish demonic beasts to risk their lives. I originally thought we could hold out for a month. As long as no great grandmaster among humans appeared hiding in the rat palace would be enough to stall the battlefield. Who would have thought that masked freak would appear, not only devouring demonic beasts with that strange matter, but also manipulating the spirit. He destroyed all my clones in an instant without my awareness. Fortunately, I used the golden cicada escape. He surely did not realize the one killed was only a clone. Rat King smugly rushed into the spatial rift. It laughed loudly. Once past this rift, I will return to the Sin domain. Humans are too dangerous. I must retreat. Suddenly sensing someone chasing from behind, it turned back in panic. How is this possible? Did he discover me? Violent energy waves erupted from underground. The crowd was still bewildered. Look, that purple beam is attacking again. What is that? Vo Zam said in shock. Could it be a heavenly mechanism energy weapon? But why was the Qin City allied forces not informed? As he spoke, he led everyone running forward to see clearly. Before their eyes was a scene of devastation, filled with smoke. Flat-headed man said in surprise, I can no longer sense the rats. Vo Zam said gravely, not a trace of aura remains. Did they retreat into a secret realm, or were they all annihilated by the purple beam? Who exactly could mobilize such a terrifying weapon? Elsewhere, the citizens cheered. The reporter announced that after Lion City, Lamb City, and West City, Qin City has become the fourth city to be reclaimed. Long live Great Zia. 4 cities retaken in just 1 week. We will continue to update the latest information on Great Zia's reclamation plan. The top leadership of the Great Zia allied forces fell into brief silence. The man frowned and asked, who exactly made the move? Immediately heated debate erupted. Who did this? The situation is identical to West City. When everything was deadlocked, a mysterious expert appeared to turn the tide. This time, Qin City is the same, only the light turned purple. But at least we can be certain that person is helping the Great Zia allied forces. Logically, if there were an expert capable of influencing the war, Long Que should know. We contacted them, but they said it cannot be disclosed. Perhaps they themselves are not fully aware. Whoever it is, we must reclaim the other cities first, or we will be too incompetent. Meanwhile, Daihi was extremely at ease, calculated silently. Aside from Guangsun, which is a high-level life-forbidden zone, there are 3 cities yet to be reclaimed. 2 have already been taken over by Long Que and Hoa University, and it is said the battles are going smoothly. So only 1 city remains for me to act. Ba City is rather inconspicuous. Each day the Allied forces only send routine reports, neither suffering major defeats nor achieving resounding victories, so it hardly appears in the news. Previously, I always used the Hellstar sample as the main force. The purple beam is too conspicuous. This time I must switch to another clone. Thinking this, Daihi immediately took action. His hair grew long and turned white. His face also transformed into the visage of a demonic beast. Now he looked no different from a true demonic beast. Daihi drew the Starfall slaying blade, which had long been unused. It needed to be disguised. He raised the blade high before him, then swung a few moves to test his current strength. He coughed lightly. This identity is based on martial killing intent. Only Kung Ka and Senior Than long know I wield killing intent. That is safe enough. Played a familiar tune. The melody echoed through the forest as night approached. Then he quietly vanished. The scene shifted to Ba City. A voice called out, Lao Lu, prepare to move. We are about to head into battle. Yu Min sighed, let me finish eating first. This military ration is terrible, not as good as my wife's cooking. Dai Lu shouted, stop complaining. This is a battlefield, not home. Assemble quickly by the president's order. Tiu Min muttered and was teased for being cowardly. I wonder if I will survive and return this time. My son was just born. Clearly a martial artist, yet so afraid when heading into battle. Daihi stood outside observing and frowned slightly. Acting without proper props leads to flaws. It seems the hegemon of Ba City is secretly carrying carrying out something major. Could it be that everyone in Boss City has fallen under an illusion? This feeling is even more terrifying. He stepped forward and struck the woman hard at the back of her neck. A decayed aura rose up, drawing Daihi's attention. The body had already rotted. Perhaps the Boss City allied forces had long been dead. The horrifying part is they died without realizing it. Their flesh had decayed, yet still maintained their living appearance, as if repeating the final day before death to deceive themselves and Zia Nation. This mockery of life must be eradicated. Daihi extended his hand and created a tentacle. The woman glared at him angrily. Who are you? Daihi silently activated flaw exploitation technique and psychological hypnosis, then said, you are already dead. Trembled and screamed, yes, I died on the battlefield. The hegemon of Boss City is too terrifying. He killed the president and turned us into corpses. Only a great grandmaster has the strength to confront that monster. After speaking, her blood-red eyes stared straight ahead. When she realized she was dead, her body turned into a dried corpse. Daihi sighed. The sustaining power has dissipated. Rest in peace. Her vengeance will be avenged. Time to set out and slay demons. Boss City remained familiar yet cold. The life magnetic field covered everywhere, yet detected no powerful signal of the hegemon. On the contrary, each demonic beast's signal was nearly identical, like mass-produced puppets. He immediately realized something was wrong. He shot tentacles everywhere. If so, then I will force you to reveal yourself. Tentacles spread across the entire city. The captured demonic beasts howled miserably. Daihi remained calm as he observed, still not coming out very good. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him. His eyes flashed. I know where you are now. Before him stood the distant mountain. At the mountain peak, Lai Trong, Grandmaster of the Butterfly Transformation Realm and Sect Master of Hongvo Sect, appeared. He shouted loudly, all martial artists heed my command. Those under hypnosis gathered in one direction in unison. Understood. Trong then shouted, the hegemon of Boss City is right ahead and alone. Kill him and we will liberate the city. The crowd roared, liberate Boss City. He revealed a smug smile. Suddenly a spatial gate opened in the sky. Everyone was bewildered. What is that? Reinforcements. He slowly stepped out from the spatial gate. His demeanor was incomparably calm, yet his eyes were filled with icy killing intent. Rest in peace. As his words fell, he unleashed force and crushed the mindless crowd. Those still alive panicked. Who is that human? Why is he attacking us? Could he be colluding with demonic beasts? Retreat quickly. Before him we are nothing but living targets. Subordinate reported urgently. Commander, the fighter jets and reserve missiles have all vanished. He was stunned. Impossible. This is our first expedition. Logistics checked everything thoroughly. Since when did we exhaust all our weapons? Trong then realized something was wrong. His face darkened. As this human discovered this king's layout. What a pity I had planned to take advantage of the chaos. While he was still enraged, a colossal beam of light surged toward him. Trong then showed no fear. Secret art of Hongvo Sect, lightning slaughter martial technique. Fierce gale erupted, an evil smile spreading across his face. He did not hesitate to confront that power head-on. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Through his effort, Daihi's attack was deflected. At the same time, he noticed Daihi's figure. He laughed excitedly. The body of a human expert is indeed marvelous. Such extraordinary martial techniques are truly profound. Faced with that provocation, Daihi remained silent. Thunderous explosions made the scene even more chaotic. The longer they fought, the more smug Trong then became. Your attacks cannot harm me, but can you withstand this punch? Sensing his strength, Daihi was slightly surprised. Truly very strong. Before he could evade, the punch struck his face directly. Burst into loud laughter. Direct hit. After striking Daihi, Trong then gloated. Since you saw through my plan, you must be a rare talent among humans. The mask on his face began to crack. Still unsatisfied, he pressed the attack. Very good. You will become my next puppet and understand how powerless you are before absolute strength. Die with a trace of regret. Did not hesitate to unleash a brutal strike straight at Daihi's body. The terrifying force of Trong then was so strong it made him cry out in pain. Soon his figure gradually dissipated into the void. Only then did Trong then realize something was wrong, not good. It is killing intent. Slaughtering moon wheels spread out. Before his eyes, the sky was dyed red with overwhelming killing aura. His expression changed. Have I fallen into his trap? While he was still stunned, a surge of energy rose in the distance. Only then did Daihi truly make his move. With a single slash, everything around shattered instantly. Daihi's familiar face appeared. An imposter will always be an imposter. How can your reaction compare to a true expert? You could not even discern the optical body I created. Trong then's hand burst from the ground. You not only saw through my disguise, but also wiped out my puppet army. Even the human body I possessed, stronger than most hegemons, was torn apart by your blade, proving your body has also reached the pinnacle tier. Very good. Good, this body will belong to me. He revealed a ghastly smile. Trong then seemed unable to wait any longer and charged forward. His massive frame moved with lightning speed. He immediately raised his weapon. A hegemon possessing a human body is indeed rare. The two sides collided head-on, signaling a fierce battle. Trong then laughed loudly. You cannot break my golden emperor. Obediently hand over your body. His power forced him backward, but only increased his confidence. Such a peak martial artist body in your hands is truly a waste. I will show you what true power is. He unleashed thousands of sword lights in rapid succession. Clumsy movements, sluggish reactions, and you dare use martial techniques. Let me show you how weak and powerless you are. He's outburst caught Trong then off guard. The attacks grew increasingly sharp. Even with my butterfly transformation realm grandmaster reflexes, I can hardly see through them all. He suddenly realized something was off. Unease surged within him. Has he seen through me? You can alter your life electric field to hide, but your essence cannot be concealed. I have already found you. Yet in the next moment his expression changed. How is this possible? I can still suppress a grandmaster. I must retreat and find a stronger body before acting again. His body seemed locked in place, unable to move. Seeing Daihi strike, he panicked, do not. Trong then's desperate scream echoed. System notify. Congratulations to the host for completing more than half of the contribution to reclaim the territory. You may draw a template guaranteed at minimum grade A. Daihi immediately confirmed. Begin the draw. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived. He opened his eyes wide. This light could it be? As expected, the perfect S symbol appeared. Before that colossal template, Daihi seemed small. The system analyzed. Infinite monster template 10 armed Gianna grade S-. Bloodline ability condenses the natural power of Earth. Creates 7 attribute energies of sacred wood. Possesses sacred wood cells and divine tree essence. Bloodline of causal Kaimu awakens the ability of the same name. Evolution state 0. Compatibility 1%. Daihi could not hide his joy. Excellent. This is the greatest fortune I have ever obtained. An armed Gianna is a grade S- template. Stepping into grade S means possessing a transcendent system. If raised to 100%, though its destructive power may not equal stellar pillar emperor demon Lapa, its skill diversity will certainly surpass it. Like the vampire template, this is a top-tier skill-oriented template. The system prompted that templates of the same origin can be fused. 10 armed Gianna can be added to the plant mutation branch of Berserk Thorn Emperor Demon Lapa, but as it belongs to a higher interface, it may cause unpredictable changes to Stellar Pillar Emperor Demon Lapa. Daihi was startled. Same origin because both carry plant attributes. So templates can complement and fuse based on their traits. Fusion is like a card game, yet far more complex in reality. If successful, the two templates merge, reducing resource consumption and creating a more powerful super template. If it fails, it may not be completely ruined due to the high foundation, but potential and evaluation rank could decline. Daihi read on. The host possesses high-grade fusion material Golden Gene, which can optimize the bloodline and increase the probability of positive fusion. His expression changed. Golden Gene appeared at an eerily perfect time. Could it be that someone like an author in space-time is secretly arranging this? In any case, I will not refuse. If I must confront Fu Hongsheng, then I must become 10 or even 100 times stronger. Initiate fusion. As his words fell, the two templates rapidly merged together. System continuously notified. Stellar Pillar Emperor Demon Lapa cannot completely devour the genes of 10 armed Gianna and has begun to mutate. Golden Gene is optimizing the process. Opening his eyes, the elder silently gazed at the scene before him. He asked softly, have you killed him? Daihi nodded solemnly, yes. The elder continued to ask, what about the Ba City allied martial artists? Daihi sighed, almost entirely annihilated. The elder smiled faintly, good. At least do not let our corpses be desecrated. This kind of hegemon is not enough to wipe out all of you. Then who massacred the Ba City allied forces? The elder gathered a bit of strength to warn, you must be extremely careful. The hegemon claimed to be one of the imperial stars of the Sin domain. His strength surpasses the butterfly transformation realm grandmaster, and he can skillfully wield martial techniques, even comprehending a grandmaster domain. Before killing me, he said he would advance toward Hoadu. Those words caught Daihi's attention. Great Zia has 36 grandmasters. On ordinary days, at least 20 guard Hoadu, but now many have left due to the territorial reclamation plan. Long Tuck has also deployed experts to the borders to guard against foreign enemies. The Guardian Great Grandmasters are absent. Hoadu is now almost empty. Scene shifted to the Secret Realm base beneath Kiu Long River under Hoadu. The Secret Realm rift lies beneath the water. Long Tuck built an underground base. But in the past 5 years, demonic beasts have been sparse, so the danger level dropped from B to D. The people there were still casually grilling meat, ate and chatted. It is great to be stationed in Hoadu. Everywhere else they go to war while we relax with high pay, truly blessed. Lao Triu joined them, saying while drinking and singing. The others asked in surprise why he was not on patrol. He smiled and replied patrol also needs rest. The group laughed and talked. This familiar secret realm has nothing to worry about. Come drink, pity there are no beauties. The space remained peaceful as usual. Only seconds later, the footsteps of demonic beasts echoed. They quickly stormed in and began to ravage. Each step left deep marks on the ground. Long-tongued demonic beasts sneered. These humans are still feasting without knowing death is near. Another said coldly, crush them all. Let them know the Emperor's might. The leader barked softly, silence. They were one of the 4 envoys of the Sin Domain Emperor, Attila. He said coldly, the Emperor sent us to slaughter human experts. Fu Hengsheng has provided the list of target locations. Since it is slaughter, then it must be efficient. Do not waste time on the weak before us. The 2 subordinates nodded respectfully. Yes, boss. Attila stepped forward calmly. Depart. Make this planet submit beneath the Emperor's hand. The unfortunate man was struck down to the ground by Attila. Strolled forward leisurely. Even if I do not kill them directly, these feeble humans cannot endure. Merely the aura as we pass is enough to make them tremble. Truly pitiful. Saying so, he opened a spatial gate and moved to another location. The space-time rift had just appeared when Attila casually kicked it open. As he walked, he muttered, the stronger one is the more violently space repels. If not for this, the Emperor would have long flattened this world. In the end, we still must rely on the legacy left by the alien demon. Truly irritating. Attila raised his hand holding a cube and presented it forward. Cube immediately dissolved like foam. The scene before them became indescribably eerie. Indulged in that sensation, bubbles gradually enveloped Attila's body. He slowly lifted his foot and stepped forward. His foot touched the ground. The earth trembled slightly. His hands stretched out, tearing apart the space ahead. An unpleasant sensation surged over him, making Attila growl softly. Yet he still exerted force and slammed down onto the ground. The ghost-faced demonic beast beside him asked, is the world ahead called Earth? Scene shifted to the 9 families meeting in Hoadu. People discussed that Long Que headquarters has received the warning from New Hoa and issued an urgent order for grandmasters to return to Hoadu immediately. If not urgent, we would hardly gather in such numbers even at death. The long-haired elder said in a deep voice, stop joking. Has Fu Hengsheng still not emerged from seclusion? Catastrophe is imminent. He cannot continue cultivating in isolation. And where are Thai Kin Van and Than Long that they cannot be contacted? The bespectacled elder replied, Kin Van and Than Long have lost contact. As for Fu Hengsheng, I have sent people to search, but another elder hurriedly asked about the result. He sighed, no response. Fu Hengsheng is completely silent. Perhaps he is at a critical cultivation moment or deliberately avoiding us. The bearded elder shouted angrily, Fu Hengsheng, once a martial saint, could he be plotting to seize central power and destroy our 9 families? I said we must restrain martial artists with benefits and reputation, or they will harbor other intentions. Long-haired elder said irritably, what should we do now? If the 9 families protect themselves before the disaster, would that not fall into Fu Hengsheng's trap? The many experts we invested resources to cultivate to restrain domestic martial artists are the foundation of the 9 families. If all are lost, then even victory means decline. The great elder with tied hair proposed, perhaps we should strategically withdraw first and wait for national experts to return to Hoadu before deciding. Those words left the meeting room silent. The scene shifted back to Kulong River in Hoadu. Huge wave rose on the river, stunning everyone. Aquatic creatures floated belly up. The river water turned pitch black. Fish died en masse. The citizens panicked. What was that explosion? Could the underwater secret realm have changed? In the sky, Attila's figure descended. He landed perfectly. The 2 below died instantly. The long-tongued demonic beast sneered. Too weak, the ghost face nodded. Cannot withstand a single blow. Attila stood there and roared with imposing might. That sight shocked the Long Que command center. They watched helplessly as a hegemon appeared in the imperial capital. In moments, the signal was destroyed by Attila. Long Que director Vuong Kai Din roared in anger. The ace specialists of 1st Division are still guarding the border. Than Long and Principal Thai are absent. We must hold out until the nation guarding martial artist emerges. All Long Que agents. One man stepped forward. Owner of En Hat Thang Hoadu, Lai Din Chuang. Next was owner of Kin Hong Hoadu, Lam Hon. 2 more stepped out. Owner of Hon Duvo Makwan and owner of Kin Tai Lam Trung Thuan Tong await orders. Attila looked at those blocking the way with interest. Daring to posture before me, too weak. Kill them all and be done. He said coldly, humans leave now. We hunt strong ones. You are weak and have exhausted potential. Whether you live or die does not affect the Emperor's grand design. Lai Din Chuang replied, Long Que experts will arrive in 3 minutes. The 4 martial halls of Hoadu will hold you back. The 4 erupted with aura simultaneously, formed a barrier, preventing Attila from advancing deeper into the city. The long-tongued demonic beast laughed. Then we will respect your choice. As soon as the words fell, 1 punch from Attila claimed their lives. He mocked, courage without strength leads only to tragedy. Lam Hon turned pale so fast. Fleet rushed in. Anti-air cannons locked on, bombers in position. Target locked fire. Attila stood calmly amid the barrage. opening the Death Decay domain. Shells struck then vanished before the defensive field. Everyone panicked. Hot weapons are useless. We can only rely on martial artists. Manhwa Division 2 and 3 confront directly. Division 4 and 5 support. The ghost-headed demonic beast grew excited. Finally, some human experts worth hunting. Manhwa experts exerted all strength to charge and hold him back. In the control room, staff turned back trembling. Port chiefs of Division 2 and 3 have fallen. 50 specialists casualties. Division 4 and 5 executed strategic withdrawal, but their chiefs have also fallen. Guild leaders Lam Fong, Van Hai, and Lai Sun arrived as reinforcements, but the situation did not change. Achila is advancing toward the center. Kai Din raged. 4 piercing realm grandmasters have died. At that moment, the ground shook violently. Kai Din roared, "Can we contact Fu Hengsheng, Than Long, or Principal Thai?" The subordinate shook his head. "Why has Hoa Du 9 family sent only great martial masters and Hien Vo? Where are the grandmasters? More innocent people fell in the battle." Kai Din despaired. "If this continues, Hoa Du and all great Zia will perish. Damn it, we have no choice but to use the special strategy. Activate it." The assistant tried to stop him. "Director, they cannot be controlled," Kai Din said decisively. "This is life or death. Release them. I will bear all consequences." Achila still strolled leisurely along the street. A sword-wielding knight charged forward. Beast stopped. With a single wave, he sent the opponent flying. He said disdainfully, "I thought Longque was formidable. Turns out all incompetent." "Truly dirties my hands," Achila muttered. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. "Even demonic beasts like cleanliness. Released us to deal with you." The flat-headed man stared intently. Target confirmed. The mummy sneered, "Hoa Du has fallen to such misery, but you still must die." Long-tongued demonic beast laughed. "We are being underestimated." The ghost face shouted angrily. Achila suddenly sensed something unusual. "Wait, you 3 are also worth hunting, but not equal to the one in the sky. After dealing with you, I will meet him. The one above is truly worth anticipation." Those words shocked the long-tongued demonic beast. Has boss discovered an expert? Even the ghost face was stunned. Mummy remained arrogant. "Deal with us. Back then I killed not a few hegemons. Soon I will let you taste it." The ghost face wasted no words and immediately chanted strange ancient incantations. The long-tongued demonic beast also muttered harsh spells. From Achila's body, 2 more grotesque arms suddenly extended. On his left flank, another pair of arms continued to grow out. The power within Achila became more terrifying than ever. Calmly opened his eyes wide and stared straight ahead before deploying his domain. The mummy was about to engage when he suddenly sensed something wrong. How can a demonic beast wield a martial domain? Before the 3 could react, he tore open a black hole called Great Dark Heaven. The scene instantly shifted back to the vast Hoa Du. A crack appeared in the space there. Colossal Achila stepped through. "So this is your so-called high-level strategy." So fragile, Long Tongue sneered beside him. "Everything in the way is swept aside. Humans are truly fragile. I hope the strong one in the sky can interest boss." Ghostface remained calm. "Too weak. Only fighting strong ones is satisfying." Achila glared ahead and said coldly, "Move." He lowered his body and stomped hard, entering combat stance. The next moment his figure shot into the sky. The ground below exploded into fragments. Achila charged straight toward the floating city in the air. The city's defense system immediately sounded alarms after detecting an immense energy source approaching at horrifying speed. The magnetic shield was activated to maximum. Facing that shield, he merely smiled disdainfully. Useless. Pure strength, Achila pierced straight through the protective layer. Upon detecting the intruder, the system immediately launched anti-air missiles. A barrage of rockets shot straight toward him. Long Tongue laughed mockingly. "Humans, you still do not understand. Hot weapons cannot harm us." Ghostface nodded in agreement. "Too bland, I must kill." Thus A2 activated full destruction mode. Suddenly he halted after sensing that the aura of that human expert had abruptly vanished. As he fled, at that moment Kung Ka appeared behind him. "The one who should run is you, monster." With agile movement, she easily inflicted damage on him. Immediately Achila's arms drew together. He stared at his opponent and uttered coldly, "Death corrosion, wind." Seeing that move, Kung Ka showed slight disdain. "Filthy indeed." Long Tongue said in puzzlement, "Boss, I feel that if fully beheaded, then even if the demon core remains intact, he would still die." Finally, a worthy opponent. How exhilarating. Ghostface grew more frenzied. "Daring to injure us, unforgivable." Only Achila stood still and silently delivered an extremely precise slash toward them. "Human expert, you are the most worthy target I have ever killed." Kung Ka smiled and replied, "To be praised like that is an honor. Perhaps I should perform properly." Killing intent surged as she leaped into the Achila's feet slowly lifted off the ground as well. He glanced at her warily, opening a domain directly, yet the surrounding structures still exist. It seems the domain overlaps reality rather than separating space. "Let me see what it truly does." She smiled and answered, "Compared to your filthy corrosive aura, my domain is much cleaner." Achila did not hesitate and rushed toward Kung Ka, executing lightning slaughter martial technique sunset suppression prison. A massive force surged straight at her. Brilliant golden light instantly enveloped the entire space. Seeing no trace of Kung Ka, Achila was startled, vanished. Did I miss? Her voice sounded behind him. Even demonic beasts use martial techniques. Telling Tiu Hoa about this would surely shock him. He spun around in alarm. Teleportation or mere illusion. She calmly extended 2 fingers forward. I will start for real now. Research Art 1000 Cut Execution. The space immediately transformed. Fresh blood surrounded Achila's body. Long Tongue grew more excited. These drops of blood are not ordinary. I see that between every 2 drops, there is a red thread connecting them. Tens of thousands of blood drops intertwined into a dense net. Even a mosquito could not pass. This time you cannot escape. While Achila still stood confidently there, Kung Ka observed from above. He winked playfully and smiled. Begin. Seeing her floating in the air, he exclaimed in shock, Nanny. In an instant she unleashed countless slashes. A body as hard as steel can endure 1 Grandmaster strike, but cannot withstand thousands of concentrated slashes at one point within seconds. Even if those black particles can regenerate wounds, they cannot keep up with the following slashes. Truly a worthy opponent. Achila's body was quickly covered in injuries, yet that was still not enough. He suddenly felt uneasy. What is happening? Why do my legs feel so heavy? Tiny creatures kept crawling onto him and screaming. The unexpected situation left him stunned. Countless terrifying faces filled the space. Achila was completely shaken by the sight. He sighed and said, "The killing talent of a human like you is truly exaggerated. If your spirit were unharmed, and you could still break through, you would become a great obstacle on the Emperor's path." Hearing that, Kung Ka immediately covered her ears, turtle chanting scripture. "I will not listen." He sighed and decided, too much time wasted. We still must hunt more experts. Time to finish you, open domain. She replied excitedly, "Spatial martial aura, I know that too, and now I have grasped it. I must record the whole process later for Tiu Hoa to see how formidable Master is." She stretched her hands straight forward, deploying her domain. Martial gang beheading. Under Kung Ka's control, the space immediately transformed. He shouted in surprise, "Great dark heaven." Invisible chains instantly bound his body. Kung Ka was startled as she saw her own body gradually disintegrating. Am I about to vanish? She thought these embarrassing scenes must not be revealed. Achila roared madly, "Great dark heaven will erase you completely. This battle is wonderful. Farewell, human expert." She shouted angrily, "You big brute, stop boasting. Watch me cut you down first." A beheading cloud descended immediately. Achila's body suffered extremely severe damage. Everything gradually calmed down as before. Kung Ka exhaled. My slender waist and fair legs were almost gone. The 2 domains collided to the extreme and collapsed. He stood before her evaluating. "You are even stronger than the human Grandmaster Lai Trong then. It seems I must exert full strength to kill you. Human martial arts are not our specialty. Now I will show you true power." He roared and transformed his body. From both shoulders, countless eyes grew out. Achila reached out and grasped the 2 eyes beside him. Now he held 6 ferocious blades in his hands. "And you are among the few who force us to be truly serious." Witnessing that scene, Kung Ka frowned slightly and calculated. "Troublesome indeed. I am a master of slaughter, at least before my illness. I sense the opponent's killing intent to estimate survival chances in battle. Whether I cut him down or he kills me in this domain. Perhaps because it is not yet mastered, the domain is unstable. The threat Achila poses is about 60%. Therefore, in direct confrontation, I am at least not at a disadvantage. But now, for Kung Ka's eyes, everything gradually blurred. She raised her head in despair at the scene ahead. Is this the vision of death? Only a locking Butterfly Realm Grandmaster with strong spiritual power can glimpse it. She forced herself to calm down. It seems I will die here, so be it. Sacrificing to protect Hoadu is worthwhile. Surely Tiu Thai will erect my statue at Hoa University for juniors to admire. He imagined her towering statue. Master, why did you leave so early every one morning? Die he sinking in grief. Looking at the opponent before her, she remained unwilling. I have lived over 100 years, yet so many games unplayed. New anime unwatched, novels unfinished, and Tiu Hoa too. If I die, you must take care of yourself. That Kung Ka glared at Achila. I will risk my life against you. The surrounding space immediately trembled and changed. She did not stop and charged straight ahead. Suddenly sensing something strange, she turned in shock. Is there another expert who? A familiar cloaked figure appeared in midair. Daihe wearing a mask stepped out. He is the one who turned her fate. Long Que headquarters, everyone was bewildered. What happened at Hoa University? Has something changed in the battle between Kung Ka and Achila? Kai Din gritted his teeth in fury. The magnetic field in that area is completely chaotic. We cannot observe the situation. What exactly happened at Hoa University? Never before has this occurred. A little boy trembled while hugging his mother. Mom, has the demonic beast been eliminated yet? Above the city, a strange vortex appeared as if to swallow everything. At the center of that vortex, Daihe finally revealed himself. Achila pointed his sword at him and shouted loudly, "Human powerhouse, state your name." Only replied coldly with 2 words, monster. That answer made both Kung Ka and Achila pause, monster. Daihoa said sternly, I belong to the monster organization, you may call me Ma Dong. Flood of thoughts flashed through Achila's mind. The monster organization, Ma Dong, the information provided by Fa Hong Sin did not mention any of this. Was it an oversight or intentional? Forget it. Kill him first and consider later. With that thought, Achila immediately shot into the air, human powerhouse, hand over your life. He unleashed his self-created martial skill, Black Slaughter Annihilation Slash. Facing that ferocious strike, Daihoa remained strangely calm. He brushed past that man's body, as lightly as the wind. Speed was so fast that he jerked around in shock, the sensation of striking empty air, not dead. His voice rang out calmly. Lonely demon remnant, violet purifying light erupted. Achila gaped at that tyrannical power, truly immense. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted in the heart of the city. Daihoa stared fixedly at Achila. Although the brown-haired human template is only at an initial level, and the skills have not reached their peak, dealing with a demonic beast like you is still more than enough. Moreover, Datong has completed its evolution. Stand up and stop pretending. Someone of your rank cannot be taken down so easily. Hearing that, Achila slowly sat up. How interesting. Shot into the sky as fast as lightning. He seemed extremely excited, circling continuously high above. Daihoa widened his eyes to observe. Since obtaining Gino's passive ability Eye of Causality, everything in my sight seems to slow down. Those words only made Achila more intrigued. Very interesting. A thought flashed through his mind. He decided, this is the first battle after unlocking the S-rank template. I will use you to test my blade. Cell refinement. As soon as the words fell, he split himself into a new body. Witnessing that domineering move for the first time, Achila was stunned. Hundreds of Daihoa appeared before him, throwing him into confusion. Even more astonishing, each duplicate was identical without the slightest difference. He formed a siege around him with clones from holy wood star cells and further reinforced them with black and red matter. Each clone here possessed combat power comparable to the original body when executing battle strategies. Though the replicated bodies were far weaker and would collapse if exerting excessive force, they were still exceedingly terrifying. Moreover, they integrated the ability to channel light energy from Hell Star to layer upon nuclear energy. Their might surged dramatically. Only then did Achila realize the danger. He had to temporarily avoid his sharp edge, but it was already too late. Daihoa said coldly Zegua Yaudu. His body was instantly restrained and stiffened. What kind of ability is this? Now it was his turn to counterattack. He was truly terrified. It is over. Daihoa declared this is something I specially prepared for you. The immortal slaying particle grand array was activated. Streams of energy shot toward him one after another, throwing space into violent chaos.